Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you, everybody. We have an exciting show today that's going to make me really mad. Okay, so that's a little preamble. Good to see you, StreamYard, first-time viewer. Okay, StreamYard. I'm just kidding. Good to see you, Tyler, who says, Christianity, I can fix her. Anson, I'm assuming, based on my knowledge of Anson Alts, he says, you can have her, Tyler. That chick's way more crazy than I can handle. Good to see you, Doomerang. And then now we have some quotes here. No one needs that much Dr. Pepper the Robot Fist. $5 billion. Okay. I've been won over to Price Master. Okay. It is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, good to see all of you. Again, we have a very triggering show today because we have Alex O'Connor talking to Rhett McLaughlin. Now, if you don't know, which you probably do, but perhaps you don't, I can only have one thing sharing at one time. So good mythical morning. Let me see if I'm doing this right. Well, There we go. Nope. Yeah, there we go. Good Mythical Morning still is a very popular YouTube channel that, they got like 20 million subscribers. Okay. 19.5 million. And, they used to be entertaining. I used to enjoy it. Now all they do is everything is about food, as you can even see here. It's all food based and it's become super lame. Anyway, both of them used to be Christians. A little while ago, maybe a few years back, they released a video how they're no longer Christians and everything like that. And so now they've been kind of doing the rounds sometimes, mainly Rhett McLaughlin has been explaining why he's not a Christian. And so he went on this podcast with Alex O'Connor, friend of the show. Just kidding. I wish. And the video is titled, "We Need to Save Christianity from Christians." Now, that is actually not the original title, or somehow I'm seeing two titles. Maybe they're being A/B tested. I think that's actually a thing you can do now on YouTube because, and this is the title. This is the title that originally really kind of like made me want to do this video because of the alternate title. So I had to screen cap it because it kept disappearing. Okay, but I did get it eventually. Okay, so it's called An Ex-Christian's Guide to Fixing Christianity. Color me surprised. Okay, color me surprised that an ex-Christian thinks they can fix Christianity. I've met a few people in this very panel sphere that think that they can do just that. Okay, and maybe. But, Rhett famously, if you don't know his story, he grew up in like some, normal state. I can't remember exactly, something Nebraska or Nebraska coded, and then moved to LA. And he gets really mad when people point that out because they're like, you moved to LA and you became an atheist, like a tale as old as time, or at least non-religious. I don't know if you would say, I think you'd probably say agnostic or something. But yeah. So now him and Alex are going to be trying to fix Christianity. I don't know if Christianity is broken, although Anson would probably think it is, but Anson's direction in which he wants to fix it is probably radically different from how Rhett and Alex O'Connor want to fix it, I'm thinking. But either way, we are going to, we're going to figure it out. We're going to try to honestly evaluate it. It's probably going to make me a little annoyed. I'm not going to lie to you, because it's all just going to be like, I mean, this is my opinion. I haven't watched it yet. I haven't pre-watched. I think it's going to be a lot of like Christians just need to like, get rid of some of the beliefs that like are culturally unacceptable now and need to embrace more like secularism and stuff like that. I don't know. I could be pleasantly surprised. Maybe we're going to get good suggestions from two ex-Christians that are going to make us all rethink our thoughts. And if you are an atheist, then you can, hop on panel or hop in chat and, tell me if there's good points or bad points. And speaking of non-atheist, aka Christians, speaking of the Christian, you were won over. Was Price? One has to experience. This is what I realized. You have to experience Price Master to know what Price Master is. And actually, this is why no one's been able to tell me what it is. It's actually impossible to really put into words. It would probably be easier to fix atheism. I don't even know. I mean, again, yeah, atheists watching this, especially someone like Anson, is going to have a very different view than someone like Christian. But you're both, of course, welcome on the panel, as is anyone else. Link is at the top and in the description. This is an open panel, okay? We accept all voices, except the voices we really don't like, and then we don't accept those people. But that's a small minority of people, to be clear. Not any specific minority, but I just mean it's a small amount of people that are, kind of uninvited. Good to see you, App. As an ex-Christian, I can fix Christianity burgers. I didn't realize I was going into a lolcat type thing there. It was the second half kind of got me. So yeah, we're gonna. Well, I guess I don't need to. I feel like I'm waffling now. We could just dive into the video and see if it's actually going to be any good advice on how to fix Christianity. I will say the last people I think I want to fix Christianity are going to be the ex-Christians. Like, they can explain why they left, but it's like, are they the ones that are going to be like, anytime a secularist tries to reform the church, it just doesn't go so well. Okay. That's how you get the Unitarian church, right? And that's how you get the United Church. And that's how you get the Universalists. It never goes well. Okay. It never goes well, but I have hope. I have faith, even, if you will.
Hey,
and you must.
I'm going on a tour of the United.
I don't need to hear I love you, Alex O'Connor, but I don't need to hear about your tour that you're going on. So we'll skip into the meat and potatoes of all of this. And again, panel is open for any of you that want to come up and react along to this video.
The tour dates are on screen. The link to buy tickets is in the description, and I hope to see you there. Did I say your name wrong last time? Because I would say McLaughlin.
You say Rhett Long,
right? And that's maybe my sort of Irish heritage. It's Scottish or Irish?
Well, that's an interesting story. I thought it was Scottish. I took my entire family to Scotland, dressed up in the traditional garb, got pictures taken by what I thought was our ancestral castle, the Lachlan Castle. And then we learned that right after my mother broke her ankle at the castle, we learned that the spelling is most likely Irish.
Cultural appropriation.
There's like 100 different spellings of it.
And his ethnicity.
There's no doubt that
that's harsh,
McLaughlin is more close to the original.
Son of Scandinavian or something, it means, right?
Well, you know more
something
than I
like
do.
That. I just looked it up in the bathroom. But the
so you probably said it more accurately because the McLaughlin is like an Americanization of it.
McLaughlin is what you would say, right? With
well, growing up, I would say McLaughlin.
Most boring story ever.
McLaughlin.
Well, whoever you are, welcome back to the show. I was just trying to avoid the comments again because some of them were sort of like, oh, like, you know, it's funny to hear his name like that. I think that's how it's.
Well, it seems to be the MO of anytime someone makes like a reaction video to anything, if your name is a little bit hard to pronounce, the beginning of the video is them trying to figure out how to say the name.
Yes, for me, it's people just making fun of my British accent and talking about tea.
They got to find something.
Happens all the time. Speaking of which, our last episode,
McLaughlin.
Yeah, I thought it's great. It's one of the most viewed episodes we've ever done, which, like, in a way, is unsurprising because people like you so much, but also like. It obviously just captured a great deal of attention and interest, and it was very well received. Also, you know, for some a bit controversially received.
Right.
We were just talking about this. I put that episode out on Easter Sunday.
Yes, you did.
It wasn't on purpose. I genuinely because we talked about like the resurrection and Jesus and stuff, and we put out episodes on Sundays, and an episode has to go out that week. And I was excited to put out this episode I've done with you, and I put it out, and it's only afterwards that I'm seeing people commenting like, oh man, this is brutal, you know, talking about the resurrection. And I was like, oh gosh.
Yeah, and I know that wasn't your intention, and it wasn't my intention.
I mean, it's definitely not your fault. I know that much.
Well, it's funny because, you know, we talked about doing another episode, you know, when next time you came into town. And I know we talked about, is there like something in like responding to the responses or whatever? And I think we both agreed that we're not interested in doing that.
That's right.
If you guys haven't seen the first episode, you know, it's kind of just Rhett explaining why he left Christianity. A lot of the things seem pretty lukewarm to me, kind of like the classic, what you've heard from probably like every like person who's ever stopped being a Christian, but with like a more California vibe to it. So that's why I'm really curious about how brother thinks that Christianity can be fixed. You know, there's a ways where it's like, okay, it's uninteresting. Like I think Anson, you know, I hate saying good things about Anson, but you know, I think Anson would do a better job at explaining why, you know, how Christianity could probably be fixed or how it's broken versus like your kind of California rich elite now that's like that left it because the church is like mean to certain doctrines and stuff. It's just like, okay.
And it's funny because a friend of mine, Paul Agia, who's got a great YouTube channel, he's a former Christian that examines the claims of Christians. He took all of the sort of major channel responses to our video and he made a response to it. And the name of that video was, "Did Rhett just break Christianity on Resurrection Sunday?"
Yeah.
And you know, he's asking the question in that way because first of all, his channel is great and I like the way he does everything so thoroughly.
He's great.
But he's also very funny.
Yeah.
Like every video is very funny. I always appreciate a sense of humor being thrown in there.
We'll stick that in the description for people. It's a great channel.
Yeah. And that video is great. But, you know, he's asking that question because it's like, you would think that was what we had set out
definitely do the latter half.
Was that our conversation was setting out to like
the first
be
half,
a critique of Christianity or to break Christianity or to like make a case against the resurrection.
Of like the U.S.
And honestly, it may seem ridiculous.
I feel like it's pretty rare.
I kind of forget that is how things are.
I feel like they do the second part pretty well.
I see it like we're sitting down to have a conversation. I'm trying to be descriptive and not prescriptive.
I'm not sure why we're rhyming
But
about
I think a lot of
Mexican
times,
food right now.
obviously, if you're talking about, well, I'm not a Christian anymore, and here's a couple of reasons why. I'm not going into some really well articulated case against the resurrection, but it's implicit that I'm critiquing or I have something against Christianity, or if I don't believe in it. And I also think that so many of the, as a Christian for most of my life, anytime I spoke about Christianity, I was being an advocate for it, and I was trying to get you to agree with me. And so I think a lot of times it's just like, oh, you must be trying to get people to agree. And so we weren't trying to break Christianty.
That's right.
This is why I would appreciate more depth too. And maybe he's going to do it now, although I press X to doubt. Because apparently from Rhett's testimony, he was like super involved in one of those like campus crusades for Christ things or one of those related organizations. So he was really into it and stuff. But then when it comes to him leaving, it seems like it's kind of like the same old reasons why everybody, kind of that goes to California or that just goes to a big city. If you're like a rural person, right, you like start to lose your faith. So I'm hoping we get a little bit
capable of breaking Christianity,
more
and I don't think that Christianity needs to be broken.
Especially if we're getting
that's the other thing.
Yeah.
And also, I think a lot of it, because the episode was quite big as well, and because I'm known as like the atheist guy, although people who follow my work remotely closely know
that's what you're
sort of
quoting.
not really,
Okay.
I don't sort of identify with that strongly anymore. I'm
I used to watch Good Mythical Morning all the time.
Explore ideas,
like,
and
I'm not going to lie.
That,
until I started doing all just food stuff constantly.
Atheist friend to gloat about how wrong Christianity is. But like, I just had Bear Grylls on the show. You know Bear Grylls?
Possibly,
yeah. We love Bear.
Yeah, so I had him on, and he's just written a book about Jesus, and he's like really strong on the faith, and I brought him on, and we just had like a nice chat, and I didn't.
Yeah, it's almost like a grimoire.
Very grateful for his time.
Taco Bell menu.
Talk about how you rewrite the story of Jesus.
Summon somebody.
And
okay.
I do that too. I just like hearing people's stories, and I didn't get any atheists. Actually, somewhat surprisingly, in the comments of that section, being like, why are you trying to promote Christianity? It's like I'm not just trying to have a nice chat, but I know what you mean. Like, it's not necessarily Christianity that needs breaking, but I think we can both agree that there are certain ways that Christianity expresses itself in the modern world and throughout history that probably need rethinking, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would go as far as to say that I don't know. I can only guess as to where I might be if I came from a different Christian background, or if I had a different set of beliefs, or I approached this differently. There's definitely, if multiple worlds theory is true, there's definitely a lot of Rhetts out there who are still Christians. It could have gone a different way. And I think that now on the other side of it, as somebody who's no longer associates with it, but is still so interested in it, right? I'm always going to be interested in it because it's formative to who I am.
Yeah.
And I'm just interested in the ongoing conversation.
Big Soda, I've been looking for you.
I've seen the way that Christians have approached
Big
a lot
Soda, I will pause to explain to you what's happening, and get up on the panel, Big Soda. Get up on the panel, okay? Rhett McLaughlin of Good Mythical Morning sits down with Alex O'Connor to fix Christianity. Now, that is their clickbait. So I'm using the same clickbait, but that's also their clickbait as well. So I'm just saying. So I don't feel bad putting it in that way and analyzing it in that way. So I want to see how Rhett, who famously, has left Christianity in the past. I don't know. I think he left a long time ago, but he didn't come public about it until like 4 or 5 years ago. I can't tell if this comment is sincere or like really making fun of me too, right? And yeah, he does look a little Jesus coded. I will say that. But yeah, so we are analyzing this video. We're only like you showed up at a good time, because like most of this was introduction, and then Rhett saying about how he discovered his ethnicity was so different, which was not a very interesting story, even though he premised it with being an interesting story. And yeah, so they apparently go through it, a lot of chapters about how Christianity could be better. I'm hoping it just doesn't come down to be more nice or some vague thing, which like Christians should be nice, but I don't know if that's necessarily going to like fix a lot of stuff, or it's just going to be like, hey, they should like change your doctrine about like the LGBTQ or like some like thing that I could guess very easily that they're going to talk about. I'm hoping it gets into a bit more depth. Speaking of Christianity, we have one of our own in the back chat. Give me one of these, brother. It is the one, the only the Christian. Christian, how you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Do you know? I'm doing great. Do you know? Just a heads up, or not a heads up. That's the wrong word. Just a question, a preamble. Do you know Good Mythical Morning? Do you know Rhett McLaughlin at all? Are you going into this blind?
No, I know. Like I've seen like Good Mythical Morning. Like I watched it a long time ago. Like I haven't watched it in years, but
Yeah, same.
I know who he
Hot
is,
minute.
and I've like, I think I've seen like snippets of his belief, like how he talks about Christianity. But
It was a
other than that,
sad. I
haven't deep dived.
always feel like a bit sad with people like this, and I'm sure you probably feel the same way, Christian. Where it's like when I was watching Good Mythical Morning, I knew they were Christian, and it did make my mornings more mythical. I will say that, watching it back in the day, and I knew they were Christian. There was something nice about that. It was wholesome and stuff. And then anytime you find out one of these people, they're oh, I've lost my faith, I don't believe in God anymore. There's like some sense of like, oh man, like there's a sense of like sadness to me there. Always, even maybe that's parasocial because like obviously I don't know these people, but just seems like, oh, another one that just like, is like absorbed into the specter of secularism, right? It's never like they change into something. It's always the same thing. It's always just a watering down of one's faith until it kind of becomes nothing. And until you're finally like, I guess I'm an agnostic, or I guess I just, and it's always the same kind of reasons. I don't know. It gets a little sad. Speaking of, I was going to say, actually, nothing I could say would help there because I'm talking about bad people right now. So I guess I can't say, speaking of the opposite.
Speaking of a terrible person.
Yeah, speaking of the opposite of what I'm talking about, we have Big Soda. Big Soda, how's it going, brother?
I don't know. I'm a terrible person now.
Yep. Awful.
Just the worst. What's up, guys?
Oh, I'm doing great.
I didn't ask how you were doing. I just said, what's up?
Oh,
I'm sorry. That's what's up. What's up?
I gotta play the character. I'm sorry.
Of the terrible person, the Rhett McLaughlin. Okay, you too, Big Soda. You could be losing your religion. Okay, REM style. Play the Taco Bell. The Taco Bell. I could. I'm not sure. That might be copyrighted. It is a good song though. Rhett linked. That's how they like started. They did a bunch of like Christian stuff in the very beginning, and then they like started doing like advertisements for different companies, and then they moved on to like their own songs and stuff. And so yeah, before they kind of even I think were doing Good Mythical Morning, they were like doing these like comedy song things. And one of the songs that they did at some point, I don't know the timeline exactly, but it was a song about Taco Bell. They also did one for a car wash. That one I know was like commissioned. I don't know if the Taco Bell one is actually commissioned by Taco Bell or not. It could have been, but yeah, they used to do that type of marketing stuff, like comedy marketing.
So I recognize Alex. Who's the guy on the right?
So this is the guy from Good Mythical Morning. Have you ever seen that show or heard of it?
Is it like on cable or something?
No. It's this channel here. So it's been going for years. It's like 20 million subs, and every day they do like a show that's kind of like a little morning show. Now I stopped watching it because, as you can see, it became all about food. For some reason, they realized that's what the YouTube algorithm likes, and they just started doing like different stuff with food. It used to be like actually kind of like interesting talks, just like Rhett and Link, the two people, just would like talk for like 15 minutes, 20 minutes or whatever, and it was kind of like a positive way to start the day. And yeah, then it became more kind of corporatized and stuff. And they started off as Christians, and then they eventually kind of collectively lost their faith together, which is kind of sad. Because I remember Rhett was saying this thing about how when he told his wife he didn't believe in God, that she like started crying and stuff. And I was like, oh man, like, and now I think she doesn't believe in God either. So you just, you see the kind of degradation happen,
Well, it makes me wonder, like, were they, I guess, is this something that they just casually believed until one day they just kind of, I guess, it no longer fit them anymore?
He's said it before. He'll probably like kind of restate it a little here, but Alex and Rhett have actually talked before, and Rhett's been on a few things explaining this, but they basically moved to California, tale as old as time, from like a more like right-leaning state. And then they just were like, well, why does, what about like the LGBTQ people? Like, why is like the Bible against that, and like, and then a Christian don't listen to this, and then stuff about like, you know, the like evolution and if it's true, and like how does all this stuff work out, and then they eventually just like slowly, you know, lost I guess their faith, which is the problem with watering things down to a degree, or you know, questioning things. It can, I think, set you on a path where you just like kind of pull one thing out from kind of the base of the pyramid one by one until like you have no foundation left and the whole thing collapses. And it's not to say you shouldn't like question things or, you know, or have some wacky views, but you know, there is a risk. But I think the impetus is never with these people, in my opinion, and this is like, I don't want to like say Rhett's like not telling the truth, but like, because he gets mad when people say it's like, oh yeah, you went to LA and you became a liberal and then you left Christianity, like big surprise. And he's like, no, this actually, it started in my head before that and stuff. And it's like, I don't know, but all of his reasons kind of seem kind of like, you know, kind of like surface level. Yeah. And so we'll see, because so that's what I know of Rhett and Link. And now this thing was titled how to fix like how two ex-Christians like describe how to fix Christianity. So we're gonna see their recommendations. I can't imagine they're like good things, you know, but we'll have to see. Yeah, I'm prepared to be a little triggered. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Trigger all three of us.
Yeah, I think it will.
Of things.
So yeah, that's kind of the background.
I kind of realized that I had sort of developed some ideas about. I've got advice for Christians. Ultimately, I think is what it is. Like if you've got people like me who are currently in the flock.
See, already triggered. Okay, the last person I want to take Christian advice from is an ex-Christian liberal California resident. Okay, I'm just saying.
And you want to keep them.
It's the last person.
I think there's some things that you could do differently, right? The crazy thing that's happening is that you've talked about this a lot, but there is a crisis of purpose and meaning, right? Like we are experiencing people feeling this sense of hopelessness and disconnectedness, and then you've got the church kind of stepping in. It's kind of having a cultural moment, right? Yeah. The church is stepping in, ready-made purpose and meaning. You've got this tested philosophy that's helped millions of people, billions of people. It's showing up in the stats. You know, church attendance is up. I was looking at one Barna Research poll that was the number of people who considered Jesus, a commitment to Jesus, to be a very important thing in their life. Mm-hmm. Like in 2021, I think that was around 54%. In 2025, it's 66%. It's a 12-point jump. You know, and 54 was like the lowest it had ever been.
Right. Yeah.
In a very short period of time, based on a number of different factors, it's climbed to that level. Mm-hmm. And so the church is having a moment, and you've got all these people coming in. Like I thought it would be interesting to sort of do what might not be expected by the skeptic and the former Christian, and talk about what they can do to keep the people who are coming through their doors.
Yeah, I mean, you told me about this when I was talking about coming back, and you,
Marilyn, I'm curious what you're going to think of this video.
Advice for keeping people in the church.
Because you have advice for Christians, but I feel like
why
your
not
advice is going to differ from
we are
these
both
people's
people
advice. So you don't strike me as an ultra liberal.
So we obviously have some idea as to why we both find it sort of particularly compelling. But there's also a lot to like about it, and there's a lot that I find really interesting and meaningful in Christianity that I do think gets kind of misrepresented by various groups and expressions of it, right? And so, yeah, like you're right. There is this moment, the revival that everybody's talking about, which seems to be, in many ways, political. Seems to be a result of like political circumstance, but there does also seem to be this kind of, you know, spiritual moment that's happening. I think it's because it's become sort of fashionable to say that new atheism has sort of died, and the promises that it made about, you know, just regain your spiritual autonomy and secular humanism will save the world, it sort of hasn't really worked out very well. And so, you know, religion's there, like it's like a prodigal son moment, sort of like, okay, you know, come back, we'll welcome you back in. But you used to bring people into the faith yourself. You used to be part of the sort of open door, and you know what it's like to then sort of see the other side of that door on the way out.
Rage quit.
How can we start talking about our advice to Christianity in its modern sort of revival to keeping people inside?
I brought something.
Okay, guys, if we need a reprise, we've decided to to fuck copyright possible claims, we have a $10 goal to watch the Taco Bell song. Okay, I've decided. So if we feel like we need a break, someone could possibly give us a break. And
this okay.
play
So this
Taco
is
Bell song
first of all,
from Rhett
this is the reason
McLaughlin.
why you
wonder
should
if
get
they
a
were
real
good.
leather Bible and not the fake leather Bible, because this is what happens after 20 years. Is there's a good chance that as I touch this, oh look, see it comes off, and this will get on your face.
Whoa.
So if I get a little Bible on my face,
Yeah.
let me know.
So you keel it.
Okay?
Yeah. Didn't
But
Muhammad
yeah,
already
this is
do
the one.
that?
This is the way we used to do it. You get your name on your Bible, so if somebody takes it, they know this belongs to Rhett McLaughlin.
Yes, there it is.
No, but I thought it would be interesting. So I think that I think about the way that this happened for me, and I kind of see this as, again, and because I come from this background, it's just like there's a good 3-point talk, good 3-point sermon. It kind of hit me that there are 3 pieces of advice that I would give to Christians if they want to hold on to these people. Now, let me just say that one of the reasons I'm motivated to do this is because, the church isn't going away. The church is going to evolve. The church has always evolved, and the church continues to be a really important cultural force. And in the United States, they basically have the biggest influence on the direction of our country right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that as a citizen of the United States and a citizen of the world, I have a vested interest in the church being healthy and the church being a force for good.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's a little bit.
This just made me think. I know IJ Indian Jesus is doing a show, but I'm really curious on his thoughts on this, because this is kind of his perspective, right? That the church is like a force of good, and that that Christianity is like has good ethical stuff, but we need to like move beyond it in some ways, or like radically fix it. So I wonder if he is going to agree with these points or not. I'm gonna have to ask him later if he's seen this video.
There's also some other things that are happening in the church. So that's kind of the perspective that I'm bringing to this.
But I notice,
but I see it
there
as
seems
sort
to be no criticism of his own side. It's always what the other side needs to do better.
For IJ or for Rhett?
Is his name? You said Rhett, like with an R?
Yeah.
Yeah. It seems to, especially most people's criticism of Christianity is they like to nitpick how we can do things better, but they never nitpick what they can do better.
Well,
right, and
I guess I'm curious on, because he's saying he has, what was it, 3 points? 3 points to keep people in Christianity. He's not taking the advice himself, though.
Well, yeah, that's why it's so strange. It's like I guess it's like, I don't know. I guess the only steel man, or I don't even know if steel man's the right word, but I guess an analogy I could make is and I've done this before, where I'm like thinking of like the LGBTQ movement, and I could point out multiple things that if I was LGBTQ, I would say these are like the destructive things, things like the drag queen story hour, or things like the stuff with the hormones for minors, or like things with the books. There's certain things that I'm saying, if you want to make this cause work, which I don't know if I want to make that cause work, but if you guys want that, you need to stop doing this stuff. So I guess Red could be kind of saying the same thing in that way of like, I'm not this, but like, I think this would be more successful, Khan does not think about the LGBTQ often, okay? Rang. Okay, Luke Newcomb says, I think Luke has maybe seen this. So, and I've not seen this. I have not pre-watched. So yeah, so maybe he is going to give some. I don't know, in the last thing that I watched, because he was on Alex before, I didn't see it, but I'm hoping that there is some stuff now, some actual criticism of their own side. So I'm hoping. And Anson says, this is like me giving advice on how to not get divorced. Yeah. You should write a book, Anson, How to Keep Marriages Together by Anson. Top 10 tips.
3 points. I would say they need to embrace faith, they need to embrace truth, and they need to embrace Jesus. So the first thing, when we talk about faith,
that was like unexpected.
I think in many ways, the modern Christian church, and I would say this is most pronounced in sort of American event.
Is it going to be, predictions. Is it going to be something like Jesus would like not deport illegal immigrants or something, so that by embracing Jesus, what we actually mean is left-wing social policy?
He's definitely, I feel he's going to say those 3 points, and then he's going to shape them. He's going to.
Yeah,
I'm worried about the shaping.
Yeah. He's gonna shape him to death, is what I'm thinking. Maybe not though. Maybe I don't want to jump the shark or anything. Or wait, that's the wrong expression. Jump to conclusions, not jump the shark. Well, I also don't want to jump the shark, but
Evangelicalism.
Shark jumping.
Kind of
we got
took the bait
vibe.
of the
We got vibe
Enlightenment.
here.
Uh-oh.
Vibe, give me one of these, or hit me up on Discord so I know it's you. Either option. Oh, it is vibe. It is vibe. Okay, pulling you up, brother. Good to see you, vibe. How's it going?
Good. How you doing? I'm just kind of in to listen. I'm kind of doing some work and enjoying the conversation, but I might chime in.
Great. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I was going to say anything you want to add. We'd love to hear it.
Yeah. Hey, good to see you, Big Soda, too.
Yeah,
Christian,
always good to see you.
meet you. We've actually chatted before.
I agree with this comment. I don't really want to read it, but as an analogy, I think it's a good analogy, but I'm not going to read it. Okay, I'm not going to read it, but it's a good analogy.
Right. So you've got this 1-2 punch of the Reformation and the Enlightenment. Reformation, of course, when faith became more personal and the access to Scripture and the experience of God became something that could happen on an individual level.
Yep.
Right. And then you follow it up with the Enlightenment, where we go from truth being determined by dogma, by tradition and authority, to truth being determined through observation, evidence. And I think that fast forward to modern times, and you've got Christian apologists who spend a lot of time making the case.
So not to pause quickly, but I'm assuming he doesn't mean like uppercase T when he means Christians need to embrace truth. I'm guessing he thinks probably, and then this is, I'm ready for me and Christian to disagree on this once it goes up, but he's probably going to be talking about maybe like evolution or like that type of stuff, or like admitting that the Bible has like inaccuracies or something like that. That's my thoughts. Because when he said Christians need to embrace truth, I was like, okay, but I think I see where he's going. He's probably being like, okay, there's certain parts of the faith that are untenable to hold intellectually, and we have to be honest with that. That's my prediction. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be
Not the
pulls him out
truth.
too. Like he doesn't
but
just say
a
that,
truth.
but he demonstrates it.
Yeah. I think he's not. Yeah, from what Big Soda said, he's not talking about the truth in the way that commonly is talked about in Christianity. I think he's just talking about like, there's be more maybe honest, which I think is a valid thing. It depends how he nuances it. I think there is validity in, and just even knowing more. I think the problem is, and I'll make this brief because I'm not trying to do a big tangent here, but I think one thing that can be a problem, and this is why there's like a kind of like a trope of like people that Christians that like go off to like college and university and like lose their faith, is because there is stuff that Christians are just like maybe unaware of. Like that, for example, it brought this up a lot of times that like Paul almost certainly didn't write the book of Hebrews. And so if that's something that you get confronted with later on, or you're confronted with that Matthew didn't write Matthew and Mark didn't write Mark, and now you're like, what? And now you're in this discussion where you're like trying to defend things that you probably shouldn't really defend, and it's not really needed to defend them. It's like, so there is a value in, I think, Christians knowing more. If he's going down that route, then I think that's good. Like, yeah, Christians should be booked up on how they're, like not every Christian has the, the time and the ability to do that. But I think that could help.
I would say that if you're gonna believe in something, you should know what you believe in.
Oh yeah.
Like regardless
people.
of the time sink, you should be able to communicate what it is you believe in and why you believe in it.
This is a rabbit hole, and this is a rabbit hole that I fall into all the time, right? So my grandmother was Christian. She was Roman Catholic, took me to church. I always actually enjoyed going to church with her. My parents were both professors at the university. My mom got excommunicated from the church because she got divorced, and my dad was the inventor of all these like formulas and things like that in college, basically. And the nuns he always said the nuns beat Christ out of me, because he went to Jesuit college and then finally went to like grad school that was not Christian based, right? So I had this like religious, non-religious family. So I had a very scientific upbringing, and I always enjoyed going to church with my grandmother. I believed in God, but I kind of went on my own, believing in God, but not going to church for years. And then I got married. I started going back to the church because my wife was very faith oriented. And I was like, you know what? If I'm going to go into this, I'm going to go into it full heartedly. And it took me 2 years before I fully went in wholeheartedly, because the first thing that happened to me was when I started listening to my pastor and not reading the Bible and doing what the pastor said, I started seeing changes in my life, and I started feeling changes in my heart. These are not provable things. These are not I can't just go, I feel it, therefore it's true, to anybody that's agnostic. But because I was like, this actually, I talk to God. I know it's real now. Now, how do I prove it to all the people, all my science friends? Having a very strong science background of my own, I'm going to read the Bible and dissect it so I can literally answer every question. And then I start going through the Bible and I'm like, crap, the numbers and numbers don't add up. Why is that? And then I'm like, crap, this doesn't fit this, right? Now, there's all these things that do fit. There's a lot more things that fit really well. But we open this rabbit hole as soon as we, like, anybody that's intellectual loves to dissect. If you like to dissect things and understand how things work, and I'm not sure if that's what the Bible's for, right? I mean, I think the Orthodox have the greatest answer. Ask your priest, right? Don't go interpret it yourself. I think it's good for us to know the word. I think it's good for us to read the Bible. I don't necessarily think it's good for us to jump in there and go, everybody else got it wrong. 2,000 years of people interpreting the Bible. Everybody else got it wrong. I just discovered something that nobody else has figured out. And now I'm going to give my own version of this, right? It's this rabbit hole that's just very confusing. And in the end, when it really comes down to it, I know God works. I've talked to my son about this. Once you are in the word, you're listening to it, and you see how life goes the older you get, you just realize that there's these coincidences. And these coincidences are not coincidences, right? And I've even talked to atheists and agnostics, and they're like, I've seen it too. That's why I'm not atheist, I'm agnostic, because they see it too. But it's not provable. And apologetics, yeah, I mean, it's great if we can convert a few people with some sleight of hand going, but did you see this? Can I take you down this rabbit hole that doesn't allow you to explain science? It's great, but when it really comes down to it, it's about faith. And I'm sorry, that was really long-winded.
No, that was great. That was great. And I completely agree with you. This is why a lot of times when like people come up and they're like, what's your best evidence of like God? It's like, it's like in my mind, I'm like, we could go down like the philosophy thing and stuff. And maybe that'll convert like 1 in a million people or something. But like, I think the real stuff is the stuff you're talking about, the synchronicities, an active faith in your life, seeing God work. Like it's usually either some emotional or like intuitive experience. Like it's something experiential, I think, that like changes people's minds. I don't know if there's like enough from an apologetics standpoint that will actually like convert anyone over for the most part.
I think the goal of apologetics, and even discussions like this, and you and I did it the last time we were together on your show, where we were really digging in, like trying to understand, like seeing the face of God, right? We're like, how intellectual can we get this? And, some of us, God made us that way. He wants us to investigate that much, right? He enjoys it when we're investigating. I think he enjoys it when we discover atoms. I think he enjoys it when we understand quantum physics. He's like, yeah, I did that all in a thought. And here we are spending thousands of years trying to figure it out. I think every time he made us like him, every time we get a little bit closer to understanding how he built everything, I think he really loves that. I think God loves science and loves us learning that. But it's just not, all we have to do is open the door for a second for somebody that is science-based to doubt their science. And we agree with their science, by the way, but just go, you know what? I'm going to open a little door for you to see that God could exist in your science. And then I'm going to let God touch your heart and see where you go from there.
Mm-hmm. It is a sad reality. It's a sad reality that a lot of people get turned off Christianity because of Christians.
Well, I think the sad reality is that if you're an intellectual in this world today, it has been built in the universities that you can't actually be a smart person if you believe in God. And therefore, if you're studying something and you're like, I know this inside out, I'm a genius on this, and I go to church, people are like, wait, I thought you were smart. How do you believe in spaghetti monster? And the social pressure around you, even if you're better at everybody else in science and academics, exploring the universe and quantum physics around you are saying, you believe in a spaghetti monster? You can't be serious in this. Is peer pressure, because at those ages, your acceptance of your peers is more important to you than your relationship with God, and therefore you get muted from God by the peer pressure of people basically going, they know you're smart, but they're not going to admit it because they don't believe in God and you do. And they're saying, you can't be a part of my crew. You can't discover things like we can discover if you believe in a spaghetti monster. A lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there is. I think that's why there's a lot of black pilling communities that happen. And I think it is something that you probably can fix when you're older to some degree, because then peers, I think, start having less priority. And I think that also is the importance of probably being around other believers, which is, I mean, this is me saying this to myself because, I need to be in church more and be more actively, because I think that can be helpful. Although it also can feel alienating, and I'm sure you felt this vibe too. And if I can ask you on this, because you're obviously someone who looks into this stuff, right? And so, do you feel alienated sometimes if you go into a circle of of people who, if as soon as you start talking about the stuff we've talked about, right? You're kind of a bit anathema to them. They already start to see you as a bit untoward.
Yeah, well, I mean, 12 years ago, I got really active into the church, and I started a men's Bible study. My wife and I were going to a couples Bible study. My kids were in Bible studies. I was an active part of leadership of the church. But as I said prior to that, I kind of left. I didn't not believe in God, but I didn't go to church and I wasn't active. And in academics, I just kept my mouth shut, right? And I actually work in the high end of industry where most of the people I'm surrounded with are agnostic or atheist, right? And I just kind of kept my mouth shut. I didn't say things. I didn't feel like I had the knowledge. I didn't necessarily feel like I had them in my heart. I just believed, and that was it. So I was already around a bunch of intellectuals prior to getting intellectually put into the church. When they found out, they're like, does your church know that one of their biggest leaders is an atheist? And I'm like, no, guys, trust me. And I didn't open my mouth until I actually read. And I was like, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. And they're all like, I never heard of any of that before. It was very easy to talk to the intellectuals once you actually read the book or read the manual and listened to the sermons and talked to your pastor. They were all just like blown away. And a few of them have actually come over to the church now. Not all of them, probably, but a percentage. And I think it was Christian that was saying, people are flocking into our church right now. And I think it's because of social media. The lack of, this is good, but this isn't as good as all of us sitting around a round table, having some coffees or having some beers or whatever, and just socializing face to face and feeling our intentions, right? Physically.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. There's no substitution, I think, for in real life stuff like that. And I mean, I think that because I think there's spiritual faculties that connect in a different way physically. I don't know if that's what other people believe, but that's how I think. And I think the screen, I don't know if it works in the same way.
Yeah, I mean, when you guys were talking about free will the other day, it's interesting because I always try to frame something that could be God-based or even secular-based, right? So if you actually think, I was debating some atheists and they're like, yeah, we have free will. I was like, oh, so you agree? They're like, but not your free will. Your free will is real free will that you're talking about, which we don't think exists. Philosophy's free will is the perception that you have free will. And if you perceive you have free will, then you do. And I was like, no, if you perceive you have free will, that's just a lie that you believe. That's not free will. And they're like, no, philosophy says that's free will. I'm like, that's not free will. Like if you travel back in time in your world and you're in the lunch line to get a cookie and a brownie, and you like cookies and you like brownies, but just happened to be that day the wind blew over the brownie and hit your nose first. So the first time you went through that experience, you picked the brownie. Now, if you go to that line again and everything's the same and you don't have a memory of going through that line, is it possible that you could have picked the cookie, right? And that's kind of like where free will comes from. Like, can you actually make decisions outside of your body's environment? So now we have a soul, and God gave us free will. So theoretically, we can.
I'm curious on what. Okay, so I was about to ask your thoughts on like discipline or beating an addiction.
So, in reference to free will.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there are multiple pieces to that. So we do have circumstances, right? How our parents treat us. Even if we have free will, if our parents beat us, we may turn out this way even with free will, or if they don't beat us, we'll turn out another way with free will. If they beat us, maybe we're going to find a substance that hinders our free will. So opiate addictions, alcohol, all these different substances hinder our ability to make rational decisions or calm the need to even have free will, right? So I wouldn't say, I would agree, I think where you're going, if I'm correct, correct me if I'm wrong, is that once you're under a substance like that or addicted to something like that, you don't have free will. I would say you still have free will, but your free will has been limited because you're dealing with something of nurture prior, and you're using your free will to deal with something in the past. Now, there's still a percentage of free will that is stronger or is less strong when you're under that influence, but people get out of it. They find that ability to go, you know what, I'm going to overcome this. I'm going to make this decision, even though this is controlling me and taking away my free will, to rise up and get better.
Yeah. So you'd say that's beyond physical. Like there's something that takes you out of the addiction.
No.
Yeah.
We agree then. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So
that's what I was asking you about. Yeah.
Y'all are actually talking about something that I'm exceptionally interested in, because I'm an alcoholic, right? So
what's up, Anson?
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? So I spent
the first words that come out of Anson's mouth.
Yeah. So I spent 3 years drinking a bottle of liquor every day, and I didn't do that because I thought it was a great idea. I did it because like I felt like I like didn't have a choice. Right. And but I did have a choice. I just like didn't like it wasn't a matter of loss of free will. It was just a matter of lying to myself. Right. So we have the free will to lie to ourselves or not lie to ourselves. Right. So it's not really there's like zero impairment of free will.
Oh, that's what you're arguing. So you agree that it's something beyond material?
No.
Yeah, and Anson wouldn't agree to that.
Of course he wouldn't.
But we'd also agree, right? There's like things that can make that free will more like puissant than other things, I guess, because you can't have circumstances that can kind of like cuck your mind where, to claim that agency is going to be a lot more difficult.
Yeah. So my evolutionary memory, the traits that I inherited from prior generations had a direct impact on my ability to consume substances without lying to myself. Right. So that's and also like I had a lot of trauma. Like I've like had like one of the most traumatic childhoods you can possibly imagine. And so when I got to a certain age, I didn't have like the mental faculty to be able to control my impulses adequately.
Right.
And so that's all that. But the intangible part that you're pointing towards that you think is something like above yourself is just like the things that you've inherited that you don't recognize.
That's one hypothesis.
I mean, you could say that. Like, you could just assert that. But
I think everybody in the world can agree with the nature and nurture factors of the world. So nature is how you were born, your genetics, your previous ancestors, and nurture is how the world treats you. Now, if those are the only two aspects that exist of your essence, then I would concede that free will is pretty much impossible. And I would go on the philosophical side of the secularists of saying it is perceived free will because I feel like I'm making a choice. But in reality, if we rewind the tape, I would never be able to get out of my nature and nurture. I believe Christians believe that we actually have a higher power than that, something that is elevated by our connection with the Holy Spirit that allows us, even when we're in this world, to be able to break out of that cycle through something supernatural. Now, I also could see this being real in a secularist world because we have multiple dimensions. It is weird that as humans, we have the ability to have these dynamic thoughts outside of the rest of the animal world. And it wouldn't be so out there to say that our brains can actually operate in another dimension that is outside of the physical world that our bodies are actually operating in. So potentially, even in the secularist world, and given the math and the quantum physics and the multiple dimensions, it is possible that we could have the ability to cognitively think outside of our environment, which would also be free will. And I personally think God created all that. And I think someday scientifically we'll actually probably prove that. Still won't be any closer to God, but
Vibe cooking. I don't know. Vibe cooking. I don't know.
You're saying a bunch of stuff, that's for sure.
But I mean, just leave it there, I guess.
If anyone wants to hear more of Vibe, which they should, link is in the channel to subscribe to his YouTube channel. Okay, Vibe is a good time. Okay,
Yeah, Vibe is one of the nicest guys on YouTube.
this is true. I do not deny this.
I'm either the nicest guy or some people call me a fence sitter. But
No,
I'm always honest to everybody, but I'm not mean to people either.
Yeah, Confluence is the fence sitter. You're just a nice guy.
I get called a fence sitter a lot. Luke Newcomb is saying that we will be positively surprised by what Rhett is going to say. Clark, if you're still here, yeah, it goes further that Moses didn't write Genesis. It's a book that draws from many different traditions, and that's why there's so many contradictions. Yeah, there's like certain things, like the documentary hypothesis, that like, you know, based on the names of God, that, you know, a bunch of different writers kind of wrote each thing. So the people who used like Jehovah or Yahweh, right, is different than the people who used Elohim, and they tried to divide it up that way. There's different theories on that. I think there's a lot of, but I think I agree with you then, Clark, here when you say I can see why that would make a Christian doubt. But if you make room for contradictions in the Bible, but still leave room for spiritual connection with Jesus, that can save, you can save someone's faith. This is something I suspect me and Christian might disagree on. But yeah, I kind of am more open to there being like a Vibe kind of, I think, was alluding to this earlier, if I'm not mistaken, when he's talking about like the numbers in the Bible. It's like the large numbers in the Bible is a problem. There's something going on. They don't match up between the Masoretic text and the Babylonian text. And the numbers are like impossibly big where they don't make sense. I'm fine with that because I don't think the Bible is really like, that's kind of like the point of like what it is. And same with like when atheists will use other stuff, like talking about, I brought this up before about how like pi, if it's given, you're given a circumference of something when they're building the temple or the Ark of the Covenant or whatever it was, something related to that. And then they're given a diameter. And yeah, if you divide the ratios, you get a pi being a value of 3. To me, that's not like a defeater. I just think we're looking at like a really old collection of books, and we're trying to take something out of them that I don't know if they were meant to like give us exactly.
I mean, yeah, that's not what Christianity hinges on.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, we'd agree there.
And I think so that could be, and if Rhett says that, I mean, I'm not trying to just guess what he's going to say, but it's also kind of fun too, because I think that could be a good thing. I think there is a degree where our line of how we've seen biblical infallibility and stuff and inerrancy, that perhaps we have taken it to such a degree that then we're in a situation that's going to either destroy our own faith or destroy other people's faith when they see that we hold to things that are like really hard to kind of reconcile. Like a brief example would be like, you know, like in like the Gospels, right? In one of the Gospels, it says there's like 2 angels at the tomb of Christ, and another one it says there's 3. And the people that are like really like trying to like drill down on the inerrancy, they'll be like, well, technically, if you say 3 or if you say 2, that also is the same as saying 3, because like if you say 2, there's also 3. So like it's true to say there are 2 people on this panel right now. There also happens to be 5, but it's not wrong to say it's 2. And for me, I'm just like, I don't think that's what we're supposed to be probably doing. Like I'm fine just seeing those as like eyewitness accounts, and like they might disagree in certain ways, and I don't need to play this autistic game of like trying to piece everything together in like a complete inerrancy way. I don't know how you feel about that, Christian.
I would agree with you. I don't think
task.
that argument is unreasonable just because the gospels focus on different aspects. But yeah, I wouldn't say it hinges on that, like whether there were 3 angels or 2 angels. Like that's
well.
But you've seen those people that do that, right? Where it's like there's whole books written. There was one, it's a famous one. Oh God, it's called like the Vibe. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's called like the Sim. It's like, it starts like Sim, like the symmetries of the gospel. Maybe it's like a famous kind of like attempt from Protestants to like take all the gospels, or the harmonization, maybe. God, I can't remember what it is. It's something like the harmonization of the gospels or harmonization of the synoptic gospels. I'm not sure. But it was like an attempt to like take every single possible like contradiction and explain how it's not actually a contradiction. And some of them I think are well done. Some of them just feel very ham-fisted, and it's like you're like really struggling to explain how like these 2 passages, you know, connect. The same with like stuff from like you know how like first and 2nd Samuel like then echo like 1st and 2nd Chronicles and stuff, but they'll be like off in certain ways, and it's like it's really hard to like harmonize all of that into like one non-contradictory thing. And I think that's like a misapplication of how we're probably supposed to see the Bible.
Yeah. So, I mean, and even Paul does mention, he refers back to the Nephilim, and I did an episode on Nephilim, and he basically, I think it was like 1 line, 2 lines, I forget which book it was in the New Testament, where he's like, don't be worried about this because you're just going to quibble over it. Just read the New Testament and be happy. Like, I mean, I'm totally paraphrasing, but he's just like, I mean, this will destroy you.
Yeah.
And I think just even on that reference to the Nephilim, he was kind of referencing saying, hey, if you try to pick apart every single piece, you're going to go insane, right? This is divinely spoken, divinely said. We didn't write it, right? But we try to interpret it.
Well, see, this is the problem, though. Like
y'all
are all acknowledging
like Christian to Christian, right? Like don't argue with a Christian over the tiny things, right? Like,
and when it comes to the explanations, like when I read the book of Numbers, I was reading it and I was like adding up the numbers in my head. And Anson, you should appreciate this because you're an accountant, right? I was like, I don't think these numbers add up. And at the end, I like tried to add them up, and then I searched on the web. I'm like, am I the only one that realized numbers don't add up? And I wasn't, obviously, the first person to discover this, since people have been reading this book for 2,000 years. And there were 5 explanations, right? So now I'm like looking at 5 explanations going, okay. Which one makes most sense to me? And how am I qualified to pick one of these 5? And I don't even think the Orthodox actually have a solution for this, because the apostles that talked to Jesus, I don't think ever talked to Jesus about, hey, Jesus, before you die or before you get crucified, can you tell me about how the numbers work in Numbers? I don't think they ever got an answer, right? So, I mean, there's some problems on all the different denominations. Now, the one thing that sucks, because I am on the Protestant side, is I've seen how perverted, and who am I to say that it's perverted, right? That there are most Protestants, most of the large Protestant churches actually pretty much agree on 99%. But there's some Protestant churches like rising quickly that only agree with like 80%. And they're coming up with their own interpretations going, well, I read the scripture and this is what I think it means. And I'm like, I'm part of this group and I'm part of the problem, because I'm sitting here saying, yeah, I'm trying to interpret it. And how can I tell somebody else that they shouldn't interpret it? This is why I love the Orthodox. I wish I could be Orthodox in the sense that I just knew the right answer. And I know they have that confidence, and it's such a luxury they have and that faith. But I don't know. It's hard.
So
See, if I can ask, what kind of churches do you mean? Do you mean like the more like the charismatic types? Do you mean like the Unitarian Universalists, like where they're destroying
there are
everything
some
types,
where
or
it's
like?
completely busted. Like you open
Yeah,
the
like
Bible, and
which-
you're like, how did you even? Where are we right now?
Because I'm more okay. I don't know if this is me being a heretic. I'm more okay with like the Bethels of the world. You know, like church in like Redding, California, that thinks that like angel feathers fall from the ceiling and stuff. Even though I think that's like a little more wild, I'm like, these people are still like trying to experience the risen Lord, and I have to give like them credit. Whereas you go to like a Unitarian Universalist or United Church, it's like this is a dead theology. There's no life here, you know.
No, I mean, so like my next door neighbors, and I'm California now, right? My next door neighbors, the first house I moved in with my wife, and we had our first kid, was a gay male couple, right? And we were friends with them, and they invite us over for parties, and we'd have fun with them. We love them, right? They're great. And they went to a gay church, and that would fall under the Protestant purview. And their pastor was a lesbian.
Wait,
And,
what's the church called? If I can, is it called like the gay church or like the
gay
or is it
church.
just like the United Church? Because the United Church is already pretty gay.
maybe they were. I don't know what their exact name was. And I'd met their pastor, and she was nice. And they would throw a Christmas fundraising every year at their house, and they always invite us over. My wife and I were always like, are we going against our values by going over there, like for this fundraising Christian event that doesn't fit with our personal Christian morals, right? But they would fall under the giant umbrella of like Protestants, right? And that's where I'm like, I mean, their church doesn't match with our church. They don't have the same beliefs. They, it's not real in the sense of what we think is real. But then I am under that same umbrella where my church, which is Baptist based, also decided to go against decided to go straight to Scripture and say, well, we're just going to what Jesus said. We're just going to follow what Jesus said because that's right. But now we have to interpret it, right? And that opens up a whole bag of worms. And I have to admit, I'm in that bag of worms, which makes me very uncomfortable. I just wish I knew the answers. So I pray, I read, and I try to understand. And I hope God just lets me know through basically, it's like a GPS. If you read the Scripture and say, I think this is what God wants me to do. I think he wants me to screw this company over and do this. He's going to throw a bunch of roadblocks in the way, and the GPS is going to keep on telling me, U-turn. And then I'll go, okay, I read the Scripture wrong. I just read what I wanted it to be. And God's telling me by my roadblocks that I decided to put myself first over the word and just make the word fit what I wanted it to fit. I don't know.
So, I wanted to buy, I guess, as a non-theist, like I wrestled some with what you're talking about, where during my loss of faith process, the wrestling with the inconsistencies, and it was incompatible with my ability to believe. Right, it caused my belief to totally evaporate. But the act of that sort of hyper individualistic elevation, right, where I elevated myself above this tradition and this book that had been venerated by like countless generations of my family prior to me. I was the first atheist in my family, right? And I'm still pretty much the only atheist except for my children. And today, yeah. And the thing of it is, for me, that I view what you're doing is like an expression of your culture, where you're like, okay, well, I'm just going to interpret it from my own personal perspective, because that's what our culture elevates now, right? But when the Bible was written, the people who wrote the Bible, yeah, y'all may think they were divinely inspired, but they also perceived things through the lens of their own culture and wrote the words through the lens that was the opposite of hyper individualism. That was the polar opposite of that, right? And so you're actually like culturally biased to the point where I don't think you're capable of interpreting it.
No, I agree. And I mean, even
I've got-
since I started like
there
discussing
were
this on
segments in
YouTube,
there
I now do
were
weekly
true,
meetings
man.
with my pastor just to make sure like I'm off track or not getting off track. But there's a few things I have to do, right? I have to admit if I'm like, so in my heart, I already know I'm with God. I'm unchangeable and I'm not questioning. When I dig into scripture, when I'm talking to people like you, I am trying to learn, and I am the novice of novice. I am nowhere near an expert on this. I'm the novice of novice. I'm trying to learn it so I can like tell you the give you some type of logical statement that gives you an explanation for where I am in my heart, right? And where I am in my heart is unprovable. But anybody that is outside wants proof. So I'm trying to learn that proof and trying to learn the areas that everybody argues. And I'm reading the Bible objectively. And when I say there's a problem with the Protestant church or the Protestant umbrella, I'm not going to sit here and tell you some lies because that's not Christian-like. There are problems with that Protestant view, and I know exactly what they are. I'm going to admit them. Doesn't mean that the faith I'm following and the relationship I have with God and the path I'm going is wrong. Doesn't mean that I'm questioning my faith. It just means I really want to share it, but I want to share it the most intellectually way I can. And probably in 10, 20, or 30 years, I might get halfway up to the level I would really like to share it.
Yeah. I don't know. I just view Protestants as like level 1 of atheism because they've basically like rejected the important parts of the tradition. That's basically the thing that you first need to do in order to become an atheist. Then you can just analyze the facts and realize it's full of shit.
Well, I mean, when we really look at the tradition, right? And we look at the tradition of the New Testament, if I don't remember any part of the New Testament saying that when you go to church and you're giving a sermon or reading the Bible that you're supposed to sing it in a singing way. I think you're supposed to praise, I think it's what it says, and basically worship. And one person might sing it through words, and I think that's proper, and I think that works. Other people might put a band on there and worship and sing the gospel, and then somebody else will come out and speak. I think it all fits. I don't think either one is actually wrong in that particular circumstance, and you know, I'm not questioning how Orthodox or Catholics. Matter of fact, Catholics are kind of interesting too, because Orthodox and Protestants basically believe the Bible stopped at the New Testament, where the Catholics actually, you know, they still ordain saints and books, and like St. Thomas Aquinas, that they believe that God is still speaking and breathing words through certain people, even up to today. And they will even mark these additional pieces as God-breathed words. Like the Catholics are the only ones that are like, God's still writing for us. He's still breathing for us. The rest of us are all like, nope, he stopped. We just have to read this book. I mean, it's interesting concepts, and I'm just throwing them all out there. I don't know how it all works. I just know my faith is true. I know my faith is strong. But when it comes to these conversations, I'm trying to figure out how to best articulate it, everybody else's questions, and admitting that I also, you know, have the same questions.
Yeah.
Somebody also said Mormons as well. Mormons is interesting because the Mormons are.
It's not Christianity.
The Mormons are
Christian
to Christians
adjacent.
what the Jews or what the Christians are to Jews, right? So like the Jews were hanging out, and then the Christians like, we got a new book. And then the Christians came around, the Mormons like, we got another book, right? But yeah, I wouldn't put it in Christianity. They don't fall into the Protestant realm because the book doesn't align with the first two books, versus the New Testament aligns with the Old Testament, but the Book of Mormon doesn't align with the Old Testament and New Testament. So I mean, that's
wild.
They'll-
in there.
They'll revise it and make it work. I mean, the first draft of any, you know, work of fiction requires some rewriting.
Well, they
Is
did
there a
rewrite it.
vibe? If I could ask you, do you think that's just our perspective? Like, because I agree with you on the Latter-day Saints, but like couldn't you make that, like, I'm sure the Jews would argue that, like, when Jesus is like saying, hey, I know the Old Testament said this, but actually don't do this, you know, like the divorce passage about it was actually given because of the hardness of your hearts, or that when they go to stone the woman in adultery, right? And or when Paul says you can eat whatever, or when Jesus says it's not what goes into a man's mouth that makes him unclean, but what comes out. Like, we have, as Christians, have found ways to harmonize those things. But in the same way, the Mormons would argue that, well, they harmonize it as well, just in like a different way. And so it's like, does the Book of Mormons actually not conflict, like, more than the Old Testament and New Testament conflict? Or is it just that we've come up with like good ways to kind of do it because we've had like 2,000 years to kind of flesh that out?
Didn't the founders say that it was false? Like, the people who witnessed him receiving the tablets were like, we were lying.
I think there was some recanting. I think they, of course, have a way to explain that. I don't know if it was like under duress. I'm not sure. I don't know enough about Mormonism.
Well, yeah, I mean, the great thing about the Jews is they actually believe that Jesus is going to come. So they do believe that there is going to be a Jesus. They just don't feel that the Christian Jesus fulfilled everything. He fulfilled some of the things, but not all of them, right? So, I mean, they do believe that there is a second coming and that person is going to come and save us. And essentially, Jesus was a prophet, but not the Son of God. He wasn't the guy that is actually delivering the message that the Christians think is fulfilling the prophecy, right? So we both believe in the prophecy. We just differ in the sense that one believes he fulfilled the prophecy, the other doesn't. And because of conflicts. And as you said, we've had 2,000 years to sort that out and come up with our justifications. However, I believe that the justifications, and I mean, somebody wrote like, you need to go to Latter-day Saint Church just one time. And I have been. And by the way, I've never met a Mormon that I didn't like. They're like the greatest people. Me too. Ever.
They're all so nice. It's incredible.
It kills me to say like, I don't align with them. I don't consider them Christian, when they're just the most friendly people in the freaking world. And I have Mormon friends, but I believe that the inconsistency gap isn't like the same as between Jews and Christians. But yeah, there is a gap there. I believe the inconsistency gap between Christians and Mormons is massive. However, I do believe they are Christian. They believe they're Christian. They do back a lot of things, but it doesn't follow the ontology of a story that had a beginning and an end, and then like they inserted something in the middle there. Doesn't make sense, but maybe I need to research it more. I'm not an expert. I wouldn't debate a Mormon between Christians in that, because I want to study their religion more, and I definitely lack knowledge there.
Yeah. So since we're talking about Mormons, and I was a Mormon as a child, I just wanted to thank the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints for providing me with my first taste of hypocrisy that led to my eventual atheism. And if it wasn't for the Mormon Church, I don't think I would be an atheist today.
I guess that makes me like the Mormon Church a little less. And K2, good to see you. What the frick, K2? I haven't seen you in like weeks.
It's always the
you died, brother. I guess we'll, I don't know.
Continue on.
Continue on. If any new thoughts come up from anyone, then.
Christianity is the most reasonable worldview that you can have.
Right. Oh, that's a good point to start.
The resurrection is the best explanation for the start of the church. Like, the literal bodily resurrection of Jesus is the most reasonable explanation for the start of the church. And I don't think that's true. I don't think it's the most reasonable explanation for the start of the church.
I see.
But I think that what ends up happening when you have a brain like mine, and you are sort of motivated to try to get the things that you believe to line up with reality, you're told this is the most reasonable thing. And so you really jump in with the reason and logic, and then you encounter a faith that says that reason and logic can be a little bit overrated, and what I see in the Bible from Jesus and also whoever wrote Hebrews, Paul.
Oh,
I see a completely different message.
Pre-watched.
So I'm sure these are all verses that you're familiar with, but just to explore the idea of what faith looks like in the Bible.
Let's take a look. Follow along at home. Bible study.
Yes. So we're starting with, the famous verse in Hebrews 11:1, right? Now, I'm reading from the ESV because that was my translation of choice. It's not always exactly what I'm looking for, especially in this verse. But now faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen. And this is the beginning of this hall of faith.
The conviction of things
not seen. Now, the NASB says, now faith is the certainty of things hoped for, the proof of things not seen, which I like that even more because it fits with where I'm trying to go.
Yeah. Right.
And what ends up happening in the following chapter, because you can't just take that verse, is that you see a bunch of people in this hall of faith, people who exercise faith to accomplish all of these incredible things. And it's people who found themselves in a situation where they had to rely on
the CT. I have to ask, what do you think is like the right version then, if you're saying that? Because I'm assuming, I guess you're not talking Mormon then, even though I think you were the one that brought it up. But then, I guess, what is the truth? What is the truth?
I agree, CT.
Of course, you
authority
do.
Of God and the word of God and God's promises in order to move into faith. But it was definitely something. It wasn't something that like I am going to reason my way through the situation and I'm going to make the decision that the evidence suggests is the best possible decision. It's like, no, I'm going to follow what I hear from God, right? So right there, we see that in is said in another place, we walk by faith, not by sight.
Are
so
you
again,
taking
is this evidence and observation, or is this faith, right? Second verse that really brings.
Vibe, are you leaving us? Is this what this means?
I am. I might be able to jump up, but my son is begging for food.
All right.
Can't let the food
again. Everyone follow Vibe on YouTube, and Vibe, you're always welcome back. Always fun time. And
thank you. And I'm sorry I sidetracked you so much. So hopefully we'll be gone.
Have a good night, Vibe.
You'll be able to finish the video.
Hey, I love the sidetracking. The video is just to get into the sidetracks. Okay.
I love
it. Good combo. I enjoyed it.
Thanks, guys. Christian, great meeting you. Awesome. Anson, I think. Oh no, Anson's still there. Just covered up by the chat. And Big Soda, always good to see you. Thank you, Confluence, for letting me up.
Thank you. Take care.
All right. Take care, guys.
Brings this to light, or passage, really. So this is maybe my favorite passage, just because it's so personal to me and my experience. So you got Jesus in John chapter 20. So
Thomas.
Yes. So he has appeared to the disciples, and he's shown them the holes in his hands and the hole in his side where he was pierced. And then, of course, Thomas, I don't know what he's doing. He's not there. And then Thomas shows up later, and they're like, "We have seen the Lord." And he's like, "Okay, well, that might be good for you, but I need to see him, and I need to literally place my fingers in his hands. I need to place my hand in his side." And what does Jesus do? Well, he comes back a week later and he's like, "Okay, you want to do this? Here, touch my hand, touch my side." And there's a great painting, The Incredulity of St. Thomas, which I want to get a print of this.
Yeah.
But interestingly, he's sticking his finger in the side, not his whole hand.
Yeah.
Missed opportunity.
Yeah, I think so. Although interestingly, I'll get to this in a moment, but it's not clear from the text. And this actually works really well with what I'm presuming you're going to say. It's not actually guaranteed by the text that Thomas ever actually touches Jesus. We only know that Jesus shows up and offers, "Come on then, like touch me."
Right, because he kind of continues in that and says, "Stop doubting and believe."
Yeah, exactly.
And then, of course, he says the thing that, and I've heard you talk about this as well. He's like, "You have seen because you have believed because you have seen. Blessed are those who believe who have not seen."
Yeah. We'll get back to the show in just a moment, but first, If you're anything like me, then getting the right kind of food in your diet.
I love you,
can
Alex
be a bit of
O'Connor,
a challenge.
but skip.
And
Everyone
in fact,
super chat to Confluence. It's my ad instead. Okay, get your
Yeah,
donos in.
Nobody
10
cares
bucks to
about
watch
his
the Taco Bell
atheist
video.
There we go. Everybody
said,
go to
back to the show. Which
rugmunch.com.
again, considering this sort of essence of Enlightenment values of empiricism and observation, to say blessed are those who believe without seeing. When I ask Christians about this and I say, look, what's Jesus saying here? Is he saying that you're supposed to believe without evidence? They say typically, no. It's more that Jesus thought that Thomas already had enough evidence based on the witness of the disciples. Like, blessed are those who could believe based on that amount of evidence. And if that's the case, we're still talking about sort of belief in something which you have not directly observed for yourself, but rather heard through essentially a kind of authority. That is the authority of trustworthy friendship, which is much more in keeping with the sort of traditional view of authority than this Enlightenment scientific approach.
And it takes into account the experience of almost everyone who's ever responded to the gospel.
Yeah.
I think we talked a little bit about this last time as well, but it has only until a very recent point in history, if I were to share the gospel with you and tell you about the risen Jesus, would you have said, well, let me see if I can verify if that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Because you wouldn't have had any tools to verify that was true.
Yeah.
Like there was no scholarship on that anyone had access to. So if that's such an important part, like reasoning your way to that is such an important part of the process, then why is it that those tools have never been made available until very recently? And by the way, now that
I think I kind of agree with this. I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I don't think based on how the Bible's written and the technology at the time and all this stuff, it's like we use all these intellectual tools and scholarly resources, right? And I do this myself. I'll pull up the Bible Hub, and then we're into the Greek and we're studying and we're cross language and seeing how it's been translated throughout space and time and stuff. And it's like back in the day, you didn't have that. You would have like a manuscript if you're lucky, or probably your church had a manuscript, and you probably didn't even have a complete copy of the New Testament until like way later on. Yeah. And so you're just kind of like believing based on that. But now I wonder if this is maybe to Anson's point about the post-Enlightenment stuff. Like I wonder if we are too like fact-cucked in some ways. Not saying it's bad to like look into that or anything, but I think we have to acknowledge that for most of church history, it's like I don't know if they had the same resources that we have to do that.
Are you talking like, for lack of a better point, like midway, like after the writing of the scriptures?
Yeah.
Okay.
And plus now we generally know the history that was happening around that region or around that time. So it's like it gives it even more depth. When back then, it's kind of like either you were living the history, or unless your forefathers lived it, you didn't know.
There's a lot of, even in scripture, where it talks about when the apostles are writing, right? When they're writing it, they're talking about how they've actually met a person who's seen Jesus out of the 500. Like when it was actually growing, that's how it was done.
But then, like, I'm thinking of like let's say the year like 700 or something, right? It's like, so there's been a lot of centuries between that, but they still don't have the tools. And that's probably the majority of church history, where it's like right, this is obviously pre-printing press. You're dealing with like a few manuscripts. You probably can't even read them in most cases, right? Because like, unless you like at a certain point, right, the Catholic Church kind of takes over. The Latin Vulgate's written. Everything's in Latin, right? You certainly don't have access to like analyzing these texts and all the manuscripts we found. So it doesn't feel like, if I was to guess, I guess, about like what the intention is, and maybe this is why I think the hyper intellectual thing doesn't lead many people to like change their minds. And this is why I keep saying I think it has to be like an experiential thing, because I don't know if that's how it's meant to work. And in the same way, it's like I think we have like we don't have a Bible, and this is the thing that I guess I was thinking of when Vibe was here and we were talking about about like the scripture, and that we have that some of it like will give different accounts and stuff. Like we don't have a Muhammad situation. Like with the Quran, it's one guy who wrote it, and it was spoken by the angel Gabriel, right? So it's like,
I mean, he didn't write it. He had people writing it. There was even at one point where one of his writers left because he was like the only thing. Like,
yeah, I think he was
what I tell him about Christianity. Like, that's all he knows.
But it's like the thing is like the Quran. A Muslim could say it's okay. Every single word is verbatim dictated. But right, obviously the Bible is not that, right? There's collections of poems and stories and letters, and
also base a lot of it on like there can be like no like textual errors.
Like, well, right? Yeah. I mean, how could there be? Yeah.
Oh, it's fully. Well, there is. Like, there's several different Qurans, which would make the point.
So the problem isn't necessarily that there was an Enlightenment period. The problem is that like the philosophy that was developed during the Enlightenment wasn't necessarily wrong. It's that if you apply it to the masses and more people believe in individualism without like the philosophical rigor that was used to derive those concepts, then you get people at a much lower level of thinking believing that everyone else's opinion is just as valid as theirs because they're all individuals and they're beautiful individual little snowflakes, and we need to value whatever stupid ideas are coming into someone's head. And that's why this degradation of Christianity occurs, because like John Locke isn't, the modern man. He's like, umpteenth degree higher in terms of value intellectually than the modern man. And that's actually the issue, right? It's a matter of like degradation when you try and expand the philosophy out to the masses. It's not necessarily a problem with Enlightenment thinking, just like application globally.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I guess I'm just wondering if the way, based on like how the Bible was written and compiled and stuff, if we assume Christianity is true, which I know, Hanson, you wouldn't grant, but if it is true, I wonder if there's some wrong-headed approach if we're trying to always be like so intellectual, because like that wasn't possible for like a lot of what we try to do now. For like most of church history, people don't have the tools or ability or even necessary access. And so obviously that doesn't seem fundamental to like someone being converted or like living a good Christian life. Like that part doesn't seem like it's necessarily needed.
And run in circles.
I don't know. I think that actually like a more emotionless version of Christianity is better. Because it's more genuine. Like if you have and that's why the Orthodox are so freaking awesome, right? Because they're not like, raising their hands up and praising Jesus during their thing and like shaking around and, feeling the Holy Spirit deep inside their vaginas like the Protestants are, It's more of like, this is the tradition, this is the way we do it. These are the reasons why we do it. We have like this entire structure and framework built. That's a lot better than the emotional side, which is like where most people will go. That's why when atheists become atheists, they go woo woo, because they're like, ooh, emotionalness is how I think now, because I've rejected everything, and it's not. This isn't a binary type issue, is what I'm trying to suss out right now by saying what I'm saying. It's not like you reject the intellectual side and then what's left, right? Like what are your options after you reject that?
It does sound like, though, it sounds like you're kind of forwarding a different binary, at least to me, where it's like, I think I can experience, or Christians can experience God intellectually, but also emotionally. I think we can, if God exists, why wouldn't that be possible? I understand you shouldn't like base, like new statements of like fact based on emotions, because that's like a confusion of the planes, but I don't think it's wrong for, now maybe some of the more wild branches
to do
like
both.
mathematics.
I think the problem also, if you look at it just purely intellectual, then you can be convinced that there's something else that's more logically sound. And I think there is some aspect of emotion that has to be applied to it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's neither.
I think you can get too in depth into where you become a fool.
That's a good point too.
Yeah, where you're just like so far gone that it doesn't even matter what's said to you because you're so far on the other side.
Because as a logical person, how do you look at miracles?
Same with people who are really emotional. I think there needs to be a balance when you're when you're tackling it. That goes
That's the
both
thing.
ways.
Well, yeah, I think we've all talked to probably people that are on both sides of that, where it's like the real charismatics, it's like, yeah, they have like no intellectual ability to kind of like parse these things. But then we've also probably talked to the philosophy bro Christian types where it just feels like a bit lifeless. It's so just like heady. It's so skeptical. It just feels like something has been vacuumed outside of it, which I continuously talk about, but you can't vacuum out, I think, the spirit of religion and still be left with any normal thing that you really care about.
It's with atheists too.
Yeah.
Atheists got the two sides too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's a human nature problem.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is not solely the purview of Christians, but I'm really bad. So y'all were talking earlier a little bit about like needing to go to church to like as being like one of the like preconditions to staying Christian, like the social aspects of it. And yeah, that has a whole lot to do with like the disillusionment of Christianity, because people are so much islands among themselves now, where the social aspect it's not as necessary because the way our culture is structured.
Mhm.
We're very, very isolated people now, and we've come to normalize that. And it used to be that you would go to church and that would be your main source of all social interaction.
Yeah. You can kind of see that even outside of Christianity, like on a community basis.
Yeah, it's really hard to round up a lot of rabble rousers for political purposes.
So do you see that though as just like, when you say that, Anson, do you see that as just a kind of a negative thing? Like, are you kind of black-pilled on that, of just being like, well, that's why if Christians need to be self-reinforcing each other, otherwise they will like, turn to the truth of atheism? Or do you think it's a legitimate thing of having that community?
Well, I think it's something that if the Christians don't recognize that it's occurring and compensate, then their religion will falter more. And some of them have noticed it. And like, how do I put it? Like the influencer-based Christian, or like in the 80s, like the ones that my grandparents watched on the TV, the televangelists.
Sure,
that sort of stuff where you almost like become a cult of personality. But that's a problem in and of itself also, because that's a Protestant issue where they elevate these priests and preachers to be something that they're not. And
that's also has to be a Catholic issue,
Yeah,
right? Is the
Pope
not the main thing of that?
Yeah, and that's why again the Orthodox don't have that problem. If you go to an Orthodox liturgy, like there's no elevation of individuals like in the way that the other Christians do it. It's not there's almost the only cult of personality that exists is Jesus.
And kind of the dead ones too. I mean, Orthodox are famous for having their archetypes and stuff, right?
Yeah, but only to the extent that they point to Jesus. Like there's a reason why, and the reasons for it are the directions and the things that they did to like bolster like the Jesus Godhead,
I agree. That was one thing I wish I asked Vibe this. I don't know if Ag, you've been like a bit more interested in Orthodox, and I guess Anson, you seem to know, at least a lot of Orthodox people. Vibe was saying, I think maybe I misheard it, but I thought he was saying that they don't canonize saints, but I thought they did, or do they call it something else?
They do. They still do that with saints. I don't know why he was saying that. There was so much wrong with what Vibe was saying that I had trouble keeping up to refute it, so I just stopped.
I agreed with. I think that was just the one thing that I was not sure on, because I thought they still, but maybe he was saying. I know they don't do like I don't know what they call them, but like the papal infallibility stuff when they're like, this is now an official. Yeah, I know the Orthodox, I don't think does that. But yeah, the saint thing. I don't know when the last canonized Orthodox saint was, but like Athanasius and stuff was a saint, an Orthodox saint from like the 3rd century.
Saints, and there are absolutely modern saints in the Orthodox Church. In fact, the last time I went to liturgy, they were talking about some of the modern saints. So.
Okay, so I guess so that part still does exist. When it comes to like statements, I don't know. I don't know if like the Orthodox, I don't know enough about Orthodoxy to know if they release like, you know, when they release a document, like how the when the Catholic Church has like Vatican I and Vatican II and stuff. Is there the equivalent of that? Do you know that, Anson? Do they release that type of? It's not canon, but it's like meant to be like taken.
The Orthodox Church is decentralized, so the priests like have that relationship with their parish, but there's like a hierarchy that keeps them in line through a patriarch. The patriarch is the head of the Orthodox Church, but there isn't one patriarch. It depends on like what nation state your religion was founded in.
Does that mean there's different saints between like the Greek Orthodox and like the Latvian? So then there has to be some central body though, if they're all choosing the same saints.
They all get together and do a confab every once in a while and say, all right, this is what our rules are, right? They do the same thing. And actually the Pope went to the Orthodox confab because the Pope is actually like in the hierarchy of the Orthodox Church. He just pretends like he's on top of everybody, right? There are popes within Orthodoxy. They're just like at a lower level. And it's just the Pope of one specific Orthodox faith, the one in Italy, said, all right, I'm in charge of everything now.
Right. That's why the Pope's the Bishop of Rome, right?
Yeah.
He's just the bishop who happens to be, of Rome.
Yeah, but the craziest title is the Vicar of Christ. To me, that just seems like the craziest title.
I don't know. I don't even know what is that? What does that even? I've heard vicars, but I don't know. Like I don't know what that word actually means. Besides some type of leader,
be like the closest representation we have on earth of Christ.
Oh,
yeah, that's some bullshit.
Yeah, it's a wild statement. Like,
especially when you look at the popes, it's like, really, is that the best? The past like 3 popes have been kind of not the strongest, it seems. Now we have the American commie pope. I mean, it's just getting worse with each generation, okay?
Yeah, it's just a heresy is all it is.
They're infallible until they're fallible.
K2 says 2 Blue Jays set a forest on fire in Argentina. I don't even know. The Argentina thing makes me think that this is not a thing that happened recently in the news, although possible.
Nobody cares about Argentina news.
But isn't that's where the people went, right? Or what I'm talking about in the 40s? It was Argentina. So I don't know if that's what this is. I don't know because I just see Blue Jays and Argentina in the same sentence. I'm not sure.
That's why they went to Argentina.
Be reading in too much.
Apologetics tools are available. The small minority of Christians take advantage of it. Like think about it, like I saw a lot of people come to know Jesus during my time in ministry, and I never, not once, after sharing the gospel, did I have someone say, "Do you have any way to prove that that's true? Can we like, is there something I can read to know that the Bible is true?"
Mm-hmm.
It was like, no, it was a faith decision. It was a spiritual decision, and then maybe once they became a Christian, they might then go to apologetics, which again, that's what apologetics exists for.
Yeah,
it's to justify belief that's already happened in a lot of ways.
All of it.
But I just find it interesting that
seasons, at least.
You just don't get that from the Bible. And Paul so we've seen the example of Jesus talking about it, and then the writer of Hebrews, but Paul gets even more explicit, which again, I find this very difficult to reconcile with modern apologetics. So you got 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse, what is that? I need my readers. 18. For the word of the cross is folly to those who are perishing, but to us who are being saved, it is the power of God. And in other translations, it says foolishness, right? Mm-hmm. And then he expands on this at the top of chapter 2, where he says, and when I came to you, brothers, I did not come proclaiming to you the testimony of God with lofty speech or wisdom, for I decided to know nothing among you except Jesus Christ and him crucified. And I was with you in weakness and in fear and much trembling, and my speech and my message were not in plausible words of wisdom, but in demonstration of the Spirit and of power, that your faith might not rest in the wisdom of men, but in the power of God. This is not a plausible argument that you're trying to make. And again, the reason I think this is so important from a Christian perspective.
So far, I just want to say I do think Rhett is bringing up some good points so far. So maybe that guy was right that said I should give it a chance, because I actually think this is something I felt for a while. I think that I still love the intellectual stuff. Always gonna be a fan of arguing and apologetics and all that stuff like that. But yeah, I think there is a degree where that goes like sideways. And I think right now in our culture, I don't think that's what we need. If we're like trying to win people over, I don't think it is just like more apologetics, even though I love apologetics. I think it probably is kind of that passage he read. I don't know. Christian, am I crazy? Big Soda?
I mean, I don't know. He seems to be somewhat informed when it comes to especially passages, but I don't. I guess it just depends how deep his faith was. I don't think. I think he's looking at it too logically that he doesn't understand, I guess, his own concept of faith.
Because I'm not sure where he's gonna go. I think I can't remember if you had joined when I said this. He was like a serious. Like he was on one of those like campus crusades for Christ, and he was like evangelizing. Like I think he worked for a campus crusade.
In Paul's full idea within that. Remember when I told you that Paul, like you taking verses from Paul, is insufficient because Paul wrote in a very like spiral way. He was very, very long-winded. So it doesn't mean much to me when he takes a verse out. It'd be better if he took the idea that Paul was trying to portray.
I mean, Paul, like obviously we know Paul does both, right? Because he'll go off in Romans about like the minutia of exactly what salvation means and how we're justified. And so Paul is not anti-intellectual, definitely not.
That's what I'm saying. That so pulling just that one thing out doesn't mean a whole lot to me.
But I just wonder if we are in a
nitpicking single verses.
Yeah, and Paul, Paul's just you can't do that with Paul. Like it's not a thing you can do. Because that's how a lot of even just Christians amongst each other argue.
If we go on a bit of a side quest. So what is that verse?
How much XP are we gonna get? How much XP?
We're gonna get like 1,000 XP. Okay, so it depends on your level. You might level up, or it might take 20 more of these.
It's worth it though. 1,000. I'll bite.
Is this I may get a level up from that?
Is this the First Corinthians one? Did he say? Is it the one about
Corinthians? I can't remember the rest. I just remember 2 Corinthians. I'm gonna have to run it back. Run the tape.
Yeah,
back.
I'm gonna have to run it back.
Is that the trembling and my step Jesus the 2, where he says, "And when I came to you, brothers, I did not come proclaiming to you the testimony of God with lofty speech or wisdom, for I decided to know nothing among you except Jesus Christ and him crucified."
Okay. Oh, 1 Corinthians 2. Okay. All right.
Corinthians 2.
Give me the whole chapter. I always forget how to get to just give me the whole freaking chapter. Okay. This should be it. Yeah. Okay, when I came to you, brothers, I did not come with eloquence or wisdom as I proclaimed to you the testimony about God, for I resolved to know nothing while I was with you except Jesus Christ and him crucified. I came to you in weakness and fear and with much trembling. My message and my preaching were not with persuasive words of wisdom, but with a demonstration of the Spirit's power, so that your faith would not rest on men's wisdom, but on God's power. There is. Oh, we do. Christian's got it right here. Among the mature, however, we speak a message of wisdom, but not the wisdom of this age or of the rulers of this age who are coming to nothing. No, we speak of the mysteries and hidden wisdom of God. Okay, well, now I'm a bit confused again. Which he destined for our glory before time began.
This is a spiral, right? So you gotta read Paul and tackle what he's trying to convey.
So what is he saying?
I wouldn't say contradictory, but he's almost painting two pictures that if you read just one, you're like, oh, okay. And then you read the second one and you're like, well, what the fuck?
What Paul does is if there's a topic, he'll run over it once and then he'll come back and he'll hit it from a different angle. And then he'll come back and he'll hit it from another angle.
But the thing is, initially, like verse 6 seems like it's kind of saying the opposite. Among the mature ever, we speak a message of wisdom. But then he goes on to clarify, not the wisdom of this age or the rules of this age. We speak of the mysterious and his hidden wisdom of God. It's hard for me to take that as like apologetics or like scholarly study, you know?
It's the same with like idolizing a person. So there's another part in scripture, I can't remember the exact verse, but it talks about like the idea being portrayed is that you don't idolize anyone else but God. But the language they use is princes, right? Kings.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of the wisdom of man, which I would take that as those who believe themselves to be wiser than God, right? But instead take the wisdom of God.
But then I guess what I'm asking is like, at any point is Paul talking here about some like the intellectual stuff of like a William Lane Craig or something, you know, like philosophical arguments and like
I would say that with this verse, like, or this specific part, that I would consider him to be mature, right? That he takes the wisdom of God and he wrestles. I mean, even God says, "Come and reason with me," right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
God's not like just dive. God's like, no, come and reason. Like, let's reason together.
Take it even further than that. I mean, there's a reason why he calls Jake. He uses the tag Israel to Jacob, and it's kind of a understanding of wrestling with God, as if it's not supposed to be just pure obedience, but something to where you will have to wrestle with. There were things with God that you will have to wrestle with to come to the complete understanding.
And I would even wager that when he talks about the wisdom of the rulers of the age, I believe wholeheartedly that the rulers of the age would find God to be a mystery, right? Like they would believe themselves wiser than God.
And then
So
I think
this concept, which I feel like it's what Vibe touched on. It's kind of what me and you said, the balance between emotion. That's just what I'm calling it, right? Emotion.
Yeah.
You say intuition, right, Con? That there is this balance between it all. So whichever side you fall, you can become a fool. But if you're mature, you can wrestle within that balance to come to reason there is a God. If you're too intellectual, you're going to reject something because you're like, oh, that's emotion based, or that's intuition, or something like consciousness, where we're like, no, we're aware. Like, I think, therefore I am. Right?
Yep.
You can proclaim that, but a lot of people are going to be like, I reject that. Right? Like, there's some things that are, in a sense, obvious. So if you're spiritually mature, you can wrestle with what is obvious.
Yep.
Along with intellectually.
You've built this foundation. You've built this foundation along with your reason and your faith, to where you're not just blowing with the wind. It's.
I mean, the first step
to
faith is knowledge.
So I think, therefore I am is one of the most famous Enlightenment axioms that was developed in philosophy, and your rejection of that is highly appreciated.
I don't know. Wait, did Christian reject that?
I didn't reject that.
I don't think Christian
to make a point.
We're pro Descartes on this channel, okay? We like Descartes.
I was making the point that there are things that are obvious, and there are those who will think like they'll reject what is obvious, even though the common person would be like, no, this is obvious.
Yeah, they elevate their thinking. Yeah, pridefully.
Guys, we might have Alex. We do have Alex.
Oh, we have Alex.
We have Alex in the house. How's it going, Alex? Alex is quiet.
Doing all right, you?
I'm doing swell.
Barely. That does not prove that we are all God.
No, that's not.
How did she do that, bro? How did she do that? No.
It totally does.
No, it does not.
I think that does track, actually. I think that's the mysterious and hidden wisdom of God. I think that's what Paul is talking about there.
Yeah, Marilyn's right.
No.
Marilyn's
so what are you
right.
saying? What do you said you reject? What do you reject, Alex?
You know what I reject, so don't give me that.
No, I just want you to say it. I mean,
yeah, what do you reject, Alex?
I reject the I think therefore I am premise.
Boo.
Right there with you, bud. Enlightenment sucks.
Yeah.
Enlightenment is goated. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. Alex, are you familiar with Rhett and Link? Before we keep going,
With who? With who?
The guy on the screen right now. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've kind of listened in.
Oh, okay.
Just go ahead.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about me.
He's ex-Christian, but knows a lot about Christianity, and he's telling us how we ought to fix Christianity. Which so far he's not making me cringe as much as I expected.
And I was with you in weakness and in fear and much trembling, and my speech and my message were not in plausible words of wisdom, but in demonstration of the Spirit and of power, that your faith might not rest in the wisdom of men, but in the power of God. plausible.
give a
This is
reason.
not
Amen.
a plausible argument
Yeah.
that you're trying to make. And again, the reason I think this is so important from a Christian perspective is that when you tell somebody like me that the resurrection has incredible evidence, that is the most well-attested event in the ancient world, and then you look at what the evidence is that exists, and you're like, well, that's not true. Like, that's not true. Like, you can believe, you can choose to believe it is an explanation of the beginning of the church, but there are natural explanations that can explain everything that we know about the church. And of course, they're more plausible from a just reason and logic standpoint. And if you think about any other religious claims, like I always find it really interesting the way Protestants don't give any time to the Marian apparitions, right?
Yeah, right.
Like when I was a Christian and basically kind of a Baptist, like a non-denominational Baptist, I heard about these Marian apparitions that had happened throughout history, some very recently and some very well attested.
Some with like newspaper, like you can read
This is what
press
Stacey was telling
interviews
us
Is that the
about
one
the
in
other day.
with
Zaytun
people
or-
who were
yeah.
there.
Zaytun?
I think so. Yeah, there's one in particular that I'm thinking of, but I
In
can't remember
Egypt.
where it was.
It was
No,
like
maybe I'm thinking of
there was
something
like 3 years that it kept happening someplace.
and like groups would show up, and you'd have like newspaper reporters, and they'd all claim to tell you exactly what they'd seen, and even
Right.
with those first-hand written like accounts, they just Protestants are like,
Well, and it's not that Protestants examine those and then say they're not true. They don't even give them the time of day. Like, I knew that they existed, but it wasn't even worth my time.
oh yeah,
consider
that,
it's like,
stuff.
Well,
like,
yeah, I mean, Catholics
whatever.
believe something, but it's not true. It's like, and they're in that moment where you're dismissing that Catholic belief, you are resting on human reason, because you're like, you may not articulate this, but what you're saying is that, well, there's obviously a natural explanation for
Something
this.
went on. I don't know what it is.
Even
but-
within Protestantism, you've got, I wasn't charismatic, so I didn't speak in tongues, right? I thought that if you spoke in tongues, it was maybe for like an evangelistic purpose to like reach somebody, like you saw in the book of Acts. But this idea of like going to a charismatic church and they start speaking in tongues and somebody interprets and it's like literally like the tongue of an angel or whatever.
Yeah.
I thought that was BS.
Yeah.
Right. And I didn't even take a lot of time thinking about it, but I was using reason and logic to be like, well, this is probably some emotional experience or whatever. And it's like, they're still Christians. They're still in the fold. Catholics, I don't know about them.
Yeah.
And even have you know about this rainbow body stuff?
Rainbow body.
So this is fascinating. Dale Allison talks about this. I had never heard about it, but
Wait, I have heard of this. What, tell me about
it's
this.
in Tibetan Buddhism.
Yeah.
And there is this idea that if you are a very enlightened individual, like fully realized, I guess like Dalai Lama level, that when you die, your body transforms into light directly.
Mm.
And so what they observe is that the body gets smaller and smaller. And I think they call it rainbow body because you'll see a rainbow, like wherever they're entombed or whatever, there's like a rainbow that's coming out of it as they transform into light.
Yeah.
And the only thing left is a lot of times hair, teeth, and fingernails.
Who believes this part? The rainbow
And
body?
Of course, if you don't have
Google
a reason to believe that, then you're like,
This is
well,
it's not
that doesn't
Catholic
happen.
thing,
That's
is
not
it?
real.
And
But
but
no,
people
the
probably
Buddhist.
thinking that
Oh,
didn't
right,
happen.
that's what he was saying.
Even if that's the first time they've ever heard of this, if
Oh,
you're a
yeah.
Christian listening, you've probably gone like, oh yeah, well, you know, like you haven't looked into it. You don't know what the evidence is.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's like a wealth of great attestations
Yes.
and you know, but like it kind of doesn't matter because like that obviously didn't happen.
Right. There's a
What is the
Catholic, I need to
argument
read
here?
more about this, but there's a Catholic, I think a Catholic priest who went to,
I think he's making a good point. I think is that
Well, he's just going
when
to
he-
like there are Christians that don't pay attention to things, like it's okay, and then what?
I think for me to steal, man, I think what he's like when we look at like our miracles in the Old Testament, right, and the New Testament, we believe them and we think like, oh, it's crazy that other people don't believe. There's so much evidence, there's so much testimony. But then when we hear like, a Catholic miracle, right, and I do this as well as a Protestant, I'm like, I don't really look into the Marian apparitions, right? If Mary shows up and I'm like, there probably is some naturalistic explanation. Maybe it's the madness of the crowds, maybe it's a shared delusion, maybe everyone's lying, but then when it comes to the miracles I do believe in, I'm more likely to be like, oh yeah, okay, well that one definitely happens.
Yeah,
You
I
know?
understand the argument, but where like.
I think it's just saying we're not being consistent in that we will apply rationality to to other people's miracles, like to the Islamic miracles, and we're like, well, obviously Muhammad didn't like fly to like Jerusalem in like a single day and come back, and we're like skeptical of that. But then when it comes to ours, so I think the conclusion is that we think we approach this stuff objectively and intellectually, because he started by saying that we have so much evidence for the resurrection, but like most of it is like, eyewitness testimony from people back in the day and stuff. And he's saying that we think that we're approaching it intellectually, but we're actually not, because then when we approach other miracles, then that's when we actually use our intellect.
Well, wouldn't it be fair to
That's what
say
he's
most of the history we have from 2,000 years ago is eyewitness testimony, and like, isn't that how we judge most of the history from, I don't know, 0 AD to like 500 AD?
It is, but then when we're looking at like a Marian apparition today, no one even cares to really look at, and this is me steel manning, I think what he's saying. No one even cares to look at a modern thing. If like 100 people say that they claim to see Mary, we don't even think that's possible as Protestants. We're like, no, that didn't happen.
It doesn't have anything to do with being Protestant. It has to do with being like in the culture of individualism and pure reason.
The reason Protestant relates is because when we look at stuff in our history, we will accept that. Whereas if you're just in a cult of pure reason, then it's like you, Anson, you would look back at like the feeding of the 5,000 and you would say, no, that didn't happen. You look at Marian apparitions, you say, those wouldn't happen either. Whereas Protestants are in that unique category of, which every kind of religion is, where they accept their own miracles and then they apply an ultra skeptical standard to other people's miracles.
But then people who aren't believers, do they not do the same thing? I mean, there are people who, I guess, deny history today and say things are not happening, or they, I guess my biggest example would be like the Armenian genocide. There's a huge population who don't believe it exists or never happened.
I think it's a very which this is. I'm assuming that they're not saying this with all Christians, but the way they're wording is that all Christians do this very thing.
What really bothers me about this is that the video was titled 2 ex-Christians Fix Christianity, but what this is like arguments that if you're on the fence as a Christian, you might be converted to atheism. So I find this to be like a terrible video in terms of like the negative impact that it'll have on society. Because I mean, the last thing we need is more Protestants becoming atheists.
So okay. Do you believe that Christianity is good?
Do I believe that Christianity is good?
Yes.
I mean, there's nothing that is all good or all bad. There are good elements and bad elements.
Okay, so what are the bad elements to Christianity? Just off the dome.
The bad elements of I mean, it is a structure of convincing people that something is true that isn't true.
And that being?
That the Bible is true.
That the Bible is true?
Yeah. That God is a thing that exists. That Jesus.
Okay, so it's not the Bible, it's God, right?
It's all of it. All of it's not true.
You don't think you feel the same way about the Big Bang?
Yeah, I'm skeptical about the Big Bang too. Like I don't think that we understand that.
Okay, there's consistency there. So
I'm not even saying Anson is inconsistent. I think I would wager that Anson gets a little inconsistent when you start diving into the details of it.
No, I think that most people are at a controlled consciousness level, and they need in the West they need Christianity in order to function appropriately.
Would you say people have done a good job functioning without Christianity?
No.
Okay. Because I kind of seen that
marriage, gay marriage, reformers, like all of the massive degeneracy, OF.
So why do you okay? So like gay marriage, we'll do that. Why do you call that degeneracy?
Because if it is applied to the society as a whole, as the culture, if it's normalized as a culture, then the culture will fall apart.
You don't think if gay marriage was just allowed, you don't think there'd be straight couples?
Yeah, of course there would, but normalizing freaks always causes problems in societies, right? If you normalize maladaptive behavior.
I'm asking you what makes.
I'd have to ask under what authority.
What makes a gay person a freak?
Well, they're not engaging in the behavior
Without
that
saying
adds,
anything TOS, it's just so we all
they're
know.
not they're not engaging in any kind of behavior that adds to human flourishing.
Okay, so human flourishing, that would include reproduction.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, furthering of the culture and the species. Yeah,
It would be an abnormal behavior, so it could be described as weird or freakish, and
Yeah.
I guess
So-
in the loose definition of it.
So that's why you would, so human flourishing. So what makes human flourishing good?
What makes human flourish? Oh God, you're going to
Yeah.
talk about Greek virtue ethics. I don't want to talk about Greek virtue ethics right now. I'm not prepared for that.
Oh, okay.
What about Indian
Good,
virtue
good to
ethics?
see you, Grumple. And good to see you, Testicular Johnson. Testicular Johnson keeping
that's
his
what
left wing
te-
stuff alive, you know.
Testes comment right there about women not being able to have babies. Are they freaks?
No.
Wait,
The fact that defects can exist both like physically and mentally, right? I mean, the gays are
But
mentally defective.
the difference is it their behavior or is it something that
Oh, there we go.
they can't control?
Yeah, if you choose maladaptive behavior instead of being born defective, like of course you're blameless if you're born defective.
Okay, so if someone chooses, like they're straight, they have a wife and they don't want to have kids, is that freak behavior?
Is that normal behavior?
No, that's freak behavior. Absolutely, yeah. You have a duty to your culture and society to advance your society. Now, if your society
What makes them
degenerate-
obligated?
if you're degenerate, if your society is degenerate to the point where you no longer care to further it, then yeah, I mean that's maladaptive behavior, and it's a sign of a problem in your culture that needs to be corrected.
What makes them obligated?
Well, if we look on the biological sense, every animal operates on this biological behavior.
It's their evolutionary scaffolding that obligates them. All of the different copies that were made of them prior to them being in existence.
So okay, well, if
They have
that's
a
the
duty.
case, why
They have
do we have people that you would call freaks?
Well, I mean,
Okay, well, let's just for the sake of possible TOS, let's stop saying the word freak.
Let's use the word weird because I think weird is a better
Is weird
terminology
better?
for it.
I think the
Because weird is a
connotation
description of
the,
like abnormal behavior. So it's
the
like
connotation of the other word is more like the thought, but yeah.
yeah, I think freak is
Yeah.
kind of a loaded term because a lot of people, when they look at freak, they look at kind of the worst examples. When weird just kind of describes abnormal behavior in either a biological or cultural sense.
Oh, so if it's the scaffolding, why do we have people that behave that way?
well, I mean, they're the defective people born in every batch, right? I mean, there's always a runt in the litter. If we normalize the runts, then we're basically destroying our society. We're supposed to other the runts and put them where they belong. That's why the gays used to have like a sequestered part of society where they weren't around the normal people.
Yeah, like
So would you-
Gaytopia.
Why?
So aren't birth rates in United States dropped like dramatically?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do we
every
what do we
Western
do there?
country except Israel.
that's-
That's why we came up with our
evolution-
all become Jewish plan.
Is evolution failing in that department?
Yeah, well, and the feminists are to blame for that, and the people that invented birth control. Basically, like birth control is opposite of human flourishing, and so is feminism, right? I mean, those are both maladaptive, tools and behaviors that basically need to be put away because they're destroying our culture.
Isn't technology also like against human flourishing to some extent?
No, absolutely not. Why would technology?
Yeah,
be
what about a large amount of wealth? I mean, we know there's a
Given-
direct correlation between your wealth
we
level and
involved
how
in social?
low your birth rate is.
What?
So it's like, yeah, it's GDP and economies in general, are those like anti?
No,
evolution?
that's just because when you become wealthy, you have more time to think about these sorts of things, and people come to the wrong conclusions because Western culture has basically, adopted this degeneracy model post the era where post-industrial societies have adopted this incorrect philosophy, and they just need to
I
change
think
their
it just
philosophy.
sounds like evolution failed.
Well, no, evolution didn't fail. It's just that people understanding evolution when they weren't ready for it is causing the failure. Like that's why I said atheism is easier to fix than Christianity, because if you just basically infuse atheism with all of the good parts of Christianity, then I think it'll work all right.
Well, hang on. I think Christians.
And now you sound like Indian
Christian,
Jesus.
you are right.
Even me.
Christian, you are right. Evolution failed, but I wouldn't put biological evolution. I would put cultural evolution.
I think evolution is doing pretty good. I mean, we're living like the most prosperous time like of all of humanity, you know.
But would you
Like,
say
I understand
now we're
our birth
running?
rate sucks, but so maybe we'll fail. But right now, I feel like we're doing pretty goated. I think, right?
Well, if we compare mental illness and we say the better we're living, the higher the mental illness is, it seems to translate to some type of correlation to where the less we have to survive, the more mental illness and other factors begin to arise.
Well, that's definitely true. I mean, there's high depression rates. I don't know if they've ever been higher. The suicide rate in America, I know, has gone up year over year. I think for the past like 50 years, or almost as long as they've been tracking it. So yeah, obviously, I agree with that. So I guess depends what you're measuring.
Yeah,
because like human longevity. But I guess it depends. It's hard to kind of say. But evolution, I guess, doesn't really care about a few people offing themselves. Is kind of the sad part of it, right? Like evolution doesn't care if people pre-select themselves from the gene pool in terms of either being gay or not have, right? Like it's functioning at a different kind of level.
I don't know if biological evolution has a mechanism that fixes cultural evolution.
Atheism is definitely a belief.
It is, yeah, absolutely. Atheism is a belief.
It absolutely does, actually.
You think so? Like you think biological evolution can, I guess, advance as fast enough as cultural evolution?
Yes.
Not as fast, but it can.
Because the problem is,
depending on what's happening, it can result in like the termination of certain societies because they just can't make it, right?
Yeah. Like I would say like cultural evolution can advance so fast that biological evolution wouldn't be able to keep up with it.
That it's not a belief system, then followed that up with it's a non-belief in a higher power.
Right. So this is, I've heard this before, right? Like this is some atheists say this, right? It's just it's like me saying, they would say me saying like unicorns, I don't believe in unicorns. That's not a belief. I have a lack of belief that unicorns are like, biological creatures. Right. And so
I think this is where I would slide in evolution.
No. What y'all are missing is that when you reject God, you replace it with something. And atheists are prideful about this and pretend like they don't.
Anson cooked right there. Oh, Anson just cooked.
He does that. You're right.
Anson just dropped. Oh man.
Yeah, true. But almost all the atheists I know are insufferable because they're living in an internal lie where they think that they just don't believe in God anymore. So they've got like the perfect knowledge now, and they're basically just lying to themselves and making everybody else miserable.
I'll let that.
I do agree with that. I think it just depends how some atheists see God, because if you're like a Reddit level atheist and you're like thinking about like sky daddies and stuff like that, then it's like, then it's like you're just asking, right? I'm just like atheists say, you're an atheist to every other god. I'm just asking you to stop believing in one more god. I don't think it really works like that, because I think we're talking about like I think when we say God, we're not just talking about like some like Zeus kind of character. We're talking about like the foundation of all reality. And so I agree with Anson that has to be replaced with something, because it's not just pulling out just one more thing. Because that's what like Dawkins, and I know you like Dawkins, Anson, but that's what he says, and all the like Christopher Hitchens used to say, and Sam Harris, right? They're like, a Christian is an atheist to all the gods except for one, and all I'm asking is you to just reject one more. And I don't think it really works like that.
It does not in practice work.
Does Nietzsche not kind of tackle with that when he says God is dead and we had killed him? And he starts to talk about the problem with just dismantling a religious structure is you have to replace it with something.
He said that, then followed it up with "we're cooked."
Yeah, but he also talked about how we have to become our own gods, and that's actually what the problem is, and why I'm anti-enlightenment, because they use the pure reason to like do this post hoc rationalization mentally to like justify why you can like have the like prideful conceit to think that you have the authority to be able to say where all life came from.
Yeah. Because if you don't have a God that determines that, then you have to determine that. And well, I mean, I guess you could leave the question open, but the problem is if you have even a pseudo answer, why would you replace it with a no answer?
Yeah.
Well, it's not just that, but if you don't replace it with an answer, someone else will.
That's a good point. That's
or
a good
you
point.
could just live, or you could just live in the discomfort of not being certain, which is
Yeah.
where I
Well,
prefer to be.
you
But-
can,
but-
but
but
most
people-
society
yeah.
will not.
I was going to say people don't do well living in the discomfort of not knowing. It's kind of, I would even say that's probably written in on a biological sense. Is humans don't do well with the misnomer of not knowing.
Self-defining term and a proposed source of self-defining.
That's
The unknown has
That's the
shaped
thing
a lot of
over
our
here,
biology.
Johnson. It is
Self-defining
that
term.
though. Well, God is self-evident, and I think God is all reality. This is why I think Lutch gets annoyed when I talk to him about this, because he's like, which God? And I'm like, just like all reality, all truth, all goodness.
All of
That's what
them.
I mean when I say God. And he's like, that's not like specific enough. But like that, I think that is what the Christian God is. The Christian God is the source of all epistemological knowledge. Right, it's the source of all ontology. It's the source of all morals. I mean, so I think that's just what it is. So I
It's also
understand
why
that it's probably frustrating to argue against, but
It's also why we simplify it to say God is the truth.
I headbutted.
Yeah, and I think it's extremely important to use the phrasing that I used earlier. Like our culture has spent like several generations normalizing freaks, and we need to call it what it is, and they are freaks. And I think it's important to normalize doing that.
Hey, we're not allowed to use freaks anymore.
yeah, we're moving away from that term. Okay.
Yeah, we have to be inclusive in our language because Confluence is Canadian
yeah.
Sponsors are gonna leave.
and YouTube is owned by the Blue Jays.
That's
I'm
true.
here
That's
to
true.
spread the message of the Quran. Ugh.
But you spelled the Quran wrong, which makes me kind of question if you're actually trying to spread its
True.
message, because I feel like that's not a mistake that you would make otherwise.
Wait, how do
Maybe
you
a typo.
I mean,
spell?
Muhammad couldn't read.
How do you
Alright.
spell
was
it?
like
Is it
Quran.
Oh no, I thought there was an A in there. Okay, I've been
There's like
misspelling
one
this
A.
thing. Okay, there's an apostrophe too. Do you count that as a
Yeah.
misspelling?
I would accept it if there should be an apostrophe in the way that the English, transliterates it, but you were from
Sure,
Jordan.
Brandon.
Okay, so maybe he actually is then. Maybe he actually is. But then he spelled Jordan wrong, didn't he? That's not how he spelled. Wait, no, am I crazy?
That's correct.
Is it
correct?
If
Spell
English
your
isn't his
country
first
wrong?
language, he may not spell it correctly, right?
That's true, because if he's maybe
that's
transcribing
valid.
from Arabic to English. That's fair, actually. That's a good
Well, he
point.
wouldn't be transcribing. I mean,
I don't trust
may
him
just
unless he
be
doxes
terrible at
himself.
spelling.
Right. Yeah, not transcribing.
English is hard.
I'm interested in what people believe. Sorry. Okay, yeah. So I'm sorry for pointing it out. That's mean of me. That Chungus. I apologize. Not trying to
Now
jump on you
ESL
for your
English second language. I know that's probably
Yeah.
a dumb question. Okay,
yeah.
So
I thought it was
makes
like
sense.
the English sign language.
Keelan says, "Bro, I do not trust Chungus AI." Oh yeah, there we go. Bro posted some Arabic. Okay. I don't know what that says, but watch, they just pulled up something altered TOS in Arabic.
I mean, to be fair, I can do the same thing by switching my language on my keyboard.
That's
Yeah.
true. Yeah. Or
And
just
I use-
copying and pasting from,
Yeah, that's another good point.
And I use Grok to flirt with girls in chat that speak in other languages all the time. So
Right.
To be fair, why waste the time? Just switch Grok to chat with you as a woman, and you could just save so much time.
Yeah, just turn on sexy grok, Anson.
Yeah.
Come on.
Like, come on, time's valuable.
I'm not degenerate.
You just play one on the
Answer, did you
internet,
say
Anson?
infidelity was wrong too?
Yeah, it is absolutely. Yeah, infidelity is one of the few things that is categorically immoral. It's universally immoral.
I was going to ask you, how do you discover that what's immoral and what's not then?
Well, typically it's based on context, right? Like whether or not your action is correct, depending on like who is involved, what time it is, where you're located, the people that are there.
What dictates that?
Well, the situation that you're in. Every
No,
situation.
I'm saying like
I know. But for example, infidelity. Why is infidelity wrong?
There's no way to have a right person.
What does that mean, a right
What?
person?
There's no way that you can have like relations with the right person if you're being unfaithful.
Why do you need
What
the
would-
right person?
Because the right
what
person is the
would-
one you're married to.
I think you're just asserting things, Anson.
No,
Yeah,
if,
you're just
if
kind of
you're
asserting
no
some of it.
unfaithful. So if you're married, you have a commitment that you've made, and
Right.
and definitionally being
we understand
unfaithful
that you're
is
saying
basically going
infidelity
back
is
on your word
wrong.
and that commitment.
Right, but we understand you think it's wrong, but what's
Right.
your basis for saying it's wrong?
Well, dishonesty, is.
Well, why is
opposite
that
of-
wrong?
It's the opposite of human flourishing. It doesn't lead to a society that grows
Okay.
and prospers.
It's preference.
Hold on. That's fine. How do you define human, or how do you find out what makes humans flourish?
Oh God, y'all are gonna make me talk. I don't want to talk about Greek virtue ethics. I already said that.
No. I'm just wondering, like you say, Greek, like human flourishing. Great, fine. But like, how do you know it's going to make humans flourish? How do you know that like we don't need a certain amount of the population to be gay or to be to be unfaithful in order for humans to flourish to the maximum?
I don't deny the fact that like everyone struggles with making the right decision. So I mean, like every human is not perfect. I'm not saying that there's going to be a perfect society, but like the traits that lead to like a prosperous culture are known, right? It's not something that we have to like go and search some categorical imperative for to determine or count up the rights and wrongs in some utilitarian math worksheet. Right, you know the difference between right and wrong because you are a part of nature.
That's a tough answer. I don't know if I accept that.
Nature knows right and wrong.
Yeah. You study like the universe and apply your concept of what the universe is to some sort of framework, and you use your logic to derive what right and wrong is. It's not complicated.
Okay,
But how
brief
is that
housekeeping.
nature?
We have someone named Farrell in the back chat. I don't know if you're the guy from Jordan. You have to turn on your mic only for the back chat. Only I can see you. You won't be seen on YouTube. And then you got to give me one of these so I know you're a for real person.
Like I said, I'm not prepared to have a debate or conversation about Greek virtue ethics.
fair.
I just know how I apply it based on what I've read in the past. And what I've read in the past has been a very long time. And so like I just know how I operate.
Sure. I've just been playing around with the idea that like we actually can kind of discover what's moral or what's good based off of like experimentation or things we've learned from the past. Like we know what typically dead end societies. We know what typically causes massive amounts of suffering. And there's plenty we don't know that we just learn as we go, as we try new things. But I was just wondering if you had any.
You think it's kind of like a loose idea that we can pick up from history of like morals?
Talk to Farrell.
One sec. So I said the wrong thing. And so that's probably why Farrell's asked me to repeat. So you have to turn on your camera in the back. No one can see you on YouTube. Only I can see you. You just have to turn it on. And then you have to do a peace sign and wave it so that I know you're like a legit person. So if you can, get your camera working and hit me with one of these, then I can pull you up. Right now, I just see blackness. I see you're trying to turn it on, but just blackness.
Look, I just think that living like as good as you possibly can in accordance with what nature has given you is the best thing that you can do with your life. I mean, I don't know Greek philosophy that well. Like I studied it a long time ago and came up with what I believe because I didn't have a faith, because I had to replace my ethical structure with something because I rejected God.
Just one question. We won't dig too much into Greek ethicists, but when you say nature, you're obviously implying that human through nature is different than animals through nature, because the animals don't tend to do strictly what's best for them. Usually it's kind of a survival instinct that they do regardless of what's best for them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Okay, I think we'll go back to the video. And Mark, love the constant ear-shattering noise in the background. A pleasure to listen to this. Yeah, you can always turn your volume down. I'm not sure what you're exactly hearing. Everything sounds pretty clean on my end. So
I do have the game playing in the background, so if y'all hear it, let me know.
Maybe that's what it is.
Okay.
There's like some slight sound I'm picking up. I wouldn't necessarily call it ear-shattering, but maybe Marco's volume is like incredibly loud.
Spend time. like in the last 100 years, spent time over there and investigated these claims directly, and basically says, I interviewed all these people. I don't know if he saw it for himself, but he's like talking to all these people and he's like, this is very, very well attested.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like a hoax. It doesn't seem like something they're making up. He was actually trying to make a parallel between rainbow body and the resurrection.
Right.
Interestingly, and I don't want to speak too much on it because I don't know too much about it. But if the central claim of Christianity was rainbow body, Jesus rainbow body, which that would really confuse things with the pride flag and everything.
Yeah,
what do we do at that point?
Reclaiming the rainbow for Christ.
Yeah. But like if that was the central claim of
Yeah.
Christianity, that would be the thing that apologists are defending.
Yep.
But we're not even considering it. We don't even know about it. It's something that there's like this tertiary knowledge of it. And I just think that, again, you're digging in, and again, if you look at like Muslim apologetics, which I've looked at a little bit, but there's certain miracles and and it's just like you see kind of a one-to-one apologetics channels that if you want to find those of like defense of things like the splitting of the moon and things like that like it just feels very, very similar. So anyway, I think the point is that it seems that according to the way that Jesus talks about it, the way that Paul talks about it, that if you make a decision, like this is happening on a spiritual plane. And this decision that you make to believe in the resurrection is not because it's the most plausible thing, not because it's the most reasonable thing, because it's not. It really isn't, right? Paul Agia's got a great video and a great theory on this called the minimal witnesses hypothesis, which I think is a great, he
seems to be new people that's joining. What we are going through is Rhett explaining how he thinks Christianity can be better. That's what he is trying to explain right now. I think I agree with Anson to a large degree that right now he's kind of not necessarily doing that, but I think we're working toward it. Also, we have 3 minutes and 30 seconds to reach the goal of $10 so that we can watch the Rhett and Link Taco Bell video. Okay, so I'm just saying.
Just really quick question. Did he say why he's no longer a Christian?
Not in this one, but they talked before. He basically said that he started questioning a few things, looking into it intellectually. There was like some moral stuff with the LGBTQ. He denies that it coincided with his move to Los Angeles. I think it kind of like is coincided, but he doesn't like that. But yeah, there's a different episode where he kind of explained why he's no longer, and it was just kind of like a slow lack of faith, questioning things, not thinking it's like real, kind of the typical stuff that you normally hear. But he thinks, gotcha. I guess there's some stuff that he thinks could be done better, which I'm waiting.
Like
I'm waiting.
He wrestled with God, and it seemed like it kind of took him out of his belief.
Yeah, which it's supposed to do the opposite, but
yeah. Well, I guess everyone can't handle wrestling with God.
True.
I think it's a desire thing.
Sometimes you wrestle with God and you lose. Okay, that's what I think.
Yes. Well, I would say you're supposed to lose, but he thinks he won. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the problem. Sometimes you lose and you declare that you won anyway. That's probably the real issue.
That is the way we like to do everything, right?
Yeah, well, us humans, we like to win a lot, and if we don't win, that's a problem.
on my channel, like with people that are, every time Ryan the Radical Coder comes in, he always declares victory at the end. It's kind of his thing. But
you mean how like we debated and you thought you won, but I actually won? Yeah, I'm just kidding.
Weird, I barely hear it, Soda. Turn the game off. No, having fun around here. Yeah, I can still hear the game a little
Soda,
bit.
This is why you're evil.
Here, hang on.
This is why you're evil.
That's true, but
this is Big Soda with his chaotic neutral ways. Just lightly playing a game in the background and denying it. Well, Kokomo with the $15.
That's
boom, boom. Yeah, Maryland's the. Wait, first let me do this. Maryland's worse for noise pollution. Although I think she's fixed it now. I don't know if she got a headset, but I think she also told the baby daddy to turn off the TV now. So because Maryland's been good in the past little while.
Sorry, it's a playoff game. I can't miss it.
$15. Okay, that means at our moment of choosing, that means we get to watch the Taco Bell video. Okay, which now everything that Doomrang mentions, now I want to watch it. So we'll wait until we're Kokomo can call it, but if I get annoyed enough, I will be using that. Okay.
I love the guy, and I think it's a great channel. But basically saying that, like, here's a natural explanation for how the church
recommendations.
started.
It's going to be very
plausible.
triggering.
Now, do we know that that's what happened? No, we don't have the level of insight that we can have into these events. But you can choose to believe. I think it's just ultimately what I'm asking for. I think is just embrace the fact that it's a faith, and if you're saying that you believe this in faith because you trust God, and then there's a legitimate spiritual transformation that takes place, why is that not a good enough argument? Why do we have to get into using reason and logic? Because for me, I was told it was true because it was reasonable. When I found out it wasn't reasonable, I concluded that it wasn't true.
Yeah, it sort of sets up the way in which it could be falsified. Because if your belief is that this has to potentially be grounded in...
Okay, I'm already getting annoyed. Taco Bell time.
Well,
it's only 3 minutes
that's
long.
a silly argument because there's a lot of things that we think is true because it seems the most reasonable, and a lot of it has to do with like scientific theories. It seems the most reasonable, so that way we believe it.
I know, and I feel like I don't know if Alex is just being polite, but as if it's like this like profound point. I'm like, come on, man, come on.
It's definitely politeness.
I'm thinking it is.
Alex,
because I'm just waiting for these. And then now this video is gonna make me sad because this is first of all, they look so young, which makes me feel old. But also, yeah, I don't know, like they just used to be good Christian boys, and now they're the older atheist black-pilled men. Okay,
LA degenerate.
Yeah, exactly. LA degenerates. Like, but we will relive the halcyon days of them just having fun.
You all remember the drive-through raps that everybody was doing a while back? We even did one.
We think it's high time to bring back the musical drive-through order, but why not switch genres?
What about a folk song?
Now, this was content.
Pretty good. How are you?
Doing good. What can I get for you today?
I'll start with a taco, soft like a cloud.
I want mine crunchy. I like to eat loud.
I'll choose a chalupa.
I'll grab a gordita.
And 2 taco salads for our senoritas.
And a burrito supreme.
With extra sour cream.
It's a cylindrically shaped seasoned beef dream.
A taquito.
Are they actually writing it on? Are they taking the order?
Are you getting all these?
Well, see, the problem is there's like 7 cars behind them, and like everyone's just waiting for their food.
Look, the screen is adding up.
We'll take 2 of those.
But please hold the diced tomatoes.
Just double charge them.
I've always felt
I'm in love with a Mexi man. Make mine with a little extra love and think of me
as the cheese drops from your Taco Bell glove.
And that's it.
No, that's not it. I also want a double-decker taco because I'm feeling wild. And make my sauce fire.
He'll take mild.
And we'll take 2 Mountain Dew Baja Blast for a chance at $25 cash. I'm told there's a winner for
the screen is still moving.
But I'm stealing
I wish we could actually see how accurate they've done.
Why would you do that?
You owe me 25 gold.
I owe you 5.
Plus interest. It was a loan.
And I think we'll be satisfied if we get some Mexican rice on the side.
We can give us a drink.
Yeah, the Mountain Dew Baja Blast, 2 of them.
We got $2 about. Okay, can we repeat the order back to you?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, soft taco, a hard taco, a chalupa, a gordita, 2 taco salad for the lady, a burrito supreme with extra sour cream, and cheesy fiesta potatoes, enchilada, cinnamon twist, dusty chicken bowl, and 2 Mexican pizza, but hold the tomatoes. Double-decker tacos, 2 large Baja Blast, and a side of rice. Is that correct, sir?
You're pretty amazing.
I think that's it.
$42.69, drive around to the window.
All right.
All right.
That's impressive.
How did that guy do that?
Oh my goodness.
That was a ton of food.
Gracious.
It's also making me sad that all that food was only $42 back whenever this video was made.
Food, I guess.
Because that would be probably like
Now
How long ago was this?
this was 16 years ago, 2009.
Oh my god.
Damn.
I wish I could get that much food at Taco Bell for that price. Jesus.
You're not getting that much food. No, anywhere for that price.
No.
Now, just like the two of them are that price.
Yeah. Oh, see, that's better times. And now we go back. Now we go back to Rhett being a sad liberal atheist Californianite. Okay.
Empirical evidence or nationality. Then if you discover that actually the case isn't as good as you thought it was, and so it's not for us to say that it's definitely unreasonable or that there is no evidence, but even just on a practical level, if somebody becomes convinced that the arguments they heard from an apologist that made them think about Christianity actually aren't as well founded, if that's what brought them into the church, then that's what will send them right out again. It's the same hand that leads you in also pulls you out. Okay, and so in that case, is it not better to ground Christianity in what historically people have claimed is the most sort of important part about your relationship with God, which is the experience, the faith?
Okay, so that's kind of maybe the first actual advice, right? If you're led in through being convinced through apologetics, then you could probably be led out the same way. And so if you're presented arguments like the cosmological or the teleological argument and all this stuff and some of the historicity, but then you're convinced by someone else, let's say Brandon joins your panel and shut up, Brandon. And then he says a bunch of, atheist philosophy nonsense. And then you're like, oh, wait a minute, this is more complicated. Then you could possibly lose your faith, because if you gained your faith through intellectualism, maybe you could also lose it. Versus if you gain it through experience, no one can take away your fucking experience. Do we agree with this on this panel?
Oh, yeah. Experience is the biggest thing when it comes to someone's faith.
This is a lot lazy. This is a lot like saying you can't reason someone out of something they didn't reason themselves into. I'm not sure if it's like a good thing necessarily.
Legalism is always bad when trying to convince someone of something, right? Like it's like when you're having a debate with someone about some issue and they appeal to law, right? It's the same sort of fallacious thinking where you're not really like going through all of the facets of what it is that you believe in. And actually the most compelling part of Christianity from my perspective isn't like the experiential thing where you're talking about the faith part, but it's the theosis part where you're like trying to walk as God, walk as Jesus, and your life improves because of your constant quest for self-improvement. Because that's very much in line with like self-improvement, self-excellence.
Well, let me tackle this with like a scientific question. You're more likely to believe in the Big Bang if you experience it rather than if you read about it and study about it.
Correct.
Yeah. Like if I'd never seen a butterfly and someone just telling me they exist, I would believe it a lot more if I actually see the butterfly than reading a biology textbook about a butterfly.
Same thing if you experience digging up dinosaur bones, you're more likely to have a grounded understanding of dinosaurs rather than if you go to a museum and you just see them displayed.
Like one thing, and I don't know, this kind of in some ways is a bit of like a synecdoche almost of like maybe this discussion or the discussion they're having. I was talking to somebody, one of the professors at the Bible school I went to, and he was using that passage. He was talking about that passage where it says that the devil like prowls around like a roaring lion looking for something to destroy or whatever. And he was saying, he's like, I used to live in India and lions would do this where they would roar to like freeze their prey, and then they would like keep walking toward it and then roar again to like freeze it, and keep going until they got close enough to eat it. And I was like, I don't know. I thought I'd heard that that's not true. And I had looked it up and then it said it wasn't true. And then he got really mad when I like brought this up to him. I was just like, I'm just curious about this. And he's like, I've seen it. I've experienced it. I saw the lions roar. And it's like, so he would not let us. I was like, well, I'm just saying this is what all like the zoologists say. They say this is like not true. Now, there's no way I could reason him out of it. I don't know if he actually saw it or if he was mistaken or if the zoologists are mistaken that say lions hunt that way, because everything at the time I was like, this seems to stem from like a Billy Graham sermon that people just like repeat a lot, but I don't think it's actually how lions operate.
But you
he
see
couldn't
how
be talked
grounded
out of
his
it.
faith is, though. His faith is so grounded because he experienced it rather than just read about it. Because later
Right.
on, you could read about it. Oh, biologists discovered, hey, they actually do this, or this is something that is known in the lion. I guess the lion
I guess
physiology.
The roar
counter
is used to confuse the prey, disorient them.
to confuse.
Yeah.
So maybe this is true now, because this was
confuse and
like
disorient.
15 years ago when I was looking it up, or however long ago that was, a long time ago. Maybe he was right the whole time, and now maybe
he could have misspoke. You're not wrong about the freezing. They don't roar to freeze, but to confuse and disorient.
Sure.
Okay, that's at least getting similar,
Yeah.
And it makes sense because, like, especially if you're dealing with other fast animals, you want that couple seconds of delay.
You gotta hit
where
him
you
up now
can
and be like,
type
hey.
it. He was like, "No,
guess,
it
yeah.
freezes them. They're cold."
I think the counter, I guess, of this is if you experience something but you interpret it incorrectly. Like, let's say he thought he saw this, but he's actually wrong about it, and the lion wasn't actually freezing the prey, and he's just misremembering. Then it's like there's no real way to talk him out of it. And same way, like, I guess our faith, right? In some ways, like if you experience something, you're like, no, this actually happened, and I like, let's say someone experienced what they think is a UFO. It's actually, let's say this happened in Canada. Testicular Johnson might have seen it in Alberta. There was one of the clearest videos I think that most people have ever seen of ball lightning that happened, and it looks really cool.
Well,
And if
can I challenge that?
you thought that this was a UFO, then it's like, now who's going to be able to talk you out of that if you just grow up thinking, no, I definitely saw a UFO? It's going to be hard to confuse you on that one.
But I think you see the inverse effect when people, like, okay, so like just use CVID as an example. There's a lot of information that people are tied to when it came to COVID and stuff like that, where it didn't matter how much they experienced or how much they heard about it. They believed it because this is what they were told. And so I think you do face that on both sides of experience and, I guess, understanding something or being explained something, to where you have these people who this understanding is so grounded that no matter what you tell them, they're going to believe it either way.
But would you agree this happens like on both sides of it?
Yeah,
there's
experience
people that,
versus
like,
knowledge.
But that the experience can like be misled as well.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
okay.
But yeah, but
like, I'm thinking of like you talk to some people at C19, right? And they're like, oh, my sister, got the shot and then she had a seizure the next day. And it's like, right. And it's kind of like, once someone has that, it's like it could have just been, let's say they just happened to have a seizure the next day, right? It's like, but if those two things get correlated in someone's mind, they're like, no, I'm not even going to care about the evidence of like what percent of shots cause seizures. I'm just going to be like seizure coded,
I think that would
that's
be
just what it does.
Just that person's fault.
It's a both.
Yeah.
It's a both sides thing, to where some people get so developed in an either understanding or an experience to where there's nothing you can do to combat that.
I guess that's the problem. It's like the experience, I think, is the most important, but you have to make sure that you're not like miscorrelating things in your mind. And that's kind of the problem, I guess. That's the flip side of all this. At least the intellectual rigor probably isn't going to lead you into maybe a ton of, let's say, cognitive biases and stuff. Whereas the experiential thing, you got to be a lot more careful with it, I guess, because, like if you have a dream, like who's the guy, Wesley? If you guys remember Wesley, Christian, this was before your time, although he might come back. But Wesley, Alex was on the panel with them. I know that. And I think Big Soda was.
Yeah.
Where, right, he's had a few dreams. I think he's had like legit spiritual experience, but he has interpreted them to mean that on like a certain date and time, these events changed and like the end of the world is going to happen. And it's like, there's no talking him out of that because he's had that experience and he believes in it fully. And it's like, he can't be reasoned out of that anymore. It's kind of like, I guess what Alex says, you can't reason, what's that famous quote? You can't reason someone out of something they didn't reason themselves into.
It's that balance.
Yeah.
It's no one's fault but their own if they can't
Now, Alex, do you think that's a
Good to see you, Moon
universal?
Princess.
Do you think there are examples where people can be reasoned out of something that they reason themselves into?
They didn't or did reason themselves into?
They did.
You can reason someone out of something they've reasoned themselves into, of course.
Okay.
It's
But
just
it
the
doesn't-
opposite. The opposite
I
seems
think
to be almost
the opposite is
not.
is
okay.
hard.
I
But the
misinter-
opposite has
okay.
got to be possible as well, surely, right?
Yeah,
It's just more
I guess
difficult.
that's what I meant.
It's. I think it requires you to push them to introspect, less than provide them with evidence. Maybe there's like certain cases where it would be, it's maybe even likely that you could reason someone out, but I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head what those would be.
I take it you'd probably have to face some type of like consequence or some real world consequence that kind of drives you from that reasoning.
Yeah, I think in essence that's exactly what you kind of have to do.
I think there's some examples of in the flat earth community, right? They did that thing recently where they actually finally did a trip to Antarctica. And one of the guys that went, I think they're making a documentary on it. He is not a flat earther anymore. And so he was, at least it took him a lot. The motherfucker had to be flown to Antarctica. Yeah, and he didn't fall off, and he was checking. Oh. He was doing all these sun calculations, I guess, based on it. And he's like, "Oh, it doesn't make sense." And it seems like that cognitive dissonance did lead him to at least abandon that. The funny thing is, everyone else now calls him a Fed because he's just been bought. But he himself, at least, finally, came around.
I think there's some people who believe in flat Earth who do reason themselves into it, even though their reason may be faulty. Because it seems like they rely on kind of a more scientific understanding, even though their science may be flawed.
Some of them are pretty booked up. I wouldn't want to debate a flat earther. I would have to really study myself because they have a lot of they do study hard, So
yeah,
it's not. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say it's magical thinking though, right? Like it's just like Christianity. You have to suspend your logical brain in order to believe it. And so true. like if people if culturally we abandon Christianity, then you're going to believe irrational things like in whole, right? Because I don't think that Christianity pushes flat Earth.
Well, see, this is why I say they're reasonable.
Maryland does believe the Earth is flat, by the way, Brandon.
It's not that it's not a faith that they have with it. It's kind of something that they convince themselves through their own flawed reasoning.
Yeah. Well, I've had conversations with flat earthers and people like crater Earth people. Have y'all met crater Earth people?
Oh, now I don't think I've done crater Earth, but I've done ice wall.
Different?
No,
ice wall people.
Crater Earth is the belief that we live in the moon and that what we see is a reflection of the Earth.
Oh,
that checks out.
That gets points for creativity. I will say that.
No, I've heard the ice wall where there's other circular ice walls that exist, and it's explained kind of like the dimensional theory to where there's other dimensions, but in reality, it's just kind of ice walls that separate us.
Marilyn's theory is the best. She thinks there's no ice wall and that it's just an ocean, and that if you went far enough, west in the ocean, you would just find infinite new lands, and it just goes on forever.
Well,
you would continuously find
hometown.
Infinitely more people if you kept going west.
But that's a theory of someone who's never left their hometown.
It's an infinite flat plane belief, I guess, is the best way to.
It's like someone who says, "Oh, you'll find infinite amount of towns if you keep going over to the next town."
Who believes that?
Marilyn believes that.
Oh no, you're no.
That was your shoddy bit, yeah.
It's probably the most interesting of the flat Earth theories in a way. It's probably the easiest one to also probably disprove to some degree because you can just I don't know. Shit. Yeah, that's what I said. And she said that that they stop you. They. And then, but don't ask who they is. Okay, don't ask who they is because then
it's the blue
typically, if you have to use a non-specific they that doesn't have an actual
Oh no, she'll be specific, just not no.
No, I know. I said typically. Yeah, that's usually not the greatest sign.
There's always a they.
There is always a they.
Yeah.
Jackson Atwell What are your thoughts on experience leading to faith? I think counter experiences potentially convince someone toward another belief. I mean, that's true. I mean, that's kind of, I guess, the issue. I think that's why I'll punt to Christian with his like that it has to be a balance, because if you live in an Islamic society, I'm sure you could have experiences that lead you to have irrefutable, unshakable faith in in Allah and that Muhammad is his messenger, right? And if you're a Mormon, right? I was talking about this before on stream, that Mormons talk about the burning in the bosom, that they always talk about when you read the Book of Mormon. So to them, that's experience that's leading them to think that the Church of Latter-day Saints is omnigoted.
But that goes to show you that experience is probably the most powerful example of like believing of faith.
Yeah, it definitely has to be, I think, both. Experience definitely leads people to believe things, but then I think, it has to be balanced with some type of intellectualism to hopefully interpret the experience correctly. Because experiences are powerful, kind of like the ball lightning thing. That's a powerful experience. You got to be careful to probably not confuse that with the UFO, though, is probably the problem,
It's also why you see a lot of former like drug addicts that kind of ground themselves in a kind of faith thing once they get themselves off drugs. It's that experience of getting off drugs and having that connection that kind of solidifies their faith.
Why are we back to methed out Confluence? I'm putting you on the bottom, okay? So when comments get pulled up, it hides you.
As a recovering alcoholic, I'm going to say that it's not that like they seek the faith out for any reason other than like they've realized that their orientation in life is incorrect and they have to reach for something higher than themselves, because it's a circular reference if you're trying to solve yourself from the inside and you're addicted to something.
I think that's based Anson.
Yeah, Anson is unusually based today.
He's gonna come around. It's gonna take a while, but
we can fix him.
He says words that sound so good, and then he'll fumble later on.
And then, he'll get too close, and then he'll have to say something wild as fuck, and then you'll be like, "Damn it, Anson!
Like,
I have to disavow you."
He's just like a secret closeted Christian, and he's like, "Oh shit, I said too much pro Christian
stuff." I have to test their faith.
Women don't need rights.
Yeah.
the sort of personal commitment to a relationship with Jesus, that kind of stuff. And yeah, you're right. I mean, like if you look closely, the Bible is constantly talking about. I mean, there's a passage where it talks about how you sort of like shouldn't be fooled by philosophy.
Yeah,
and
because there was a lot of sophisticated Greek philosophy that Paul was running into.
Yeah.
And they were, this is the beginning. He was like at the heyday of this Greek thought. And he understood it. And he was basically saying, if we get into thinking like these guys, it's going to lead us away. The resurrection will be foolish if I'm using this as my parrot.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah,
right?
Isn't that interesting? Like if we
would we say that? Would we say he's in the heyday of Greek thought?
I mean, kind of like all those.
I thought it extended a little bit before Christianity.
No, it did. Yeah, it was very popular still, right? It was still like. So I don't know. I think Anson would know better than me, but I think like Plato is probably I don't know, 800 years BC or something like that. But I could be way off.
Because I figured like leading up into that, like that would be the heyday, and then this would be
one of these. Boom, we got Brandon in the house.
Oh, the preference.
He's in a car.
The preference enjoyer. I just wanted to ask a quick question. I'm about to go into the gym. Did any of you guys see the word war debate with Anna Kasparian and Pearl?
No. When did this happen?
It happened either a day or two. It is brutal. That's
what I'm watching tomorrow. That's what I'm watching tomorrow then.
Yeah, please do. I just wanted to say that really quick.
Anna's doing the brutality, right?
I love Anna Kasparian, and
I'm not
really am not a fan of Pearl. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Based.
Oh, it's so bad. You guys will enjoy it, though. I just wanted to give that recommendation. I'm going to go work out.
That's great. Have a good workout.
All right.
Hi, Brandon.
That is definitely what I'm watching freaking tomorrow. I'm excited about that.
You better watch that.
Anna Kasparian and Pearl. That's going to be a shit show. That's going to be an absolute shit show. Oh,
resurrection would be
I'm excited already.
Well, in so many ways, that's what a modern atheist on Reddit says, isn't it? Like, the resurrection is foolish according to reason and rationality. And in a way, as a Christian, you could say Yeah.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be jujitsu? I can't remember. It means something like literally like, I wish I remember this, but in jujitsu, and I'm not, I was a yellow belt in karate.
Yeah, right.
But like the idea that you use the momentum of your opponent and
Yeah.
you don't necessarily use your strength and you don't dig in, but if they're coming hard this way and you kind of let them go past you and you flip them or whatever.
Yeah.
But exactly, like the skeptics are saying, this is a foolish thing to believe. As a Christian, why can't you say, yeah, it is,
Yeah.
but try it?
Yeah.
Like, what would that be like, right? Versus, no, it's not, no, it's reasonable. Let me show you. Here's the historical evidence. It's just like, and then you're like, yeah, the historical evidence is real thin, guys. And
I'm not sure how
very
convincing.
few Christians.
I don't know, man. I get what he's saying about like try it. Like maybe saying like, oh, I can't. The best proof. I mean, this is what I've told people that have asked me on this very panel, right? I say, yeah, like you have to experience it. I think that's like the best evidence that you're ever going to get. That's what happens when Jamie asked me that. But like the thing is, but I wouldn't say it's foolish. You should try it, but it's foolish. I wouldn't lead with that.
I mean, the resurrection is like a supernatural event. I don't find it to be unreasonable to lean that it happens. I don't see why a Christian could also be like, I mean, yeah, if you don't want to lean that direction, it is a supernatural event. Like that's what it is. It doesn't happen often.
Right.
Like,
I don't like it.
I would say that. I would never say it's foolish. I would say, it's supernatural.
I think it's supernatural, and there is you can reasonably lean in that direction.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like it's like did Rome or did Greece invade Troy? It's like some people reasonably think that happened, but I wouldn't describe it as foolish to believe it just because we only have stories about it.
Well, we also have the ruins of Troy that have been unearthed.
Have they? Is that recent?
Yeah, that's absolutely happened. Yeah.
Okay. See, okay. Then I must have my stories mixed up. I thought that was just an idea.
Documentation of the resurrection when Christianity was really popping off. Eyewitness testimony, like it's reasonable to lean in that direction. Is it supernatural? 100%.
Yep.
100%.
Typically, we don't look at like when we're looking at history, trying to determine what happened. We'll look for like corroborating stories that don't come from the same place.
Right.
Which we have. Would you say we don't have, like with the Romans, the Christians, and then the Jewish communities?
Well, we have outside.
It depends
documents.
on which particular thing you're talking about.
Okay, that's fair. It's like about, I guess, the resurrection. The resurrection would be a good example of that. Do we have, Jewish testimony that this actually happened, or,
we do.
Of course they would deny it.
Yeah, it's not them going like. It's more along the lines of like the people that they've spoken to claim this is what happened. So
I would say
documents outside of the Bible.
I use this example with Confluence when I forget his name now, but he was saying how just based on what we know in the corroborating, or I guess the evidence of people saying something happened, that wouldn't be historic. But then I would say, well, how do we know that? I forget, is it Plato or Socrates that came first? It's like, how do we know that he even existed outside of, his pupil writing this stuff down and then saying that this stuff existed?
Yeah.
Because we generally accept that he exists, but it's like outside of just his pupil who is biased saying that he existed, we have no evidence that he existed.
Yeah, there's very little evidence that Socrates was
some type of faith.
And I think, but then it's like there are, the classic atheist line. I do think there's validity to that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence,
That's fair.
That is true, because that's the reason that, like, to go back to what they were talking about before, that's the reason why I would say, I don't know if Muhammad actually flew from, what was it, Medina to Jerusalem or wherever he was going. Right. It's like, I would say that's a pretty crazy claim. But then it's like, obviously, with our miracles, and I'm like, although I don't think, with the resurrection, at least there is the claim that all these people saw.
But you could say that the first.
I said most atheists that make that claim don't know what that evidence would be.
Yeah, I think that the factual nature.
And I'm not denying that it's not supernatural, right? That there's that, like, if you lean in that direction to believe it, right? But
again, Johnson doesn't understand his own biases here. I'm just going to say this, okay? You're looking at it with from a naturalistic lens, and if you use that bias, then of course it's going to be, ahistorical. I'm just saying.
Well, I guess
somebody off. I got triggered by Sigurd Johnson.
Are dragons historically accurate? Like, because we know societies use dragon mythology in their tales. So is the idea of dragons historic? I would argue yes. But then we started to get to the physiology, and then you would probably say, well, they're not historic in the sense that a dragon actually existed. But if we look at it as a combination of multiple fears tied into one as one ultimate fear, you would say yes, dragons are historic.
Yeah. Okay, you guys entertain just weird coincidence that I have to step out.
Yeah,
Don't look
so strange.
or
On the
like
hour,
that,
every hour. That's so weird.
I know. It's almost like there's a purpose behind
Anthony,
it.
What were you gonna say?
So I think that it's less important whether or not you believe the factuality of the Christian mythology, like especially the New Testament. Like the Old Testament, I can do without it, but the New Testament, like the philosophy portion related to Christianity is more important than the actual whether or not the people existed. It's kind of like the Plato comparison, right? The Plato, like if whether or not he was an actual person is less relevant than the impact that his thoughts had or the thoughts that were attributed to him by people that came afterwards, right? And so from my perspective, the Christianity has a whole lot of value in the way that it corrals people and keeps them in line, and that's not necessarily the people so much as it is the thoughts.
Well, I would say, well, you can't have a structure without a foundation. So if you don't believe, if you don't accept the foundation, you can't have the structure on top of it.
Yeah, that's why.
So either you believe in the, I guess, you either believe that it's true, or the principles will just be eroded eventually.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fair.
Alex, what's your take?
Again, I just think we need to be more specific when we're saying like what the claim is that we're trying to answer for. There's going to be a difference between like, did Jesus exist? Did he die? Was he buried in a cave? Was his tomb empty at some point afterwards? Like those are all individual claims that would have to be looked at, and we would look at historical data to try and like determine how certain we can be of what. The resurrection piece itself, that's not going to be like at this point we have never seen something like that. So it's not like a physical claim where we can say, oh yeah, resurrections happen all the time, so this was probably one of those.
Well, to be fair, with him being God, this wouldn't be something that happens all the time.
No, I understand. I'm just saying the claim itself is extraordinary in and of it, like the situation where it's theoretically never happened before, except for I guess Lazarus. But even to that, we don't really have any.
You think we don't have evidence pointing towards the Christ being a person living, dying on the cross?
No. I'm saying those are all things that need to be clarified when people say, well, there's no evidence for Christ. Which particular claim are you?
This is why I get mad at Anson, because I think Anson believes that Jesus wasn't a historical person, which
is like rejected across the board.
Yeah, like basically,
there's
no
a couple of
one
historians who still say that he's not, but
there is, but it's
they're
like,
not.
that's like
they're either horrible historians or don't know very much.
Because there is still like the Josephus stuff, the Tacitus stuff, a few others that I can't remember. There are like extemporaneous. How do you say that word? Extemporaneous accounts.
Extemporaneous. Yeah.
It's like that's the most solid evidence
So,
that we
Alex,
have is him existing.
If Christ lived, died, buried, and then the tomb was empty, and then you have a bunch of eyewitness testimonies going, "Hey, we saw him risen." Is it not reasonable to be like, okay, maybe something happened?
Yeah, it's reasonable to say maybe something happened, but to fall into like any level of certainty that what happened was a resurrection, that the Son of God resurrected himself or was resurrected. That is a faith-based claim, not one that can be proven through any kind of like science.
Well, I mean, if it happened naturally, would it be supernatural?
But in our
no, it's supernatural. I mean, it's beyond nature, right?
It's a harder claim, but I think it was Big Soda that was saying that like every historical claim is to some degree faith-based, right? Like at least the vast majority of them. Some of them we can back up with some like, the archaeology and stuff, but like the further we go back, the more we're just trusting sometimes on a single book that claims something happened,
Sure. Well, to an extent, yes.
And Mary Magdalene to Sticker Johnson, okay? There's women that followed Jesus.
I don't think they typically say like that the claim exists, or they don't typically say that this person was real before they have like multiple corroborating events for it.
Or is it
look about Socrates. Yeah,
Socrates.
We have writings of Plato. Plato claims that Socrates was his teacher. I don't think we have a single other. Someone could fact check me on it. I don't think we have a single other account of Socrates actually like being like written at the same time. I think everything we know from Socrates comes from Plato, but he's still like widely accepted that he existed.
Socrates.
I'll have to look that up. Maybe you're right.
Well, I mean,
either way, like
could be wrong.
That's fine. But like, what I'm saying is, if I told you that my ladder fell, or that my ladder like flew up into the air for seemingly no reason, if you look at every event you've ever experienced, or any event that anyone has ever claimed to have experienced, other than like, I don't know, people who saw aliens or whatever, we know gravity is, we know how it functions, it pulls things down. Like the idea that something went up instead for no reason, it's just something most people just don't entertain because it's contrary to any experience we've ever had, or any experience that most credible sources ever claimed they've ever had.
But then I would argue that, I mean, as we've got more technologically advanced, we realize there are some aspects in which gravity does not apply like that.
Like what?
As example, like you throw something up and it comes immediately right back down. We know
inertia exists, but gravity is an accelerating force. It's not like we know that when you throw things up, they decelerate at the rate of gravity, which is what you would expect.
But I guess what I mean is, but from our current understanding, this is how we think, and it's like if you were to go back to the 1500s, you would see most people, or I guess 1700s, that was probably used. Most people, when you throw something up, it's going to come directly back down, and there's some type of force acting on that. But we have found examples to where that's not always true. There are some aspects of gravity where you throw something up and it doesn't immediately come back down. And so just by our understanding, we believe that we throw something up and it comes directly back down, but we have found situations where that did not apply.
Like what? Can you give me examples?
Like when you go to the moon, you throw something up and it doesn't directly come back down the same as Earth.
Well, we do know that there's like different levels of gravity, right?
Well, we didn't at the time though. And
no,
so
we didn't at the time.
Newton's understanding of gravity is very different than ours now. Yeah.
And it's like just from our current understanding, we thought something to be true. In reality, it wasn't true.
Yeah, and if we suddenly start stumbling into times where people seemingly are resurrected, it's going to become a lot more likely to believe that it happened a long time ago as well, right?
But I take it you would have to find that factor. Like you would have to find the factor that changes our understanding that when you throw something up, it doesn't immediately come back down. And so with the resurrection, that factor would be God.
You need to understand the why, right?
Yeah.
But this is how people explained everything in the past, right? Everything was like, when we looked at it, everything was just explained by God because we didn't know how anything actually worked. And as we discovered more and more, instead of people decided that we don't need God because we understand how it works. But I think that's a stupid.
That's fair.
If I can ask, who said this? So this comment, I can see the perspective that the philosophy is potentially more important, but how would you square that when Paul says if Christ was not raised from the dead, our faith would be useless? Did one of you guys say that? Because I wouldn't say that.
I said
this was from a few minutes ago. Oh, this is okay. That makes sense. Okay, well, I guess to answer you, Jackson, Ansett is an atheist, so that's how he would square that.
Yeah,
I would say the philosophy is more important.
It's a fantastic mythology with lots of value in the morals of the stories.
But you need the foundation. You can't just have the walls. It's like if you have the walls resurrected on no foundation, then the morals of the story are meaningless.
Well, yeah, but you can found it on the fact that humans have told stories to keep their people in line for a long time, and the fact that the stories kept the people in line is the value that you glean from.
But as the culture got away from the foundation, those morals became useless.
Yeah, because cultures change over time, right? And that's all we're experiencing right now with the shift to atheism is a change.
Well, I would argue the opposite. I would argue that we're now shifting back to Christianity based on polls from younger generations.
I don't know.
I would say the newest generation leans more religious than non-religious. I mean, but it's based off polls, so I guess take it with a grain of salt.
Whatever Marilyn is doing is apparently working because she just made a new convert right in front of us. Look at this. Marilyn is God.
Oh,
Marilyn is God.
Marilyn has converted to Sigurd Johnson to her religion. So while we're talking about her philosophy, Marilyn's like actually just doing it, so we should be following what she's doing. Okay.
One more person away from Christianity and one more person away from following Christ.
Yeah. So for Aristotle, we have Plato, Theophratus?
No, for Socrates was the question.
Oh, Socrates. Damn it.
Yeah.
What does it mean Anson is an emergent value guy? You got to remember, I'm an idiot, right? I don't know what those words mean. What does it mean to be an emergent value guy?
Anson, you're not an idiot. You're a nitwit.
Yeah,
you're above average intelligence. You just don't apply it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm lazy. That's a better description. Yeah. What does that mean, though, emergent value guy?
I guess those values emerge. You apply them.
I don't know.
I'm not really sure.
That's the first time I've heard that.
The literal meaning of those words. If that's some specialized thing, I'm not sure. But yeah, if it just means that values emerge from circumstances, then
Anson's a Christian.
Like complex values come from systems unexpectedly.
Yeah.
He's a Christian without the Christ.
An Ian.
Yeah. A Shin. Or Ian.
Right. Well,
who
we're making good progress. This is
like Dale Allison is my favorite of all of them because he is willing to admit that he has made a faith decision because you can't look into this cloud.
I want to read that Dale Allison book because Alex O'Connor apparently it's a evidence for the resurrection, and Alex O'Connor put it on one of his most recommended to read books of 2025.
What's the name of it? I'm about to purchase some books. I want to add it to the list. I've got the resurrection, and
that's definitely a good one to have. I think it's this one. It's the resurrection. Am I showing the right thing? Yeah.
Yes.
Dale Allison, The Resurrection of Jesus, Apologetics, Polemics, and History.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's the one. Unless he wrote multiple, let me just check, but I'm pretty sure.
So I'm putting together a small little library, and I've been looking for some books to kind of
Oh
delve
yeah.
into.
Okay.
If anybody else has any recommendations,
Yeah, it is this one that he recommended. And he, at least according to Alex O'Connor, he thinks it's like one of the best books about the evidence of the resurrection. And it's written by a Christian, so. What were you saying, Anston? Were you saying something?
No, I looked up emergent value. That was really good, Keelan. I agree with your emergent value qualification of who I am. That's good. I hadn't heard that before.
I disavow it. I don't even know what it is, but I disavow it.
Oh, Jackson, you've read this? Did you already say this, or no? I don't think you did. Yeah, Jackson's apparently read the book too.
The latest edition. Okay.
Also, a young enjoyer in a chat, which is always a good thing.
Yeah, I'm one of them youngins.
Oh, I'm a youngin fan now.
A youngin,
and come to confident conclusion.
He's phenomenal. I just I had him on my show. I think between seeing you last and now, I think I hadn't had him on when I last spoke.
Oh wow!
I've had him on the show. Great episode. He's also one of my favorite. I mean, his book on the resurrection, I think it's
enjoyer.
It's like
it's a weird
it's like,
way of to say it.
I always want to say it's the only book you need to read on the resurrection, including the Bible.
You can read the introduction,
yeah,
and adopt that way of thinking, and you save yourself a lot of pain.
I often find that, like, I was speaking to a biblical scholar friend of mine recently, and he was sort of like, sometimes I feel like I enjoy reading about the Bible more than I enjoy reading the Bible. I was like, yeah, me too, man.
Yeah,
me too.
I get that.
But yeah, I spoke to John Lennox on the show as well, and one of the things that I spoke with him about was that
Christian, you were talking about him the other day, right?
If you believe that Christianity is based on rational argumentation, now, it may be that Christianity or theism in general can be supported by evidence. Maybe the complexity of a biological cell points to God, or language or whatever. The problem is that if you think that that is what you need to ground the faith, that's what you need to sort of get the faith going, then what this does is it creates an intellectual barrier for entry. It means that if you are not smart enough to understand the Kalam cosmological argument, if you don't know how premises lead to conclusions, if you don't know the difference between deductive and inductive logic, then you're not going to be a Christian. And because this is the way that Christianity is supposed to be proven to people, if you don't understand, historical methodology, if you don't understand what a criterion of embarrassment is, if you're not smart enough to work that out, then sorry, mate, Christianity isn't for you. Which is sort of unthinkable. When put in those terms, it is completely unthinkable that is what Christianity would be about. So this isn't to say that there aren't good arguments you can make and good evidences that you can discuss. But the idea that that is like the way in and that is the reason for your faith, I think is a mistake, at least as a practical measure for trying to bring other people.
It's not biblical.
But to be fair, I don't think that's
you're supposed
how
to become
John
like a
Lennox
child.
would describe his reasoning for getting into Christianity.
Yeah,
he wouldn't.
In his defense,
he's right though. Like, I tried to become a Christian using logic, and it doesn't work.
Well, see, that's probably your problem. Is you thought a belief in Christ and I guess relationship with Christ was purely based on everything that is logical.
I think the one thing I will say with John Lennox, I think I'm not sure how to say this because I like John Lennox a lot, but I think one problem is that if you're an expert, it's kind of like the reverse Dawkins. But I actually like John Lennox, so I'm not saying anything bad about him. But it's like just because you're an expert or a really smart guy in one field, it doesn't automatically mean you're going to be like a genius in other fields. And like with John Lennox, like he's like a math guy and he's like an expert at that. And so it's impressive that he also then delves into the philosophy of it, but he's not, you know what I mean? There's a bit of like, what's that word? Ultra crepidarianism going on, right? Where you're like, you're kind of going outside your wheelhouse, which is fine. But then I think in the same ways that Dawkins gets elevated as look at this really smart guy who's an atheist, then I think we can sometimes do that with like the other side with like, oh, look at this smart mathematician who's also a Christian. It's like, I don't know if those things are necessarily like super related.
That's
know what I
fair,
mean?
but
Or
look
do you
at who he
disagree?
debates. Look, I mean, you think the general people he debates, they're not just going to accept that I have a faith in God. It's like you kind of have to meet them in the ground that they want to debate in. Most of the people he debates, it's pure. It's purely logical.
Most
So you
of
kind of
his
have to meet them
arguments
at their.
too are based in math.
But that's what gets do you think that checks out? Like I'm trying to think if that's like, is there like, what's a good mathematical argument for God besides just like transcendentals and stuff like that? Like of saying that like you can't have math, you know, that math wouldn't be objective or that it exists outside the mind, or but like, do you think it's actually possible to build like a mathematical proof of God, or is it kind of just like, I think we can look at the beauty of math and like the weird ways that like different numbers connect, and that pi is connected to E and all this stuff. I think it's like pretty, what Einstein called like the most beautiful formula. You know, it has the imaginary number thing in it and E and pi, and it's all like in one little cool thing.
That's going to depend on what you think. Like, it depends on, I guess, two things. One, would God create a universe that can be proven through something like that, or would he create a universe that makes sense and functions on its own?
Right.
And I also think it's kind of like, if we're not mathematicians, like, can we understand a concept in which we've not, I guess, not ourselves been trained in? So us just average Christians, we don't have a full grasping of what he's trying to explain, because his realm of expertise is, is math. And so it's kind of like, if we don't have that same expertise, it'll probably fall on deaf ears for most people. But then again, I don't think he's trying to convince most people. I think he's looking at it from the realm of, I'm debating people who look at it purely logical, and this is the best way I can ground it with pure logic. Because I don't think he would say that I'm trying to convince everyone.
Sorry, who's trying to do that?
Dr. John Lennox.
Oh.
He's more of a debate. I mean, he's mostly kind of a debate guy outside of his field of, math, being a mathematician. He's not someone, I'm trying to convince everyone, Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior. He's like, this is how I believe it to be true.
Is he one of those Fibonacci cope guys?
Probably not, no.
The Fibonacci what guys?
Fibonacci cope.
He's not like that one guy that debated.
I think the golden ratio is incredibly interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there's a
ratio enjoyer. Okay,
like there's a lot we don't understand about our world, and we don't nearly know everything. But my understanding right now, based off of like math and physics and stuff like that, is that we see exactly what we'd expect to see if the universe functioned on its own, right? Like there's no evidence that God is like, of course there's like yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it just means that at least at any level we can detect, there's really no way to prove that God exists through that.
Well, to be fair, there would also be no way to disprove God exists with just that.
It's not intending to disprove. There's no intent to disprove.
But the more empirical knowledge we acquire, and the more logical thinking is accepted in the culture, the more difficult it is to slide God into gaps.
I just don't see how we could have the world that we have without God.
The problem is this need to slide God into gaps to begin with. That's not. Yeah. That's like.
Yeah, the only God whose gap I want to slide into is Maryland.
I fucking knew that's where that was going.
Every time, God of the gap. This is where Anson. This is what we said. We were just like 30 minutes behind. Anson has to suck us back down after he says goated stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He'll be on a roll.
Yeah.
It's like, like, wait. If he would stop that, he would be probably my favorite commentator.
And so to me, it just feels like a temptation, a human temptation that
Hey, there's
Christians
at least
have
two
fallen for.
testicular
To
Johnson.
be like, well, no,
okay?
I need to make this. I need to make this reasonable.
Yeah.
It's just like, do you trust God? You don't really have to make this make sense from a human standpoint. Does it make sense from a spiritual standpoint in your particular experience?
And it's interesting because some Christian listeners might be thinking of Romans chapter 1. In Romans chapter 1, Paul says that like sort of God and his invisible qualities have been known for all time.
So you're without excuse. You're without excuse.
So the
if you
people
deny
are without excuse. I can't remember the exact phrasing. Maybe we can find it or put it up on screen.
I wonder what the full thought behind that is.
Some people will listen to that and go like, oh, well, it says that, like God can be known through like sort of the world that we live in and but the fact that it says that no one is with excuse, that every single person knows God's existence, also I think implies that whatever it is that Paul is talking about there, the kind of thing which sort of guarantees that anyone can know God, cannot be some complicated syllogism or
Right, it has to be
biological
self-evident.
observation through a microscope or something like that. It has to be something that is just present in every single person naturally, and that's not going to be something like apologetical argumentation, right?
And even with that passage, if you think about
what is that? But can I borrow your Bible?
Yeah.
While you're talking,
if you think about what
pass the Bible on the left-hand side.
If you think about who Paul was writing to and what they understood,
yes,
I think someone in the first century was without excuse because there was no explanation at all for reality apart from a personal God in many ways, right?
There was atheists
the modern
before
world
Christ,
only made.
though.
Whoa!
Sorry.
Now you just revealed that this is Diet Dr. Pepper that you're drinking.
Oh, it's whiskey. Can we get a tissue?
Ugh.
Is that really bad?
And see, that's why God exists.
This is like
Did he just spill whiskey
problem
on the
table.
Bible?
You know who sits at this
Just
table on a
happened?
regular basis? Link Neal. If this table is Link Neal proof, it's Dr. Pepper proof.
You were saying?
I was saying that at the time that Paul was writing, I do think it would have been unreasonable and stupid to be like, there's nothing behind this.
Yes. I'm looking at Romans chapter 1, verse 18, but I'm skipping forward importantly to verse 20 here. For his invisible attributes, namely his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly perceived ever since the creation of the world in the things that have been made, so that they are without excuse. Yeah, it's odd reading it in the ESV.
Yeah.
But it seems to imply that it's got something to do with the actual world. It's not just like this eternal thing. It is something about like looking at the world and his invisible qualities are present in there somehow. But the fact, to me, the important thing is that he says that they're without excuse, like that every person have been clearly perceived ever since the creation of the world, like implies again that whatever it is, it can't be complicated and it can't require like a great deal of reflective thought.
Yeah. This is plain.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I mean,
The way I read that passage, though, I don't think Paul is saying anything about like the specifics of Christianity. I think he's just saying that, like that it's self-evident that there is like a creator or that there is like that God kind of exists, I don't think Paul is trying to be more like hyper-specific than that.
We gotta read the whole thing.
What was this? Romans 1?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where does this start? Okay, there we go. Yeah, so talking about the gospel to the Gentiles. Yeah, so I feel like this division is probably correct. For the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men who by their unrighteousness suppress the truth. For what can be known about God is plain to them because God has shown it to them. For his invisible attributes, namely his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly perceived ever since the creation of the world.
Notice that before that verse, it was talking about people suppressing it.
Yeah.
That what is made known. Yeah. They just decided to pull that like one thing out.
Yeah, I mean, they probably don't want to, but I do think, I feel like it is. Yeah, this is kind of, it doesn't change the context, I guess I would say. But yeah, I don't think we want us to focus on this one.
Right.
I would also say
to read Paul
the context of who's reading it. So it's like, to a believer, yes, it may be true, but is he directly referencing anybody, or is he directly referencing those who might be reading this Bible?
The issue is that they turned around and were essentially going like, ancient man was dumb. Like they turned around and argued that. Anyway, now that we have all these different tools, it's like there's no way you can logically come to God. Like that's smuggled into that argument.
I don't know. I don't know if that's how I heard what they were saying. I'm not sure.
So what do you take that verse to be?
I think they're trying to kind of say what they were kind of saying before, that the apologetics, that Paul is saying that the apologetics is not necessary, that you don't need all this like extra stuff, that there's something about God that's supposed to be self-evident. Right? And I think that's what this is saying, right? Namely his invisible attributes, and then Paul says namely his eternal power and divine nature. And so it's like I don't know if they're like disparaging this. I think they're more just saying that, in the same way that kind of what we've been talking about this whole time, that like the apologetics is helpful, but there's something that's meant to be more self-evident or experiential about at least knowing something about God, and then maybe the specifics and how you like. Because I don't know if the Trinity is self-evident exactly, for example, right? That's something that you really do have to like articulate and like hash out and stuff, and that's why it wasn't until like the 4th century that it was like actually like codified, although there is expressions of the Trinity before that, but until we actually like really hammered that home and understood what it meant, I think took a little bit of time. The dude, if this is the dude, hit me with one of these, brother. Good to see you. It is in fact the dude. Okay, pulling you up. Boom. How's it going?
What is going on, fellas? I'm coming at you live from my camper van on the road.
Oh,
wow, traveling. Where are you? Are you on? Oh, okay, nice. You're not like work, or like you're trying to like catch somebody in your van. You know what I'm talking about?
That's a good point.
TCAP adjacent activities. Are you on a sting operation? I'll take that silence to mean yes.
Confluence, if you hear a knock in
today, it's like
5 minutes,
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's your exact location? You're in Canada, are you?
Isn't it obvious? Isn't it like, look at the sunset? Like, isn't it obvious that there's a God? And I'm like, well, there are parts of me that are very that makes sense to me, that there is this beautiful creation, there is this beautiful world, and that it very well could be the case that there's something or someone behind it, but it could also be that someone is in it, and this is just inherent in the nature of the way that this works, with like some sort of pantheist idea. I just don't think I'm not going to figure it out. Like, that's how I respond to that. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. And maybe that's the case. And I see how that if you're a Christian, then this is kind of a bedrock philosophical idea. And I respect that. And I'm not trying to get somebody to question that, but it's not, even if we came to that conclusion, we might at best arrive at deism.
Yeah. I would really like to see the extent to which this revival, the people who are sort of going back to church, particularly young people, if I could like interview them on the way in and ask them like, what is bringing you here? Like specifically, like, and I really doubt that they would say, I listened to this lecture by William Lane Craig, and he was talking about the nature of causation, and the penny dropped. There's some people, maybe, sure, but I would just presume that it's much more experiential.
Yeah,
it's much more personal. It's much more subjective.
I think that it's a sense of belonging.
Yeah, and you know what the Enlightenment,
the dude is back.
In my view, what the scientific method does. I talk about this all the time in the context of consciousness, which I won't get into. If you've got your sort of Alex O'Connor bingo cards at home, there's consciousness. Right. We still need to do the Gnostics, and I need to talk about triangles in the head.
Right.
But I talk about it when it comes to consciousness because my friend Philip Goff wrote a book called Galileo's Error.
Yeah.
He's a big panpsychist. He believes that, science can't explain consciousness. And Galileo's error was like mathematizing the world in such a way that it just precluded talk of consciousness. Galileo said that mathematics is the language of the universe, right? And as a scientist, that makes sense. Yeah, I can describe physical operations and stuff all in the language of maths. The problem is that by defining the universe in that way, you've excluded anything which cannot be described with mathematics, essentially. And you kind of get a bit of the same problem here, which is that what science does is it moves you from the subjective to the objective, from internal to external. The purpose of science is to say, like, I'm seeing a table right now, a stained table right now. You're seeing a stained table right now.
It's going to dry.
It's drying as we speak. But, our perspective of how it's drying and the shape of the stain and all of that kind of, it's very different. You're seeing a different image, literally, to me. So what does science do? It says, if somehow we could, like, step outside of ourselves and see the table for what it really is, as opposed to how I'm interacting with the table and how you're interacting with the table, that's what the purpose of science is. It's like, yeah, you have that experience and you have that experience, but what's really going on? What's the actual nature of stuff? So it moves out. But if faith is supposed to be personal and subjective and individual and inward, then this approach of stepping outside of yourself and trying to see the world for how it really is, absent any personal considerations, is like inappropriate.
It's like stepping up to the gates of heaven with the wrong key.
Yeah.
It's just like, well, I believe this because it's the most reasonable thing, and it was proven to me.
Yeah. And I also find it very difficult to believe that, like, you would get to the pearly gates and God would sort of say to you, like, do you think that this argument is valid, or what's your sort of historical belief in it? Like, it really feels like that wouldn't be at the forefront of anyone's attention when it came to, which is why I think this
I'm liking this discussion, but I'm still waiting. We're like halfway done. I'm still waiting for exactly how they're fixing Christianity. Like, besides, so far, I guess the only thing we could pull that would be maybe a recommendation is to try to approach people from a more experiential angle, because that's what really changes hearts and minds. And to that extent, I agree. I think Christianity should focus more on the experiential contact with the divine. But I think that's the only recommendation that's been given so far. And it's a good one. I don't know if we're going to get more, but.
Yeah, all I've heard is them say that divine revelation is illogical, and there's no reason why Christians would believe in their faith if they had a logical brain, which is the opposite of what you need to be teaching people from my perspective.
I don't know how you're hearing that. I feel like I'm not. I feel like I'm hearing the exact opposite. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I'm hearing a kid try to wax poetically on the scientific revolution, which we've already seen like 4 or 5 iterations of. Well-spoken kid, not dumb, but nothing here would I consider it thought-provoking or eye-opening. Pretty mundane.
Yeah, and he has a gay mustache.
I think he shaved it since. Oh wait, no, he couldn't have shaved. No, this is like came out a day ago. He did shave it. I guess he regrew it. Because I saw him shave it a few months ago, but I guess he decided to go back to it.
Does anyone agree when he talked about going from the subjective to the objective, which is, you go to von Leeuwenhoek to Gutenberg to Jonas Salk, like every scientific revolution has moved to quantify the unquantified. Like, you get where I'm kind of coming from? Like, it's very sophomoric what he's putting down.
I don't know. I think like from I don't know how much you've seen or when you started watching, but I think they're building something that makes sense. I think they're just talking about that when it comes to people being converted and stuff, that people are not usually converted through these more objective evidences that Christians try to give. That like generally when you ask somebody like, oh, how did you become a Christian? They're usually not like, well, I heard this one argument that changed it and I went from an atheist to a Christian. Like sometimes that happens, but for a lot of people it seems more personal and experiential. If I'm understanding that correctly, which I'm not sure, because Anson I think is getting a different vibe off it. I think that is a true point. I think that's a worthwhile thing to say. I don't think they're shitting on the subjective or.
Are you a C.S. Lewis fan, Confluence?
I'm a huge C.S. Lewis fan. Yeah.
You kind of strike me that you would be. Like Mere Christianity is kind of what comes to mind, and the need for the experiential. I'm pretty sure that this is an old idea that experience can't be what's the word to make something go faster? Why am I drawing a blank? I'm having a stroke. Not
Accelerated.
Accelerate. There's another word too.
Expedited.
Expedited. Thank you. I was saying exacerbated.
Well, you can't transfer it also from one person to another. I think that I am like biologically incapable of experiencing God because I've tried and I can't.
I thought you were going to say of experiencing. Just leave it
I'm
at
not
that.
sure
it's
it's something you can try to experience.
I think in a lot of religions they'll say, you find in the seeking. So the whole idea is to seek that experience. So whoever says, I'm not sure who said that, but they said you really can't try. I don't know if that's. I don't think I would phrase it that way.
I'm just saying, like, if you're sitting there trying to find something and you're intellectualizing it, but it's not something that can be intellectualized, you're probably never going to find it that way.
Marilyn, are you? I can't tell if this is a serious comment. Like, Marilyn, are you actually a fan of Nietzsche, Hume, Plato, Kant, Diogenes, Epicurus, and Aristotle? If so, based. Oh, you took a test. Okay.
I want the test.
It's like I've never heard you mention any of these. Yeah, what is this? What is this test? Okay.
Marilyn was doing ecstasy at Plato's Allegory of the Rave back in 2005. So. Anson, did you say that you were a recovering alcoholic?
Yeah, alcoholism isn't something you really recover from. It's something that you just have to live with and not like tempt in any way. So yeah, I was an alcoholic, or I am an alcoholic. I just don't drink.
What was your pathway to recovery, if you don't mind my asking?
I wanted to. This is kind of embarrassing.
Why is it embarrassing?
Well, because I don't really talk about this. I had a mold problem in my bathroom, and I did mold remediation work myself, and I found it difficult to paint the walls in my bathroom because I would get winded, and it took me way longer than it should have. And I couldn't do the things that I needed to do as a father because I had basically like wrecked my body with alcohol. And it was kind of like a bottom point. And that wasn't like when I got sober. That was when I realized that I had a problem. And it took me several months of research and different strategies to be able to eventually force myself out of it. But what forced myself out of it was I took very large doses of edible THC that was like way larger than what you're supposed to take to try and like trick my mind into like having a novel experience that would kind of break the loop that I was in.
Okay, so it wasn't Celebrate Recovery Therapy or like 12 steps?
No, I did it myself.
Did the THC macro dosing, did that work?
Yeah.
So the founder of the 12-step phenomenon, I think the guy's name was Bill Wilson, he utilized LSD as a possible means to have a quote-unquote a spiritual experience. There's a quote attested to a gentleman by the name of Herbert Spencer. And I think he just basically clarified them as rearrangements of ideas and philosophies to have a spiritual experience sufficient enough to bring about recovery or change.
Yeah, and I would describe the experience I had hallucinating on THC as something that a Christian would call a spiritual experience. Because there was like extreme hallucination and novelty and joy for things that I had once forgotten to have joy for.
Well, whenever people argue about religion, I feel like it's like if we were all going to vacation and we get there and we're arguing about the route we took to get to the destination. It makes me chuckle.
This is true, Joshua. We've talked about this a few times on the channel, but yeah, like, ayahuasca has been used. Ibogaine has been used for opioid addiction. So yeah, doesn't sound insane to me that macrodosing THC could possibly do that as well. So
true.
Kind of rewire yourself or give you a fresh perspective.
They're microdosing ketamine for troops that have PTSD or multiple concussion syndrome.
And even MDMA is used in family therapy and stuff now. It's not a hallucinogen, but an entheogen, I think they call it.
Do you get where I come from? Is like
or
this.
maybe not.
I don't think religion's meant to be. I don't think spirituality is meant to be understood or quantified. It's meant to be felt and experienced. And whenever you have the, I think that's what kind of young Christian. I'm not sorry for what I said to you, but I could have been a little nicer. When you have this like young the academia folk that they try to quantify it, I think that's flawed in nature. If you've ever seen Good Will Hunting, where he's like, I bet you can give me the skinny on every art book ever written, but I bet you never looked up at the Sistine Chapel and told me what it smelled like. Like these two kids, these two young men on the show that we're watching, I feel like they're talking about other people's experiences. And it's, I'm just curious. You guys are all smart on panel. Does anybody see it the same way?
Yeah.
With
I think so.
with Alex,
I don't fall
Sorry, go ahead.
into just trying to quantify it, like just using intellect.
Well, I think the intellect's a false idol, but that's just me.
Would you say it's a psyop? Would you say it's a psyop? That's my question.
I don't even know what a psyop is because I'm not a fucking Reddit virgin. I see you guys call everything psyop and coded, and I'm so lost.
PSYOP is a psychological operation instituted by government or organizations that use psychological means to socially engineer the culture.
Give me an example.
Well, I mean, it's like it's a loose term, but like general propaganda, things that are not true. That
Like
are told,
Joseph Goebbels?
Yeah, in modern times too. I mean, our government, every government does it, or organizations.
Yeah.
They have myths that they tell their people, or
the Soviet agitprop that happened,
Yeah,
MK Ultra for an extreme example.
Yeah,
the Jews are coming. The Jews are coming.
Some of them are objectively false, but some of them are true. It just depends,
So that's kind of become a byword for then to mean anything that kind of so anything we don't like can be a psyop, but that's kind of that's the metaphorical usage of that word.
Is anybody here familiar with the prodigal son?
Like the story of him or the son himself?
No, I mean both. I mean there is no story without the prodigal son.
Wasn't sure if you're talking about like Hunter Biden or something, but yeah.
No, that would be the that was the Percocet son. Different story, same chapter, girl. Are you familiar with the story of the prodigal son?
Yep.
I think most people have to go out and bang strippers and ruin their credit and ruin a marriage before they like Anson said before. Addicts are looking for a sense of community. Alcoholics, broken people. As 2026 years ago when it was written, that story rang true. People have to go and be wayward to realize, what was there all along. I like the idea of God is within, not he is to be sought.
The kingdom of heaven is within. Jesus does say that.
Well, that's what I'm kind of getting. Everybody's always saying like, look outward, look outward. And if my vertical relationship with God, if my relationship with God is vertical, there's so much noise that air traffic control can't mitigate. CNBC News, MSNBC News, Confluence's channel, new pair of sneakers, a new car, right? I don't believe there's anything. I don't believe there's such a thing as an atheist. I think everybody in the world basically kneels before something. We decide what we make that God, and hopefully you make it one that's loving and wants you to mitigate pain and suffering for others. And to find meaning, in the suffering, to quote DMX. And that's why the young fellow Christian, that academic approach to something that what seems obvious hasn't been experienced or felt yet. It bothers me like at a visceral level.
I feel
I'm not sure what you're getting at when you
why do you think that Christian hasn't had any experiential aspects? Like, why do you? I don't get that vibe from Christian personally.
How old are you, Christian? 26?
I'm 24. Does my age matter in the experience that I have?
Absolutely, it fucking matters.
With God?
I'd say with life.
Right. I'm aware I'm still learning things about life. I'm specifically talking about God.
I would say if you want to get in tune with God's will and to care for God's lost children and to find strength in loss, to find, I hope that you haven't buried a parent yet. I pray that you haven't. I certainly hope that you haven't buried a child. I hope that you haven't lost comrades in war. I hope that you haven't battled tremendous disease. I do think that
if I haven't lost a friend in battle, is my experience with God lesser than someone who has?
Did I say that?
It's kind of what you're insinuating.
No, it's not what I'm insinuating. I've been accused of being many things. Inarticulate's not one of them, young man. So I'd appreciate if you let me finish my thought. Is that fair?
I mean, go ahead.
If I want to say something, I'll say it loudly and I'll say it with my chest. That's not what I was saying. I'm saying that if you ask Confluence at 24 or me at 24, it's a progressive and it's an evolutionary relationship and statement. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you had to lose a friend, and I've never lost a child. I've never lost a limb. I've never. That's what I think that through. When we have experiences and we lean on faith, and that interpretation that we have kind of manifests what our faith looks like and how we share it with other people. I'm at 24. You might be the biggest philanthropist, world travel. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe you're published several times over. I always have. I retain the right to be wrong at all times. But that's where
I think I'm getting confused on what exactly you're meaning. So obviously, yeah, a young person has less life experience. And
I would agree with that. Yeah.
I agree with that, but it sounded like at the beginning we were talking about if Christian was more intellectually focused or if he had experiential knowledge of God. And it's like, when I think back to myself at 24, I was retarded. I still am, but I would still say I had legitimate experiential knowledge of God. And when I was 18, 19, 20, yeah, I didn't have as much life experience, and yeah, I was stupid and stuff. So do you agree with that, the dude, or do you disagree? What am I misunderstanding?
No, I don't think God's either more or less present in anybody on this panel. It's God's within every single person, but to have the ability to articulate it, and like you say, it's sweet. Spiritual experience can't be shared; it can't be transmitted. And I actually give the kid a little respect. He was punching above his weight class. Those other guys the other night, it was intellectual fucking hand jobs going counterclockwise around the panel. When I hear somebody
on which panel is this?
I don't want to say because I actually like the kid Christian more. I don't like obnoxious atheists.
Was it Anson? Was it the unexceptional white?
No. Anson reluctantly is touched by the hand of God. I think it's pretty obvious in the way he talks, even if he won't admit. I was talking about Mr. Podesta.
Oh, Podesta was based. I like Podesta.
I didn't say I dislike him as a person. It's just that your desire to belittle somebody else's, it's a miracle that people can even, get dressed and go to work 40 hours a week and raise a family, get cheated. That's faith is the academic approach to it. I don't really care when I hear two smart people, pontificate on it. But when you see a woman who, lost her husband at 26, raised 4 kids, and now she's raising grandbabies, and, when you see people do these incredible things in spite of, I don't really care what your faith looks like. I care what you do with it. So I guess practical application is maybe the word I'm trying to find. I want to see people's practical application with their faith.
So
how does it help you? How does it help you navigate the world? How does it help you navigate
the intellect side?
No, because I think Confluence and I spoke about this. I think I'm at least equally yoked academically as he is. So I'm classically trained academically in this field. When people lean too heavily on the intellect, it's fucking gross.
I think we'd agree. Me and Con were just talking about that.
Are we in agreement there?
Yeah,
I think
we were never not in agreement.
Yeah, I think we all agree on that one. Yeah.
And that's when I'm watching these two guys kind of chat. It's the old adage, you'll hear two people arguing over scripture as a homeless man sits at their feet asking for food. Like I don't think if the Jesus that we worship is real, which I hope he is, and I believe he is, and he's watching and he's omnipotent. The Pharisees and the Sadducees they warned of this. The Orthodoxy, they warned of this thousands of years ago.
But remember, the two people on the screen, these are both atheists. So I mean, that's probably why you're getting that vibe. Like the guy on the right, Rhett, he used to be a Christian, but he's not anymore. Guy on the left will be a Christian one day, in my opinion, but isn't now.
God damn, Confluence, you do that to me too. Why do you assume that just because an atheist makes sense that you think that they'll eventually like become Christian, right?
I don't. There's a lot of atheists that make sense that I don't think that about. It's just intuition.
Quality,
You
Yeah, no, I have intuition too. I'm a huge believer in intuition, right? I have that trait, but that doesn't like what about him leads you to believe that one day he'll wake up and believe in God? Because he seems fairly set.
The way he talks, I think he does desire that experience, and I trust in the Bible when the Bible says seek and you will find. I think that's true, and I think Alex, from what I've seen of him, I think he is seeking. And like you say, Anson, that you have tried to experience, you just think you're incapable. I don't think you're incapable, and so if you're open, people who are open to experiencing God, I think they end up experiencing God. Some atheists are not open to experiencing God, right? And they will say that, like they'll say that openly, And we've asked even, I mean, Anson, you were here and you heard when we were asking the other atheists, like if God showed up to you and all this stuff, like, right? There's certain people that you can make it so absurd that like God would have to exist, and they're like, no, I would still think that like me and like a million other people are all hallucinating at the same time in the same way, and like so like. There's some atheists that it seems like that really nothing would ever, at least they're not open at this moment for anything to change their mind.
Yeah, their atheism as a dogmatic faith, and it's a point of pride, and that's
right.
That's why they're yeah.
Whereas you gave a very different answer to that, and I guarantee Alex O'Connor would give a very different answer to that question too. I think he would be open if he had an experience. I think he said as much in different videos. So to me, that's a key difference between from what you said, if someone's a dogmatic atheist and they're like closed off to God, then I think they could maybe stay like that forever if they.
So are you almost saying that there's changed. A possibility to have orthodoxy in atheism?
Orthodoxy, I think me and Anson would both agree on that. There isn't. I think there is.
Yeah, I think we just coined a term. We're gonna put the link in the merch bio. Put the merch in the link bio. Orthodox atheism. And if and you order now, you get a free unexceptional white visor. So there was a fella in the 1920s. His name was William James. He wrote a book called A Variety of Religious Experience, and it was You've heard of this?
Yeah.
So that was and this is in the 20s when everything was evangelical and faith takes many. I don't push Christianity on anybody. I wouldn't call myself orthodox in that regard. If you try to alleviate the suffering of other people around you, if you try to cultivate your fellow man, especially the next generation of people, I think that in the book of James, right, faith without works is dead, and I think there's a lot of people who practice faith so in such an orthodox fashion, in such an academic perspective, that the message is lost without the practical application. Like I don't like the idea of a religious scholar. Like I think that in itself is kind of oxymoronic.
I think there's a place for all these things personally. Like I think there is a balance has to be met. I think experience is the most important thing. But I think, I don't know, I do put a high value on like the apologists and and the theologians and stuff. I think the risk is getting too heady and kind of carving out, just like focusing on the intellectual stuff and carving out everything that like really matters. But I still think it is helpful to have those people and like to explicate and to like study, right? Like I think we're supposed to worship God, right? What's that passage, in Deuteronomy, to worship God with your heart, all of your heart, your mind, all the other things it says. I can't remember, but Probably should have that one memorized. And so I think we worship God with our mind, and we worship God with our heart. We worship God with all faculties, right? And so I don't think there's anything wrong with being a religious scholar. Although I also did theological studying, so maybe I'm biased and just coping. But
is anyone here familiar with Buddhism, like on a academic level?
To some degree.
So there's a concept in Buddhism called, I think it's called a bodhisattva, and it's on your path to enlightenment. You are not to deviate from that path unless someone is putting your path on their path to enlightenment, in which case you have to subvert your own and assist that individual that you find. That's what there's like spiritual principles and universal truths in every religion. There are a couple of core tenets that seem to be almost coded in our DNA. And that's where you said the risk is getting too heady. It's, for what is it for man to inherit the world and lose his soul? I don't know if that's directly applicable in this moment, but if you're not doing anything with your faith, it's hollow. In my estimation, it's hollow and void. And I might be punching above my weight class. I don't think I'm as well versed as everybody here. So if I sound moronic, please forgive me.
No, I think you bring up good points. I think, I like this comment from Jackson. I agree practical faith matters most. Intellectual work still has value, though, especially for challenging oppressive religious institutions like Sharia law. Yeah, especially if we're going against, some like negative things like that, then Testiger Johnson trying to trigger me, W Sharia. But it makes me, and Alex has brought this up, and this is like a well-known story with like, what was it? I think Thomas Aquinas, I'm pretty sure the guy who wrote like the Summa Theologica, that he was like, wasn't finished it yet. And he had like an insane religious experience. And his friends were trying to push him to finish writing this book, this like magnum opus of theology. And he said something like, no, because like after what I experienced, all of that is straw. And it's like, so this guy was like so based with theology, and it was so, he was really good with it. But yeah, at the end of the day, when he had that actual experience, he called it straw. Now, I still think it's valuable, but I think in comparison to the actual real thing, the real God, that it's like, anything is just, just words on a page and thoughts in your head. So I still think that stuff has value, but I think I do give supremacy to the experience.
So then I guess I'm asking, Christian, as a Christian, is salvation found through faith and accepting Jesus Christ, or is it found through performing his works well, in your opinions?
It's belief in Christ. It's faith.
Confluence?
I think it's both. I think salvation is a free gift, but I think the way we work out our salvation with fear and trembling, I think that's why we get different. That's why we have like in Ephesians, right? It says we're saved through like faith alone. And then James says, oh, it's not just faith, it's also works. And I think the harmonization of those two things is, yes, I think salvation is a free gift that we accept. And I don't think it requires any works to be justified, like to be saved. But then we're told salvation is also used as an active thing. Like we're told to pick up our cross daily. Salvation, we're constantly being saved.
Your works reflect your faith.
I bet. See, this is where the age comes into play, specifically with the group of people that I volunteer with, which are like very, very lost individuals. It's hard to talk to somebody about faith, but if you get someone to do godly acts, faith in God is almost unavoidable. Why do you think all these felons who go to the animal shelter, or they spend time with autistic children, or they do toys for tots? It's through those works. Like in my experience, something is stirred up within an individual that causes them to search or seek or find whatever the water cooler of the word might be. That's why I'm not much one for the outward demonstrations of Christian or any faith for that matter. I've never been a fan of any religion that has a uniform or sells merch.
Yeah. So what you're talking about is the Orthodox Christian conception of theosis, and that's actually like your deeds are more important than your words. You're supposed to walk like God instead of just talk about it, and that's where the Protestants fuck everything up. Is they're always like talking about the subjective feeling and just going to church and like instead of doing the acts. And you get more benefit from it, and you grow as a person when you try and be more like Jesus, because the mythology, Jesus is a really good guy, right?
I don't know if I fully agree with everything you said, Anson, but I do agree that the main thing missing from Protestantism is an understanding of theosis. I wouldn't say it's just about the work side of it, though, but I would say that's obviously a big part of it. But there's a lot of Protestants that I think do works as well. I mean, it's not like it's only,
But it's not the centerpiece, right? It's more of like the emotional experience of like the revelation and like getting saved and the social aspect than it is like the, waking up every day.
I do agree.
Yeah, waking up every day and be like, yeah,
there's too much emphasis on that initial what we call like justification, right? That initial, like, that's why it's like Protestants are always like, have you accepted Christ into your heart, right? It's like, it's all about like, are you saved? It's a binary, right? Whereas I think in the New Testament, like I said, salvation is talked about as like a process. And so it's that sanctification, right? That path of theosis that I think is like sometimes missed out, because Protestants always put that emphasis on like that conversion experience that you have to like, once you accept Christ into your heart, and then it's like for some Protestants, the buck kind of stops there, which I think is a problem.
Would you call that pageantry?
It can be. I would say it can be, especially if it's. I don't think it's wrong to put an emphasis on it. I think kind of every denomination will put an emphasis on something different. But if it's an emphasis and then it just stops there, then I would say it's pageantry. If it's just an emphasis and then it can keep going, right? Then I would say maybe the emphasis is maybe a little misplaced in some ways, but it's still, it still can be fine. But if it's an emphasis without anything else, then it's, then it's not good. And to Sticker Johnson with the Canadian 2, that's true. We are saved by faith alone, so that is one of the Protestant staples, but we're justified. I would say that's my kind of the way I square that circle. We're justified. That's the initial moment that we are made right with God, and then it's through our works, I think, that we become sanctified, which is they're both saved. But of course, I know you agree. You're an atheist, Sticker Johnson. You are a smug atheist. I'm just kidding, but I mean, I guess you didn't say it. You asked, but
So could you almost say that the academic approach is the classroom setting, and the works could be the laboratory component?
Yeah. I think that's a fair analogy. And sorry to Sticker Johnson, agnostic, not atheist.
Agnosticism is just Latin for without knowledge. So I respect agnostics. I think to some level we're all none of us know unless we've been to the other side.
If that's what, I don't think that's exactly what Sticker Johnson means, but sure.
Are we in disagreement anywhere, young Christian?
I like how he's young Christian. Age is a constant focus.
It is, right?
Baby boy, are you any disagreements?
Might as well just call me that, I guess. I'll switch my name real quick.
That's a rap name for a Christian rapper. Young Christian, and what would there be two of? Two Romans or Romans 2? I don't know. It doesn't matter. But are we in? Is there anything I say that you find yourself in opposition to?
No. I think I don't know, from my understanding, it seems you have like a real, like, you seem opposed. Like initially when you started talking, you seemed opposed to the intellect, but then I agreed with you that you can reach too far in there. But I do think it's faith that gives you salvation, and then your works reflect your faith.
Do you agree that can be it can be bilateral? Either works can follow faith, or faith can follow works. Would that be the communicative property, if I remember correctly?
I think you could do works without faith.
I don't know. It's been my experience most of the time. Like, works will lead to some sort of faith. One of the guys, whenever I work with these guys coming out of prison, one of my favorite people to reference. Are y'all familiar with Tookie Williams?
No.
Mm-hmm.
He was the founder of the Crips gang. And he got sentenced to life in prison. He died in prison, but he spent his last years, from what I gather, I don't know the man personally, but trying to get people out of the gang life, writing children's books and trying to cultivate minds. And he in helping others, he found himself, and finding himself, he found his faith. He's one of my favorite people for, whenever the Pharisees and the Sadducees, the guy that our book was written about, like, he really loved hookers and lepers and tax collectors. And I think that's something that we have. There's almost like a spiritual arrogance or pride that comes with the academic approach. And my only advice to anyone of faith is never become so godly that you're no earthly good.
I think it's a good advice. Marilyn, I don't know if this is to make faith gives you salvation now. ... Jesus is salvation. You're an idol worshiping pertinent of a certain group. I think Christ is salvation, but you're putting your faith in Jesus, right? And so the faith isn't what is like saving you, obviously, right? If you put faith in, I don't know, Muhammad, then you probably don't get saved, right? So yeah, faith is kind of like the faith and works are the things that bring about salvation because they're tied to Jesus. So I'm not disagreeing with you, Marilyn. Maybe I didn't express that good enough. Okay, you guys gotta entertain the panel. It's the timing is auspicious, but I just have to go get something real quick, and then we're gonna then we gotta keep going.
Are you gonna
with
go
this
macro dose THC to have a spiritual experience? Did you just get DoorDash from your fucking dealer?
No, I actually am gonna macro dose THC real quick. I'll come back and tell you about my spiritual vision. Okay.
THC
but then we gotta go back
the
to
Holy
the
Christ.
video. Yeah, the Holy Christ. Because we got 45 minutes left, and because it's Anna Kasparian tomorrow versus Pearl, which Brandon told me about. So the video must be finished. Yet? Apparently it happened. So we're gonna go over it tomorrow on stream. So I just found out about it when Brandon came in to tell me.
I don't know if I like Pearl's chances there.
Oh, apparently she got blown out, which I'm very happy to see because I'm a huge Anna Kasparian fan, as a lot of people know. Be right back.
So where is your mission work and your not even missionary work? Like, what does your outward display of faith look like, Christian?
Well, I freelance for different ministries. So like I freelance for KSWP and the River.
Well, I mean that's for money. I mean like your passion project. Like where does it pull you for fun and for free?
I just study the word. I help people where I can. I don't like go out to specifically do something like that.
Is there a demographic or a population that you feel drawn to?
How do you mean?
Is there the children, orphans, animals, the elderly, the developmentally disabled, the illiterate? Is there a group of people that if you were going to say, hey, like I want to dedicate some time and resources to help it, like is there a group that you would feel drawn to help?
I guess anyone.
I'm back. I come back and Christian's just getting interrogated.
I think this isn't to like I don't know. I think the initial impression I have of you, the dude, did I just call you dude? I don't know.
Don't care, but go ahead.
Okay. Is that I respect your belief. I think it almost, I guess would best way to put it, leave a bad taste in my mouth. Like I'm unimpressed at like the age comments, or kind of asserting yourself in a very aggressive way to be like, I didn't mean that, but that's how you're being perceived. I find that kind of dialogue, it's just doesn't speak to me. So I'm trying to like shift past that. But to answer your question, no, there's no like demographic. I would like lean to like be like, oh, for sure, like prefer to help this one over any. Like I would just whoever needs my help.
Well, I mean, if you had more resources at your disposal, like what would you want to start if it was a charity or a wellness program? There's got to be something that you feel drawn to.
Yeah. That's more of a fair question. I think. Yeah. If you had all the resources, as he said, yeah, that's an interesting thing. Does anything pop to your mind if you're like, you're in charge of some charity or philanthropic organization? What would it be?
Probably kids.
Is it the innocence, the lack of direction they might have? Like what is it about that would attract you where you say, this is where I want to make a difference?
Well, I think that plays a part in it. I am a father, so I think equipping kids to be better and do better. I think that I would have a desire there.
The funny thing is, I've never been to prison. I've never been arrested. Knock on wood. I kind of Forrest Gumped my way into this about 15, 16 years ago. Amputees. If you're happy and you know it, rub your nubs. I don't know. I would challenge you to think about that. And I work with a lot of guys that are, I'd say, between 20 and 35. And that whole, it hurts me when I see, I don't think young people have a tremendous amount of people to look up to. And I think that the generation before you, not you as a person, but they have failed to raise the 20-somethings of today. Not you, but
I'd agree with you there.
The collective.
Yeah.
And I constantly find myself, it's, things from activities of daily living, silly things, even as far as like proper hygiene. But, we're worried about hygiene, and now we're going to try to talk about actualization and like true human connection. And that's where, like, when you say, does age matter? I would not want to be single at your age. Not you, but just like I wouldn't want to be 24 today, because I don't know who I'd be equally yoked with, and I don't know what kind of partner I could find. And I would have a really difficult time, just chopping it up with people.
Yeah, I'm tracking what you're saying. I don't like a lot of my friends. I'm not there. And a lot of my partners like weren't equally yoked with me until the one I have now. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I understand it.
Anston's group is Eastern European gymnasts who became too tall for gymnastics as they become adults who need emotional support dealing with that trauma are the group that I want to help.
That is the greatest comment in the history of comment.
Thing of
going back to the video.
Really interesting because, and in fact,
I might consider helping you with this, Anson, if you have a room for a number two
the
in your
Christian
charity.
world was insistent on depicting Thomas physically touching Jesus was because it was like this great Enlightenment sort of answer to the Enlightenment. Like, here's the empirical proof that Thomas has, and sort of the physicality of Jesus and all that kind of stuff. But if Thomas never touches the wounds, then what actually happens? Well, Thomas says, when he hears about Jesus, he says, I would like to see evidence. I want to touch him. I want to thrust my hand into his side. Then Jesus shows up and meets him and says, I'm here. Come and touch me. At which point Thomas just drops to his knees and says, my Lord and my God.
Yeah.
There's a reading of this, which, because it doesn't narrate him touching the wounds, there's a reading that says that what happened was Thomas demanded evidence, wanted evidence, but when he actually met Jesus, he instantly just realized how silly that was, and was like, oh gosh,
that's
my Lord and
based.
my God, and Jesus is like, blessed because you believe because you've seen, not touched. Seen.
Yeah, right.
You believe because you've
seen.
seen.
The painting was interpreted too much.
Yeah.
It's interesting to think about. This is a little meta, but it's almost like if the story is a later, it's in John, so it's one of the last things, and it's like John is responding to some of the things and some of the critiques that have come along, and this importance of the bodily resurrection, which you don't see in Mark, has suddenly become central to the beliefs. And now that's a part of this. It's almost like even within the Bible itself, they're already responding in the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
That's an interesting little rabbit hole.
Yeah, because I mean, like some people think that John's gospel, being the latest, was written with some kind of polemical intention.
Yeah.
That there were things going on in the early church community that John's gospel is written in order. I mean, my favorite example to talk about here is always John the Baptist.
Yeah.
Because in John's gospel, it's like, there was the first person named in the gospels, unless you count the word in the gospel of John, is John the Baptist. There was a man called John who was not the Messiah, and he was preparing the way for the Messiah because he himself was not the Messiah. He was just making way for the Messiah. And then John, who was not the Messiah, it's like really wants you to know that.
Yeah, just so you know.
Some people came and they asked him, "Are you the Messiah?" And he said, "No, I'm not the Messiah."
Was it really repeated that many times?
And it seems to be that there were people who believed that John the Baptist was the Messiah.
Yeah.
So this is sort of a polemical attempt to reestablish, Jesus' position as the main guy. Some people think of similar things going on with like the emergence of Gnostic. There it is, bingo. Gnostic Christian sects in the early church that believe that Jesus is this like ephemeral spiritual apparition kind of, and it's like no, we're gonna emphasize Jesus' physicality with where he is physically presenting himself to the disciples. And so it's not quite clear that this actually happened. It also only shows up in John's gospel. This story of doubting Thomas, and also it seems to serve some theological purpose, which is a lot of. I didn't realize this for the longest time. I can't remember exactly where I learned about it, but when Jesus says, "Anyone who's seen me has seen the Father," who is he responding to when he says that? He's responding to Philip. And a lot of people know, oh, well, it's because Philip asks, Jesus, when are we going to get to see the Father? And Jesus says, Philip, don't you know how long have you been with me? Anyone who's seen me has seen the Father. But Philip doesn't actually start that conversation. It's Thomas that starts the conversation. Thomas
there he is again.
Asks Jesus something, at which point Jesus then says the famous, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. At which point Philip asks, when do we get to see the Father? And then he says, anyone who's seen me has seen the Father. So it's interesting that at the end of the gospel, it's Thomas who sees Jesus and says, my Lord and my God. As if he's finally understood the answer to his question earlier, that anyone who sees me has seen the Father. Yeah. So there's a lot of like theological motivation. So whether it happened historically, in a way, you kind of want to say, who cares? We're never going to know. Like, there's good reason to think that it did happen, that it's not historical, but maybe it was. Like, who knows? But what's the message here? Like, what are we being like told by this story? And I don't think there's a very easy way to read this as like very pro-enlightenment. Let's put it that way.
No. And I think that's, I think that I'm speaking to an audience who believes that it's the inspired word of God, that it's all true. And so I'm like, okay, well, if you do believe that, then how does that actually impact the way that you think about this? Because I think that Christian apologetics has actually done a lot of harm. Maybe I feel like the apologetics is this double-edged sword, because there's a lot of people who, first of all, there's a lot of people who never think about their faith from an introspective way, and there's never any kind of self-critique. Those people don't have any use for apologists. Their pastor may occasionally preach a sermon that gets into apologetics, but they're just like, yeah, I know it's true. You don't really have to convince me. Then there's people who start asking questions, and the apologetics answers are satisfying, and that's it. They don't dig deeper. I think it is useful for those people, but for the people, and again, I think the church wants to keep these people, the most curious and the most thoughtful, who are like, well, let me look into the answers that I'm being given. And then that's when things begin to fall apart. And I just think they're being led down a road where they're being asked to really think about this very deeply versus experience this deeply spiritual. And so, yeah, we could talk about that point forever. We can move to the next point.
Let's move on. But I think I mentioned earlier this quote about philosophy being, it's Colossians chapter 2, verse 8, which perhaps you can find in this Bible and read out, just because I think this is essentially, in summary, like what we're talking about here, and I think it's summarized perfectly well there.
Yeah. So it says, Colossians 2:8, see to it that no one takes you captive by philosophy and empty deceit, according to human tradition, according to the elemental spirits of the world, and not according to Christ. Again, this is the same. He's just like hitting the same message again.
Yeah, and I think that the most important part of that is the human tradition.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, and I don't actually know what what the word philosophy would have meant to Paul. Like, it probably would have meant something quite different to what we mean. I mean, philosophy being a Greek term, like love of wisdom, philo and Sophia. I would presume that it was literally the same word being used in the Greek there, but like, we don't know exactly what it meant, but it quite clearly is talking about like human tradition, human thought, human ways of thinking. Don't be held captive by them. And okay, when you first hear that, it's like, don't be held captive in the sense that like, I've captivated you with a sophistic argument that's not really actually true. You can also read this as like, don't be held captive by it, and that even if it's even if it works, even if it's accurate, even if it's like helping you to spread the message, it will keep you captive in the sense that now you've defined the terms that you have to play by, such that if somebody's got a good reason against your faith, or if someone's got a doubt of your historical methodology or something, well, you've made that bed, and now you have to defend it on those terms. Don't be held captive by this approach.
Right.
And I think that's a wonderful summary of just what we've been talking about.
And it's the opposite, because he's saying to be, this is according to Christ, not according to, so I think that, again, it's not like, hey, this is not that good of an idea. It's like, no, this is actually counter to, like, because if Jesus is real, if the Spirit is real, there's real transformation that's happening. Like, you're literally becoming a new creation. If those things are happening, then you see how the human philosophy, tradition, and reason just pales in comparison. It's like if I do a magic trick, if I do a literal magic trick,
I don't think I would take that verse to be anti-philosophy.
You're like, well, explain how that happened. I'm like, it's magic.
Rationality.
Like, if I explain to you how it happened, I'm taking away from the magic of it. It's almost like what you're saying when you really buy into the explanation is that you don't believe in magic.
Yes. Yeah. What is it? Lewis said, C.S. Lewis said, I believe in Christianity for the same reason I believe in the sun. Not just because I can see it, but because by it, I can see everything else.
Yeah. He had some good ones.
He's
too educated to be religious in the same.
Okay. Moving on. We've done one. So
yeah. So this is first, this middle one.
Look, I have a good tone
really
when
fast
I say
and actually
that,
doesn't rely on
hope.
the Bible. I mean, I'm sure we could find some verses that support this idea, but it's embrace truth, right? Again, we talked a little bit about this last time. I think the biggest example of this being that the church has a truth problem is that at least within the United States, depending on what poll you look at, but about 60% of the church does not believe in evolution. They they think that humans were created in their current
Christian
form.
This one's for you. You're one of that 60%, right? Christian.
That is a controversial statement. To say that the church has a truth problem because the majority of them don't believe in evolution, and I can see the comments just rolling in right now that evolution is just a theory. There are no transitional fossils. Every mutation is detrimental. Evolution is falling apart. Even the evolutionists don't believe in it, and they're fighting all the time, and the mechanisms don't work, and all this stuff, all these platitudes and things. The fact that these, I like to call them high confidence, low information people,
right?
Which that's a great recipe for leaving a YouTube comment. It makes it irresistible. The fact that what I'm saying right now, that being stated as a truth problem, is just evidence of the truth problem. Because this is, again, I'm not going to give a case for evolution. Lots of people have done that. But this is the most well-attested fact of the natural world. It's the only way that we can make sense of what we actually see, including the human. Like a lot of people are like, I believe in some sort of evolution, but humans are separate from that. Well, you can't do that. Humans are part of it very clearly. There's there's no like qualitative difference. And it's very clear that we are related to all animals. Why is this such a big deal? Well, because anyone who actually, and I use this as a litmus test, and I'm going to sound a little bit like an asshole when I say this. I understand that, because if you're coming from a certain worldview where you think this is not true, the disinformation campaign that the church has successfully pulled off to make people misunderstand evolution and think that it is incompatible with their faith, or it's just not true, has been so successful that it kind of makes talking about it this controversial thing.
You just drop that in.
Yep.
But the thing is
that one in there.
Also, the main thing I have a problem with there is to say that the doctrinal part is a misinformation campaign. Like, evolution does bring up a lot of theological problems because it puts death before the fall. That's not churches doing disinformation. That's a legitimate, like, that's why most Christians most Christians deny it. I don't actually think it's like I don't actually think the impetus starts from reading Genesis literally, in my opinion, at least on like day 1, day 2, day 3. I think the main thing is the theological stuff. Like in Romans, right? It says through one man, death came into the world. It's like you'd have to kind of change that to mean human death or maybe spiritual death, right? Because otherwise, right, in the normal young earth creationist account and the Bible account, right, you have death or you have sin and then you have death. But then somehow you have animals ripping each other apart and essaying each other and doing a bunch of untoward things before you even get to humans. Before you can even have sin, you have nature being red in tooth and claw. Like that doesn't sound like a very good creation in that standpoint.
Confluence. So this video is about fixing Christianity, and I told myself that I was going to do this if he ever got around to talking about something that directly related to my losing my faith in Christianity, and he was actually discussing it. And from my perspective, he would be doing something that's beneficial to Christians, because he would be trying to get some point across to y'all that y'all need to hear and learn from, so that y'all can change and not create more atheists. Right. And what he's doing right now, is describing the final nail in the coffin for me that caused me to lose my faith. Right. And that was the inconsistency with evolution compared to all of the propaganda that I heard from all kinds of various different personal sources about evolution. And when I went and studied evolution, it was in 8th grade. And we had these science textbooks that were broken up into 6 different books. And we were not taught the evolution book because I'm in Alabama and they refused to teach evolution. And so I took it upon myself to read the evolution book because I wanted to read the thing that I was told I couldn't read. And then when I read it, I was like, well, why was I told I couldn't read this? Why was I told by everyone around me that this is wrong? Right. And it didn't make sense for me, because what was presented was rational and reasonable. And so you as Christians need to come up with a better explanation for why evolution isn't true, because y'all really suck at it.
I don't know. I mean, I can't really take much edification from this part because I do believe in evolution. I just think that it's theistic evolution. That's what I've come up with. Is that I think that you need God to do it. I think it's just too unlikely otherwise to happen. But again, I guess what I was highlighting, and Anson, I think this is one of the problems, is then there has to be a lot of theological changes that have to happen. It's not just the scientific stuff, right? It's and that's hard. For me, I kind of just have to either accept there's certain things you can go down. You could say that there was a pre-Adamic fall, right? We know in the Bible that Satan fell before, and so maybe that's what caused nature to be all horrific. Or we have to say that nature being horrific is actually not a bad thing, which is a harder pill for people to swallow, I think.
So because this is one of my sticking points, when I was trying to be Christian, I talked to an Orthodox priest about this. And it was explained to me that there are Orthodox Christians who believe in theistic evolution, but it is not a part of their canon. It's not a part of their teachings, and it's inconsistent with orthodoxy. But you can still be an Orthodox Christian and believe in theistic evolution. It's just not part of what they subscribe to. And I'm the kind of person to say, well, if you have people that don't believe what you're saying, then why the fuck would I believe what you're saying? If you can still do it, then what's the point of your structure, right? It didn't make any sense to me. It seemed more you can do it, but it's not what we believe. Then why would I want to believe what you believe, right? I don't know. It was almost like a short sell. He's like, well, if this is your only sticking point, then just come on in, right? It was a short sell, and I wasn't compelled by that argument. I wanted the Orthodox priest to give me an argument that compelled me, and I still have not gotten that.
But I guess what direction did you want him to convince you that evolution was actually somehow wrong, or did you know what I mean? Or did you want him to be even more dogmatic and be like, no, if you do believe this, then get out of here? Like, what kind of direction were you hoping for?
No, I wanted him to supply me with a an Orthodox Christian explanation for why evolution is true.
I see.
And that doesn't exist.
See, I think the Catholics are more open to that. Like, I think there's been an actual decree from the church that says that, you know, that I think it's pretty vague, but something about the current findings of science, they don't take that in contradiction with the accounts in the Genesis and stuff like this. So it's left a little vague, but at least they say that they kind of and maybe that's kind of, you know, soft pedaling it as well. I'm not sure, but you know, at least I think
it's something that the Christians absolutely have to reconcile with and have a good explanation for, because the shit that they say is it's ridiculous. Like all mutations are bad. Like, that's fucking stupid. You know, I mean, come on, guys, you know, try a little harder. Like, I genuinely, it pains me to not be Christian, right? And y'all stop sucking so I can become Christian.
That's why I think people should be Confluence pilled and believe in evolution, but think that there has to be some divine spark in all of matter and embrace panpsychism. Okay, God is intrinsically in all the molecules, and so you have the Big Bang, and everything is God. So everything is trying to become God, right? So it has to become humans, evolution, and then involution. You guys ever heard that term? Okay. That's a little fun fact for you. So we evolve to be humans, and then we involution, right? Then we're being now changed into something inward, and now we become the theosis, right? Now we become one with God. So it's like a process of expanding outward and then contracting inward into the hearts of men. That's what everyone should accept.
I think
okay,
you built different with that one, Colin.
And I'm a fan of Maryland's third way, where creationism and evolution are both psyops. So, I mean, I've not heard that one before. That one is a new one for me. I'm going to have to wrap my mind around.
Well, remember, Maryland believes that humanity, like if you go back like my father and his father, that it's just never ending. That is just a never ending eternal line of people. So that's why she doesn't believe in creation. She thinks that we've just always been existing forever. And not in a spiritual way. And that kind of fits with her flat earth extended out forever, that you could just keep going forever because there has to be infinite people, and so there has to be infinite space for those people. And so, you know, it's been just going on. Unfortunately, when I was a child, I spoke as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. Don't use my own Bible against me, testicular Johnson. Get out of here. Get out of here.
If you don't believe in evolution, I know one of two things. Number one, which is most common, is you really don't understand what evolution is and you don't understand the evidence for it, right? Or number two, you do understand it, but yet you hold to a dogma so tightly that can't let it in, that you find some way to have this cognitive dissonance where you can kind of push it to the side, right? And again, that will be insulting to a lot of people, and I apologize for that, because I know it's not a question of intelligence, it's a question of dogma and a question of misinformation. But the crazy thing about this is that, and I talked about this before, this idea that people are like, why is this such a big deal to you? Because there's plenty of Christians who believe in evolution. Why did you let this affect you so much? And I try to be clear, and I'll say it again. I didn't stop being a Christian because of evolution, because there's plenty of C.S. Lewis. There's plenty of Christians who believed in evolution. But what it did for me is it caused me to develop a trust problem with the most powerful voices in the faith who were leading me through some of these issues and helping me think about them.
I see.
And the interesting thing is that some of the most prominent apologetics voices today, people who have a lot of traction on YouTube,
I don't know if this is a problem with religion in general, but you know, every man has to carve their own way through the jungle, you know? So it's like, That's just the boots on the ground reality. So like this should have been. I understand why it's an important moment to Rhett when he realizes, yeah, all these people that I see as authority, they could be wrong on these issues. But that's that's the coming of age where you're like, I got to figure shit out myself. I don't know why that means that then he goes down this path and ends up a California atheist liberal. I don't think that necessarily has to happen.
He just switched up who led him. That's it.
This is common for a lot of atheists, though. Like, don't dismiss this. This is extremely important.
I know, but it's like, but then I guess the question is, how can we? Because I don't think that people should just be like following these authority figures for absolutely everything. I think when that's how you're like taught, that's the process of like pedagogy. But then there does come a time where your mentor or your pastor or whoever is going to say something that you find out is like incorrect, and your response should not be like, "Oh my God, I can't believe anything now." Right? Like your response is, "I have to figure this stuff out on my own. I'm an adult now. I have to
can't trust anything."
Yeah, like it just seems too like, I understand that this causes a rift of like trust, and it can like start fracturing, but it doesn't. I guess I'm saying it doesn't need to go that way. And so I don't know. Maybe there's something we as Christians can do to stop that. But it's just like the same thing that when Christians go off to college and then they become atheists, it's like that's one way to go, but a different direction is to nuance and to see. This is the black pill way of it. I have to rationalize this so it doesn't break my entire belief system. The other thing is just to embrace the path of nuance and to realize that these issues are complex and a lot of stuff is not as simple, and that maybe we have to contend with difficult ideas. Like it's possible that maybe God did make, to use the evolution example, that maybe nature was tearing itself apart, and that's the way that God chose to do it. I mean, that is possible. That's a hard thing to contend with. I don't really want to accept that, because when God says creation is good, I'm not usually thinking of like all the horrific stuff that nature does. But maybe we're just kind of misunderstanding we have too many preconceived notions about God's goodness, and that there actually isn't a problem with that.
Evolution is just a religion.
I mean, it certainly can be in the same way that, like, you know, any atheist stuff, like Anson says, it gets dogmatic. If you're using evolution in that way, I think that's true.
I think that empiricism is a religion that's like a sect of secular humanism, and evolution is, I guess, like the better equivalent would be one of the books within that faith, right? It's not the faith. It's just like one of their teachings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah,
to Secure Johnson, I want to just briefly. So, okay, I know you're joshing, but this is one of the paths that people do go down. Like, and I guess this is, I think, the unhealthy way, that when, you know, right, you have that, you know, that cognitive dissonance of like, you believe something really dogmatically, let's say, and then you find out a piece of information that might contradict that. And for some people, they buckle. I mean, we see this in psychological studies, right? When people are faced with cognitive dissonance, a lot of times they become more convinced of it. Like if you try to talk to someone in like Scientology, a lot of times it can have the reverse thing. It doesn't actually pull them out of it. It just pulls them deeper into it. So it's like, so that is what you're saying is a path that people go down. And there's kind of three things. It's either you rationalize and you like double down on it. It breaks everything, or you're forced to like nuance. It almost seems like it's one of those like three things has to happen at a certain period of time, you know, or I guess maybe you ostrich and kind of just try not to pay attention to any of it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see with doomsday cults, yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand how people rationalize things. Like that makes no sense to me how y'all do that.
I don't even know what that means.
Anson is just so stoically above it all that, you know, he just accepts the brute reality without any need to rationalize anything.
Well, I don't know. I just
how'd you break evolution like that?
How did I break evolution like what?
Like that. How do you defy everything?
It's all people do it. It's like it's like a sickness where you can't just accept that you don't fucking know, and then you're like living in the discomfort of unknowing. It's beautiful when you do it.
I don't find that to be beautiful.
I think it's spooky. But I don't think spooky means bad. But, so I don't know if I disagree with Anson. I'm not sure I agree that Anson is the one person that has stepped outside the matrix. That's my main issue with you, Anson, because you say everybody does this, but then there's obviously areas in your life I'm thinking where you probably rationalize things too,
Like there's no way.
You can't be the only one that is like, that you're just seeing the world perfectly clearly and rationally and logically at all times with no cognitive biases.
Yeah, but
we see through a glass dimly. That's somewhere in the Bible, okay?
But if I see myself doing that, then I'm aware of it, and it's not rationalizing anymore. So I can rationalize and see myself.
You don't know what you don't know, right? That's the problem with some of the cognitive biases. Once you're aware of them, sure, but there's got to be some cognitive biases. Like right now, I like to think I've overcome a lot of my cognitive biases, except the ones I'm not aware of. Then I'm not even able to overcome because I'm not aware of them. I can only address, like different biases as I'm made aware of them, right? And I can try to make myself aware of them, but to a degree, I have to have some epistemic humility and be like, there could be just a bunch of stuff I'm wrong on or biased on that I don't even know I'm wrong or biased on.
But there are most people find these cognitive biases and they don't contend. They lie to themselves instead of doing what you're describing, which is what I'm talking about. Why I said how people do that, right? I don't understand how you can come across something that doesn't make sense, and it's obviously you're in a state of believing two things that are not compatible. Yet you do not take any accountability for that fact and make any effort to reconcile it. Right? Most people don't.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's probably true. I think all these things take mental and emotional bandwidth, and like I said, I think it actually is spooky. I'm not joking about that, right? To live in the unknown. I know you said you find it beautiful, Anson, but I think it is also a scary place to be, right? Like, like even in normal situations, right? Like even in normal like relationships, if you're like with your spouse and let's say you suspect that your spouse is cheating on you, that unknown is a scary thing to be in, right? You want to have like certainty of their fidelity, right?
Yeah,
it's like that's a scary position to be in.
The need to control, yeah. That's definitely a reflex that you have to overcome.
Yeah, this is how being an extrovert helps, The amount of energy I expend is given back to me in spades by fighting and talking with people online. Okay?
Are you an extrovert, Confluence?
Yeah, very very much so.
I don't know, Anson. I feel like you just way out there. Like you just really really out there.
I'm exactly where I am. I don't know what you're saying, man.
You're just like
so just
everyone's on the
now.
island, and you're just like 50 miles out at sea. Like you're just gone.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man.
Yeah,
it sounds like a compliment almost.
No,
I kind of want to be 50 miles off the island.
I don't want to be 50 miles out. I'd rather just deal with the island.
It's painful not to be like the rest of my family.
Like Henson looks at the island and goes, I could wrestle with this island. I could be here on this island. I could wrestle with that. But you know what? I'm just going to assume nothing, know nothing. I'm going to just go swimming out. I'm just going to go straight, see what happens.
Or is he on the Maryland quest of just going west in a boat and he's exploring new lands? He's on a journey. Is that, there's a positive way to look at that.
There's no other land outside of the island. Like I think
that's what you think. That's right. That's what the closed-minded religious people think. They're like, oh, the island's all there is, And Anson's like, no, there's land, I believe in it, Gotta give him credit, okay?
Readily admit they believe in evolution. because they are familiar with the evidence and they understand that it's not a controversial thing. It's not like, well, they know that it's true, but it's such a consequential truth that if you have the majority of people in your church not believing it, that represents a really significant truth problem. And I just don't know why more of them are not shouting it from the rooftops of like, we got to get this right. Like, we have to accept this fact. If we're going to move forward in the long term, we have to accept this fundamental fact about reality. And I think there's some downstream effects, like in your conversation on Diary of a CEO with was it Greg Kokel? Again, we're doing the same thing. You can't talk about somebody with a weird name without saying it wrong.
I think you say it focal or kofel. I think is the American way.
You kind of got into, which is inevitable a lot of times with an apologist, a little bit of the moral argument, right? We're talking.
It's false.
Anytime a skeptic says anything about right or wrong, there's this appeal to, well, what's your basis for that? And then we were into the moral argument. But there's an interesting thing related to this, that a lot of times they end up having to dismiss the evidence for the development of ethics and morality in humans. So you've got these, precursory moral intuitions that you see in non-human primates. So you see empathy and you see sharing and you see these other things. Like, we have a good natural explanation for the nature of morality as it exists in humans.
Boom.
But that research has to be dismissed
not for any
because that can't be true, because animals don't actually have precursory morality. They might have some kind of common gray. I don't know how it's explained really. But what I'm getting at is that not accepting this core truth, you end up
talking about, like, why would we it should be so obvious to these. See, Anson, I don't understand how your type don't get this, right? That, like, you can't look, this is a naturalistic fallacy, right? And it's like, we're like, oh, monkeys share. The same monkeys that share will, like, freaking cannibalize each other and, like, harm each other and do, like, and, eat each other's babies and shit. Like,
You don't think humans did the same thing?
Exactly, which is why it doesn't explain how we can arrive at any type of, like, cogent morality. We definitely can't look at just what humans naturally do or what monkeys naturally do. It doesn't help anything.
It sends me when people are just like, it just happens. It's just we just evolved that way. It just occurs. It's like,
we
bro.
evolved it. Yeah, we
Bro, that is such that's a cop out. Let's put no thought into it.
It's a part of our nature.
Kokomo says, I didn't realize Rhett spoke about this stuff. Yeah. Usually just him and Link just do dumb shit. And yeah, the shit is more dumb. I used to like Good Mythical Morning back in the day. I said this at the beginning. Now it's all just food stuff all the time. They used to have, like, really good talks and stuff. But yeah, Rhett, if you're unfamiliar, he was a Christian his whole life, deconverted from Christianity. And then, so now occasionally he'll talk about his lack of faith and his liberal values get smuggled in there sometimes. So
I had never heard of him before you did that. You've introduced me to a lot of people I've never heard of before.
See, I don't know if that's because you also said you hadn't heard of Nick Fuentes I feel like you must have heard of Nick Fuentes.
Well, I had
believe you haven't heard of Brett.
I had heard of Nick Fuentes, but I had never actually watched him in a video until the Tucker Carlson interview.
Oh shit! Okay, so that was for real. I'm glad I could expose you to Nick Fuentes. At least this is a well, I don't know, Red. Well, no, I'd rather people watch Red than Nick Fuentes.
And the mustache.
Other truths, like, now we can't really talk about ethics in a meaningful way without just appealing to some objective standard that God has given us, and that's where morality comes from. It's like, well, actually, if you look at the latest research, we've got really good reason to believe that these moral intuitions evolved.
Well, what do you think is the resistance then? If there are so many Christians who accept evolution and seem to not have too much issue with that, why is there such a
sidebar? Christian, what's it like having a name that gets, like, said so often? I've always wondered this because, like, does it, like, when someone says my name, it's like it's kind of like, oh, is someone talking to me? But, like, they've said Christian or in Christians like 1,000 times. Do you just, like, become numb? Like,
well, it depends. It depends on, like, the topic, right? If you're talking about theology, then I just ignore it. I just default to ignore it. So if we're not
Because
talking
I've always
about,
wondered
like,
if people have
theology,
those
then I
kind of
perk up.
names that could just be said so freely. Like, yeah, I'm never in a position where my name is said like 700 times in like an hour span without them referring to me or someone else.
Actually, it hasn't clicked for me that my name's been said over and over again.
It's a strange thing.
Cultural resistance within popular Christianity in America to this idea that we share a common ancestor.
Well, I think one thing is trying to reconcile it with Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that, and I would say specifically reconciling it with the fall.
Mm-hmm.
I think original sin and the fall are theologically very important.
Yeah, that's true.
So like Tim Keller,
saying,
the late Tim Keller would talk a lot about this. He like
Did
accepted
Tim Keller
evolution.
die?
And again, I read a lot of these guys when I was,
I liked
my
Tim
faith was
Keller.
floundering, because I was like, well, there's a lot of really smart guys that believe evolution, but how do they reconcile it? I wasn't satisfied. Again, I was operating completely in reason and logic.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't satisfied. I didn't feel like there was an actual great explanation for this. There's like, oh, well, you know, we know from genetics that we probably only got down to about 10,000 people. I can't remember the exact number, but like we never got down to 2 people.
Mm-hmm.
Even like the mitochondrial Eve and the literal Adam and Eve, like the male and female who are the progenitors of the human race, they didn't live at the same time. But like there's a male that everybody's related to and there's a female that everybody is related to, but they were at different times, like according to genetics. And it's kind of interesting to look into that.
Pretty
but I think
based,
it's hard to
Genesis
reconcile
prophecy
what you
then,
see
in a way,
in the
kind of,
Bible
if
when
you think
you're
about
like,
it.
well, I'm going to start taking this account literally, and I'm going to
fact
take
that
the
we
entire
are
Pentateuch
actually
literally,
related
and I'm
to
going to
one
look at
man
the
and one
flood story and all this
woman.
stuff.
From
And
science,
so
come on.
I think there is a
That has to be
real
a double
reticence
W.
to just be like, guys, all of this part of the Bible, this early part of the Bible, is a polemic against the Mesopotamian myths that they were exposed to. The creation story itself is taking the same imagery, the chaotic waters, the separating the waters from the waters, the formation of people from clay, but it's taking those things that were understood culturally and it's resetting it in a monotheistic framework. The flood story is clearly dependent upon earlier Mesopotamian myths, right? But I think that people start getting, and there's progressive Christians who accept this, but people start getting really, really scared, because then that's when things seem, you can't walk out of that exercise with a belief in inerrancy.
Yeah. Well, you know, but it's not like it's
or they could be talking about like the same. What if the alternative is that these things happened and that 2 cultures are like both writing about them, right? Like if they look at the Epic of Gilgamesh, it's like maybe those people had a flood. Maybe they're talking about the same flood. That's at least an option.
Because he stated it as fact, therefore it's true.
Well,
he just like, I don't know.
So does he say things that are liberal or leftist? Because he hasn't said anything leftist yet. I mean, he sounds pretty reasonable to me.
Yeah, he hasn't. And the other ones, he's brought up the LGBTQ stuff, and so I don't know if he's going that way. Because he said there was like some stuff to do with his like the church's like ethical standards, and it got a bit left wing and different things. I don't know if he's talking to Alex here, so I don't know if he's just going to stay in philosophy or if he's going to say that I don't know, because I have a feeling that if that was one of the reasons, which apparently it was, that he kind of stepped away, then that would be something he would say Christians should change, that they should accept, they should change some of their doctrine on their ethical standards because it's off-putting, maybe abortion, maybe LGBTQ, I don't know. But I think that's what he would think, but I don't know if he's going to say that in this conversation just based on who he's talking to.
Modern response to modern science, that we need to reinterpret Genesis. I've talked about this a bunch on the show. Like, people have thought that Genesis is non-literal as long as Christianity has been a thing. Like, church fathers thought that Genesis was not literal. I mean, one of the big reasons
this is true, Christian. This is true.
We'll have like for not thinking things are literal is just because a lot of the time these stories don't make sense. Like I there's some discussion about the temptation in the desert in the Gospels, for example. Yeah. And Satan takes Jesus to the top of the mountain and says,
we'll get to that,
and shows him the whole world, right?
Yeah.
We are going to get on to that.
Yeah. Go for it.
He says like essentially that you can see the whole world. And early Christians looked at the story and thought, well, you can't see the entire world, from the top of a mountain.
Even if the world is flat, you couldn't see all of it.
That's not possible. So this story must be some kind of metaphor. And it was as easy as that, right? Like biblical literalism of the kind that thinks that, the earth is 6,000 years old and Adam and Eve were, well, maybe not in the Adam and Eve case, but certainly in terms of like the creation narrative and stuff like that. It's a relatively like modern phenomenon to be like, no, this is like a literal account of what happened. Yeah, like so many Christians throughout history, not just, I just want to clarify, not just like in the modern day in response to science. Oh, let's reinterpret Genesis.
Yeah, that was just a given.
For a very, very long time, yeah. And so, when you say embrace truth, you're talking here mostly about evolution and...
I think I'm talking about...
Yeah, he's wrong.
We could have a whole discussion about the historical critical method of looking at the Bible.
Wait,
and again,
what is he wrong on?
Well, he made an assertion. The church fathers didn't take the Bible literally, and I've talked to enough Orthodox priests who are like the OG like representation modern day of the church fathers who wrote the Bible, and they take it literally. So he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
No, Anson, you are wrong. Like I
am not wrong.
You are wrong.
I am wrong. I am not wrong.
Look at the church fathers. Look at the church fathers. Like look at the example they gave about the temptation of Christ. Right? That is something that is the church fathers are famous for it. There's like a plain reading of the text. There's the anagogical view. There's the I don't know if they call it a metaphorical view. Right. So, and then it's like a spiritual, like they had a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I agree, right. Alex, they didn't write the Bible, but I'm saying what they're saying that Anson is disagreeing with me that the church
says it's not. Well, they're not united on that.
Wasn't Paul one of the church fathers originally? Didn't he write the Bible?
No, Paul wouldn't be considered a church father. No,
he's not a church father.
He's not a church. So the founders of Christianity are not the church fathers.
The only one that maybe, I guess, if you're like Catholic and stuff, then maybe Peter, because I guess Peter was like the first pope and stuff under Catholics and stuff. So, but and it's generally, when people are talking about the church fathers, they're talking about like the patristics and stuff that happened like after,
Yeah. Okay. But in terms of like his example of like modern day, like lots of people like going stupid with like taking a whole lot of the stuff in the Bible literally instead of like, maybe this section's like metaphor and this section's literal and like doing it in a rational way that is persuasive. That's directly related to post-Enlightenment individualism, where everybody thinks that they have the authority over interpretation, whereas previously that did not exist. People knew their place in a hierarchy and knew that it wasn't their fucking place to do that. And that's what's causing the proliferation of that stupidity.
There was a lot of passion behind that. He was really like passionate.
I don't like the Enlightenment at all.
Yeah. He's coming back to the island, I think. He senses some nonsense on the island and he's turning the boat around.
Back. Yeah.
Every time I try to get away, they just pull me back in. Anson, I know you're saying that you talked to a priest on this. I'm just telling you, you can look this up. Like, it doesn't have to be now, but you can look this up. Church fathers, if you look at how they interpreted certain passages, they did not take everything completely literally. They fully acknowledged that some stuff was metaphorical. And now they tried to analyze it based on its on like the passage, its genre. So I understand that, Protestants, now we all think we can have our own private interpretation. I understand what you're saying on that thing, but I'm just saying the idea that the Bible was seen as fully literal until the modern times is just not true. It's just not true. But you don't have to believe me on this, but it's a simple, you could look it up after and then you will.
It gets dicey because it feels like the other side of the coin of the embrace faith that we talked about, right? And I think that if you're a Christian, you're holding these two things. If you're a thoughtful Christian, you're holding these two things. Because you've got, I have faith about the resurrection and my relationship with Jesus and the power of God that I can't have historical insight into. But evolution, you have a lot of evidentiary insight into, right? We can know kind of beyond a shadow of a doubt. But there's also things that we can know about the Bible, like talking about Genesis. Well, it's pretty clear that there's two accounts of creation in Genesis from two different sources. That whoever put the Bible together decided that even though they were contradictory in some ways about the order of creation, the emphasis, the name of God and these things, that these two theological perspectives were important to include So do you have to take the edges off and insist that it's one voice and that Moses wrote it? Or can you be like, no, for some reason, God decided to have these disparate accounts in his word that may be different than you actually think about. Or when you're talking about prophecy, like you've got examples of Matthew, especially because he loved to do this, essentially inventing things that no other gospel has, that there's no historical records of, to fulfill Old Testament prophecy, right?
Yeah.
The best example of this is when he talks about Jesus having to flee to Egypt to escape Herod's massacre.
I freaking go away for a second, and then Rhett starts saying a bunch of nonsense. The two accounts, the two creation stories of Genesis, one is like, that's like the most easily harmonizable thing. Like one is just like a more specific, like zooming in of the other. They don't, and also the whole thing, I mentioned this before, I knew this was going to go there. Like the different names of God, this is again called the documentary hypothesis, that when we see different names of God, that we must accept that means it's different writers doing it. That if someone says El Shaddai and someone else says Elohim and someone else says Yahweh, that it must be different people and it must be like all compiled. And so it's a hodgepodge of like 5 different people writing it. Or there's just different titles for God. That happens in the New Testament as well. That happens like all throughout, even in the same book of some same books of the Bible, like Isaiah, you have different names of God pop up. This is like the way that the names of God are chosen, I think, in a specific way, because I think each one kind of has its own little meaning, and so I think there's reasons why biblical writers would choose to use different names. We would never analyze a modern text this way. This is what like triggers me. In a modern text, I could write a book now, a religious book, and I could use 5 names for God. And when I use each one, maybe I'm trying to draw attention to a different emphasis, right? You see the Hindu scriptures do this. It's not an absurd thing, but because it's an old book, we're like, well, no, if they're using different names for God, it must be that it's like 5 different sources that we're all hodgepodging together. Sorry, I'm spurring a bit, but I just think it's nonsense.
I mean, you're spitting out. You're not lying. Like,
I don't know.
Just because it's just talking real proud and matter of fact.
It's
the same.
Seems to
it's
make
the same
sense,
thing.
though.
I have to spur for one more thing, Anson. Okay, because now I'm triggering myself. I'm in like a trigger cycle. But it's the same thing when people will look at like 1st and 2nd Peter, for example, and it's like, I'm not even saying, I don't even know if I necessarily disagree, but it's just bad reasoning that they'll say 2nd Peter wasn't actually written by Peter because the style of the text is different. And it's like, when I write letters, and like I feel like we don't apply this to real life. It's like I don't always write stuff in the exact same way. Sometimes I'm more casual. Sometimes I'm more verbose. Even when I'm talking on stream, I have like there's commonalities in how I talk. But depending who I'm talking to, what my intention is, I'll use bigger words, smaller words. I'll talk faster, slower. Like I'll use inflections. And the exact same thing happens when I'm writing emails. Right? It's like it totally depends what the context of what I'm writing is. And if we understand that this happens in modern times, why when we look at an old text are we like, no, if the writing style changes, it's actually written by 2 different people? I think that's just fucking mental. But sorry, Anson, what were you saying, if you remember?
Well, I don't know. I just remember you being really distinct and clear, and I learned from you that the Bible isn't one book.
Shut the fuck up.
And it fulfills 2 prophecies. One, out of Egypt I will call my son, and the other one is Rachel is weeping for her children, which was a reference to the massacre. Well, there's no massacre of Herod in any extra biblical writings. There's no massacre of Herod in any other parts of the Bible. So he invented it. The best conclusion is that he invented a massacre so he could invent a fleeing to Egypt so he could get a 2-for-1 fulfillment of Old Testament prophecy. Mm-hmm. That's the most reasonable conclusion about that. And I think does that mean that all of Christianity falls apart if you believe that Matthew was sort of like taking liberties with Old Testament prophecy? I don't think so. There's plenty of Christians who accept that critical scholarship and are still Christians. This embracing truth it gets dicey for sure. Mm-hmm. But I just think that when you've got really thoughtful people who are looking at the stuff that you're saying and they're looking at something as evident as evolution, but then they're getting into this historical critical scholarship, And these guys have a lot of points.
Yeah.
You can just put the blinders on and just be like, I'm going to believe, quiet. Or you can be like, I'm going to go into this unafraid. And
just from quickly Googling this, I just want to say this. Like, so maybe, but right, first of all, so Herod apparently was ordered a lot of mass executions and also killed 3 of his own kids. And so, yeah, we don't have any exact accounts outside the Bible of him ordering a massacre of Bethlehem. But I don't know how old or how big Bethlehem was. I don't think it was very big either. So I don't know if it's that shocking that like this specific, like it could be what Rhett's saying is true. And maybe this is like, maybe they did, if you're an atheist, you could think that they just like added this to the story to try to prove a prophecy. But it also doesn't seem insane. It's not like a massive massacre of like all of like Jerusalem or something where it's like, okay, we'd expect a lot of people to write about that. Like, I don't know what the estimated population of Bethlehem was at the time, but I'm just going on a limb and saying it's probably not that big. There's probably a lot of massacres in human history that we have never recorded, especially at the level of like villages and stuff. So
yeah,
I don't know if that's cope, but
of all of the pro-atheist, anti-Christian conversion points that this propaganda piece has produced so far, this is the least compelling.
I agree. And actually, okay, according to, I'm reading AI. Okay, so a grain of salt, but based on the size of Bethlehem, this probably would have applied to 10 to 20 children. Okay, I don't know if this AI is right, but I know Bethlehem was small. So it wouldn't apply to many. It's not crazy to think that that other people didn't write it down. There's probably a million incidences throughout human history, unfortunately, where 10 to 20 or even 100 people have been killed that no one wrote about. So I don't think that's that compelling.
If something seems to be true, I'm going to accept it.
I think there's a very thoughtful kind of Christianity, which there's nothing in principle that stops you from saying, I believe in the resurrection. I believe in Jesus. I believe in his miracles. But when someone says, but did you know that like this particular passage, most scholars think it was added in later. It was an interpolation.
This is a good point. Alexander, in Matthew, he says that the saints of Israel rise up from the graves when Jesus rises. The only gospel that says that probably would be the single best document of history. No. Yeah. And that's why most biblical scholars see it as a type of prophecy or a type of a visionary thing.
That's how I would read that.
Yeah. Do you know what it's referring to, Christian? It's when let me see if I can find it. It's like it says the graves were open. Yeah, here we go. Matthew 27, 52. And the tombs broke open. The bodies of many holy people who had died were raised to life. I mean, that's a pretty extreme thing. And it's like, yeah, it's only in Matthew. It's not in any of the Gospels besides Matthew. And so, yeah, a lot of scholars think that like maybe this is just, Matthew predicting what is going to happen, or he's getting a little excited, getting ahead of himself. I mean, it's also possible that it happened, but yeah, it is weird that other people wouldn't have been wrote about if there was many people that were raised back, to life at the time. Good night to you, Testicular Johnson. And thank you for using your membership to point out that Jesus was the first. Jesus was a vol cell, actually. You know what? Now that I think about this, voluntary celibate, right? Not an incel. Just fact checking you, Testicular Johnson, as you go off to sleep.
What a testicle.
What a testicle. Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, this is a kind of an interesting passage that, that, yeah, and it doesn't really explain much more than that. And yeah, it's something that you think that we would hear something about, or that the other gospel writers would write something about. It is a bizarre one. I'll give Rhett that.
Well, it made me think about it says it's Mark 14, 51 to 52. But it's
that one.
It's when Jesus is arrested and he heals the ear of the soldier.
Oh, when Peter gets a little cray cray.
Yeah, and he slices. But there was this it's like nude person that was like wrapped in burial cloth. They like was following Jesus and ran away.
I thought that most people think that this was Mark. I could be wrong, and I don't know if it's like proven, but I think that a lot of scholars think this is like Mark because it's such a weird line that Mark is talking about himself in the same way that in John, when John says the disciple whom Jesus loved, most people think that John's talking about himself there. I think that most scholars think that this is Mark in this. I don't know if that's like how provable that is, but
yeah, I wonder how you get that.
Well, it's almost just like a weird. It's just like, why would he mention this? Why would he mention a young man wearing nothing but a linen garment? Right? Seized him, he fled naked, leaving his garment behind. This is kind of like the whole criterion of embarrassment thing in a way, and it's just like, yeah, what's the reason to bring that up without mentioning him? So it almost seems like maybe like a self-inserted thing.
When I've looked at it, they would talk about it being burial, like someone rising from the dead. Like that's one of the ideas behind the writing. It just
this would be
that
before,
Matthew one made me think
but,
of this one.
Right, but then this would be like some random, because Matthew's the resurrection happens like after but this would be like before.
Yeah.
So it's like, so I mean maybe, but
it just made me think of that. Like I'm not.
Yeah.
I just brought it up. Yeah. Oh. Anthony,
our documents from that era are mostly beer recipe books.
Anthony, you got a deep theological answer,
and I don't believe he did that. and that's it. And you just accept it and just move on. There is a version of Christian belief that does that. Interestingly, man, one of my biggest gripes is that I try to be very, very nice to my Christian listeners. I'm very grateful for them. I have wonderful conversations with Christians. I'm deeply interested in Christianity. But people on the internet keep saying that I'm about to convert.
I would never.
The lowest bar
never say
in the
that.
history of intellectual thought. That me not saying to people, they're a bunch of idiots and they've got absolutely nothing going for them. The only way that can possibly be explained that I'm actually listening to them and hearing them out and going, that's really interesting
right now.
It can only be because I'm about to convert to Christianity. And man, it gets on my nerves because people do it on like YouTube shorts. There's this one YouTube short of me, which people keep telling me about because they see it on their feed that someone made. And it's like me speaking on a podcast and they put that music in the background. It's all that kind of stuff. And I'm saying like, there's the story of Jesus where he comes across the woman caught in adultery. And, they say, the law says that we should stone him. And he says that he who is without sin cast the first stone. And it's so based. It's so brilliant. It's just it's a perfect encapsulation of the ethic of Jesus and the real ends. If you go and look at the podcast, the very next words out of my mouth
that it wasn't in the original.
But of course, most scholars believe that this was a later interpolation.
Right,
it wasn't originally in the Bible, and so it didn't really happen. Right. That's why I was talking about it.
It doesn't matter, brother. The Lord is drawing you to Him.
And do you know what? The person who made that reel knows that's the next thing I said. They know that.
Of course, because they had to edit it.
And they put the music and everything. I'm just like, come on, man.
Well,
it's just
so as we were talking about, I've started my own YouTube channel. After 20 years on YouTube, I've decided to start.
Alex right now is super enthralled with
but
consciousness.
What?
I'm pretty sure Alex is super enthralled right now with consciousness. Like I think he's wrestling with that.
That's the thing. I think I don't just think because Alex is a nice atheist that he's going to become a Christian. I think he's wrestling with stuff that I think is going to lead him there eventually, and he's open to having these experiences.
When it if it hits him, do you think he's gonna go like MIA for a couple of days and then come back?
I've said before when an Indian Jesus really doesn't like when I say this. I said before that I think that maybe it's possible that Alex is already a Christian, but he's audience captured, and he also doesn't want people like me to be like, "See, I knew it." So he's kind of just like, "How do I like reveal that I'm a Christian without revealing it?"
I don't know.
So that's my pet theory.
It could just be, really high in openness like me and comfortable with the abyss of perpetual doubt.
Yeah,
that's possible. But I just think I still, and this is something that I accept on faith. I just personally think if you're open to an experience of God and you're seeking it, I think that you will find it. So with Alex, I think that he is open to that. Like if I'm to trust him, of course he could always just be saying it, but really in his heart of hearts, he's like, nah. But if he's like being sincere, then yeah, I think that, if you're looking for a purpose, I think you will find one. And if you're looking for God, I think you will find God. Revelations, right? The knocking, it will be open to you and all this stuff. I think Alex is knocking. And so, God's going to be answering. That's what I think.
Well, I'm open to a 3-way with Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips, but I don't think it's going to happen, right? But
that's the worst. That's one of the worst things I've ever heard you say. I can't imagine a more horrific scenario in my mind. I hope it doesn't happen. I hope that you are too high. You need to maybe consider dropping that 99% openness down to maybe like a 96% openness. Okay, you're just a little too open.
I don't know how often I'm going to do videos on there, but because we're stopping the podcast, it's going to be the place that I talk about this type of stuff, maybe other stuff as well. But I made this one video that was about why I don't fear hell, and then I got caught up in the Christian algorithm real fast just because it was a new channel and they were like, who's interested in this? And people comment, a lot of Christians comment on my stuff anytime I talk about this stuff. But this was like a new level. And there was like this one night where like comments were coming in every like couple of seconds because it was like, it really hit the algorithm. And so many of the comments were like, well, this is evidence that you do fear hell and that you are being drawn back. And again, it is difficult to not be like, to not get frustrated about that.
The most frustrating thing is it's not like you're making a video saying,
I don't know,
Christianity is stupid and I'm an atheist, and then a bunch of Christians saying like, oh, well, you should be afraid of hell. It's that you're quite thoughtfully saying, like, here's some considerations and Christianity's got this going for it and this is what I think. And then people are saying, you should be afraid of hell because it's coming for you. It's like, we're trying our best here.
Yeah, I mean, this podcast alone will be used as evidence that the Lord is drawing both of us back. Here we are with an open Bible. Here's the thing. You know what?
The Lord is drawing Alex
If the
back,
Lord is drawing me back,
Rhett is too closed off.
I don't have I'm not resistant to that.
It's fine by me.
I disagree with you, Rhett. I think you are resistant.
That's not my disposition as much as I'm told that that's my disposition. I think the thing that's offensive is that assuming to know the heart of someone else is that's the thing that's sort of like, well, you know why I did this, you know what, all my motivations, what my life is like, what my relationships are like. Your comment seems to imply that.
I don't mind it exactly, but it's just that it's so, like where you just said then something like, if the Lord is drawing me back, then I'm here for it. Like, there you go, that's your clip. That goes on a YouTube reel. Put it in black and white, and but people do that. And when they do that, like, it's not, I don't mind people saying like, it seems like you're really interested in this. Like, do you think are you becoming more Christian? I'm just going to tell them honestly, like, probably not. Like, but it's the sort of, it's
I
people who
agree,
are quite intentionally,
I understand.
Editing.
It's all about engagement, man. It's all about. That's why I welcome these comments. As those comments about how I should fear hell and how the Lord is drawing me back were coming in every second. I was like, well, this video might do okay.
Yeah. I'd recommend people watch that as well. I mean, I've talked about fear of hell. It's been years since I've spoken about it as well. I don't spend that much time thinking about hell these days. But it's something that a lot of people, especially if they're sort of fresh out of a religious tradition, it's something that people are,
it sticks around,
can be afraid of. So you've got a great video on that, and you reference a few videos in that video.
Yeah, I really reference the ones that you should watch because I don't go very deep.
Yeah, like GM Skeptic went to like Jerusalem to investigate, the origins of hell. It's some really interesting
There's people
stuff.
who do deeper dives.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's get to the final point, which is embrace Jesus.
Yeah, so we've had embrace faith, embrace truth,
embrace Jesus.
Embrace Jesus. In that order?
In no particular order. This is just how it came to me.
Mm-hmm.
The thing here is that this is really about the cultural moment that we're having right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that there are a lot of things that are happening in the church that are inconsistent with the way Jesus spoke about them.
It's coming.
And by definition are not biblical. And I think that this is one of the reasons that the church is growing a little bit right now. There's a political side to this.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the sort of dogged pursuit of political power and the consolidation of political power, especially in the United States, by Christians, is one of the biggest betrayals of the teachings of Jesus.
Yep.
And I think that it has been disillusioning to
There it is.
a lot of Christians. Interestingly, my entire deconstruction happened outside of that, and kind of, now I was a conservative.
I wonder if we'll get to see here how nice Alex is being versus how truthful he's being, because Alex has actually said kind of the opposite before, that when like people take some of like Jesus's words and they'll be like, oh, then like Christians shouldn't like be involved in like political power and stuff, and
that's what
and
he's
that, or
saying.
that, but I'm saying, but Alex usually when this is said, Alex usually says the opposite and says, well, we have no idea what that world would have looked like. Like Jesus was in a different time, in a different place. It's like it's very unclear how like Jesus would tell us to act on a nation state level, and in like a globalized world, and like all these things. Like it's such a different world, and so that's Alex's point of view. So I wonder if he's going to push back against Rhett, and I think that'll be a good litmus test to see if Alex is being like just keeping the kid gloves on because they're having like a polite talk.
So
I know Alex doesn't appreciate this point.
This is actually probably the most disgusting thing that Rhett has said the entire time I've been listening, because he's basically power shaming Christians into feeling like they are not Christians if they seek power. And he's saying, hey, if you're a based right wing, traditional conservative, it's Jesus wouldn't agree with you wanting to have any kind of influence over the cultural institution. So just get back in your fucking lane, Christian. Fuck you, Rhett.
Yeah, I agree. As it's cooking again. I agree with you
I
fully.
voted Republican because of abortion, probably alone. But the political landscape has changed a lot. And at this point, the embrace of the pursuit of political power and talking about it and how it's spreading to more and more Christians, I feel like this is a new level. I don't think this is something that I experienced, 15 years ago when I was deconstructing. So I want to talk a little bit about what Jesus has to say about this, or what the Bible has to say about this, and then we can kind of talk about why I think this is such a problem. Let's start when Jesus is before Pilate, right? So this is just kind of setting the stage. You've got Jesus before Pilate in John 18, and he essentially says, Pilate is basically asking him, like, well, let me just say it. Let me just read it. So Pilate entered his headquarters again and called Jesus and said to him, "Are you the king of the Jews?" Jesus answered, "Do you say this of your own accord, or did others say it to you about me?" Pilate answered, "Am I a Jew? Your own nation and the chief priests have delivered you over to me. What have you done?" And Jesus answered, "My kingdom is not of this world. If my kingdom were of this world, my servants would have been fighting, that I might not be delivered over to the Jews. But my kingdom is not from this world." So again, here we are. Jesus is having this
conclude that that Christian should
moment where he is
political power,
been taken in, and he's being taken in by the political forces that existed at that time, where they were kind of executing the will of God to literally execute him. And what did he do? He took that opportunity to say, "My kingdom, this is not about this worldly kingdom that you're talking about. My kingdom is not of this world.
And if it were, my servants would be fighting.
They'd be doing something about it right now. They would be in here doing something about it. The reason that they are not resistant, in fact, earlier when Peter cuts off the ear, he's like, no, he puts it back on, He's like, no, that's not what we're doing. We're not fighting. We're not here to fight. You don't get that anywhere from Jesus, right? Well, you get that a little bit from Israel, which I think is one of the reasons I think Christian nationalism is a little bit confused about.
He'll return with the sword at the end.
Yeah.
I wonder how he reads that.
I mean, that's the thing. There's a lot of readings that, it's like that. If he's picking out verses and using them in weird ways, it's like Jesus also said, I don't come to bring peace but a sword, you know.
So
and
this
yeah, Jesus is
isn't-
going to come back and all this stuff, and you know, I don't know.
This isn't him trying to fix Christianity. This is him trying to impose his political will on Christians through shame.
Yeah, I think if anything, this would like weaken Christianity.
All three come to that same conclusion about this video.
Well, especially this point on it. The other two, I think there is at least Steelman's. I think there's stuff I disagree, but there's at least like a good Steelman. This one, I'm like, I don't think this point is helpful at all.
Trying to basically be the nation of Israel today, it's a little complicated. But let's just talk about Jesus
and the imagery there of Trump with literally a broken ear shouting "fight."
Exactly.
It's something quite stark contrast,
right? But I think it gets even more explicit. So this is the famous passage where the Pharisees try to trap Jesus in the question about taxes.
The render unto Caesar, really?
So
that's where we're going.
They had been giving him a number of different challenges to catch him, right?
Minecraft.
And so we'll just kind of cover this because I can remember the details. So, you know, the Pharisees have this idea to come and ask Jesus if they should pay taxes to Caesar. And the reason that they thought that this was a trap is because if he's supposed to be the Messiah, at least as they understand it, he's supposed to be the one delivering them from this Roman rule. So if he's like saying, yeah, we should give money to our oppressors, not a very good Messiah according to their perspective. And if he says, no, we shouldn't pay taxes, then they report him and get him delivered to the Romans, right? So this was like a nice setup. And when they do this, they say, should we pay taxes to Caesar? He's like, grab me a denarius, grab me a coin. And he takes it and he says, who is this on the coin? And they say, Caesar. And he says, render to Caesar what is Caesar's and to God what is God's. Why is this so important? And why is this so relevant to the current situation? Notice he didn't say anything like, see this coin? It should say, in Yahweh we trust on it.
So you see what he's doing right now?
We should be fighting.
Time out. What he's doing right now is talking about Scripture as if he were a Christian and telling Christians how to interpret their theology that is not his. He is being disgusting right now. He doesn't believe any of that, and he's shaming the Christians. I do not respect this man in the slightest.
Yeah, no, I think he's probably, well, I know he's, doesn't like Trump, doesn't like any type of, of right-wing stuff. And so, yeah, he's trying to say like, yeah, you Christians stop it. And I'm going to use your own Bible to try to make you stop it.
I don't understand how he even began to make that art. Like that's.
Yeah, it's just weird. I don't know where the logic is. Out of all the ways to read these passages, it's very strange to, and for something that he's as Anson said, he's using it as like a club for something that he doesn't even think is true, and he's just using it to like try to convince it. And this is fine. Like you get like backyard. I'm fine with you not liking Trump. Okay, I have a lot of criticisms against Trump. I'm just saying I think the reason Rhett is saying this, he's not a Christian. That is his motive. He's not being good faith and trying to. The whole point of this is he's trying to like help fix Christianity. This is not doing that. This is him trying to push his own politics by trying to like convince Christians to behave a certain way.
This is just an awful verse to pull for the argument.
Yeah,
this is just
the
bad.
Kingdom that.
Yeah,
what is impressing us with the kingdom of this world to represent God. He's basically saying, this is irrelevant to my mission. Yeah, pay taxes to Caesar. That's a completely different thing. This embrace of political power and thinking that is the answer, that's how we bring about the kingdom of God, it is a complete misunderstanding of what Jesus was talking about.
Anson, cut your stuff wearing blue shirt.
And I do think it's wild because the whole, the in God we trust on the American money, like it's a pretty recent innovation. I can't remember
the Cold War thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I can't remember exactly when it.
Oh, look, that's water.
Yeah, all right.
Right onto the Bible. I only did that to make you feel welcome.
Okay. Where were we?
Everything's cleaned up. My Bible's a little bit wet. No worse. Okay.
Holy water now. on the table.
So I think that this last passage is the one that is the most informative about this. And you talked about it a moment ago, the temptation of Jesus. And of course, he's out there in the wilderness for 40 days. And
First
so
of all,
there's the three temptations.
Even from what, like, even how Rhett's explaining this, right? Yes, like the Jews expected a military Messiah. Jesus, that wasn't what he was trying to do. It's not, there's no, I don't know how you could extend this into like saying that Christians shouldn't take part in politics or care about culture or anything like that. I think that's such a weird thing. Yeah, obviously Jesus didn't come to like take over and be a military Messiah. Like that's what's happening. And I think all of these passages, it's like, I think that's the.
Yeah. So as an atheist interpreting Jesus's word, if you were doing it in a good faith manner, you would do what he had been doing previously, which is say, all right, there is a rational explanation for why the people that wrote this as Jesus's word wrote this. And like from an atheist perspective, you would say render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, because you don't want the powers that be to think that you're running a revolutionary organization and have all of the powerful people come and round all the Christians up and get rid of them because they think that they're going to take over the government, right? There are functional reasons why these people wrote their revolutionary book the way that they did, and used it to seize power. It was a radical woke type ideology, right? And so they intentionally wrote it to not.
The rendering of the coin is just give yourself to God. The God doesn't care about the coin.
Well, yeah, but it's also like please Caesar, don't take all of my people and round them up. Right. That's the reason why that's in there. I mean, organizations do that today, political organizations, so that the government doesn't think that they're going to violently revolt and take over the government. Right. I mean, that's not and that's an atheist explanation for why that's in there. And he should probably know that if he was being good faith.
And I mean, yeah, and that could maybe apply to other passages, like I think in Romans, right? It says to obey the government and stuff like that, and it's like that could have been written in a similar vein of like, don't think this is some type of violent or revolutionary movement. But at least, yeah, that's a. I think as a Christian, I take a lot of these passages in different ways. But it's like at least Anson, your interpretation at least makes sense. Like especially if you're an atheist, his interpretation I don't think makes any sense. He's just trying to use it as a tool.
From the devil, the first being, turns these stones into bread. The next one being throw yourself off of this and the angels will save you. And then the third one being going up to the top of the mountain, saying, look at all the kingdoms of the world. I will give you all of this if you will just bow down and worship me. And of course, Jesus says, be gone, Satan.
I can't even imagine how this one gets twisted to his things. I can't even imagine. At least with the other ones, it's like, okay, I think it's a terrible translation, but at least I get how you could try to use that. This one, it's like, this is Satan. The temptation of Jesus, of Satan saying you can have all these powers and stuff if you bow down and worship me, and Jesus saying no, I'm gonna deny your power in favor of my mission. Like that, I don't know. I don't know how you get from that like we shouldn't be that we should. I don't know. It's such a reach, but I mean, I'll explain it, but I can't.
What does it say exactly in the ESV? He says,
worship God and serve him alone.
Yeah, be gone, Satan, for it is written, you shall worship the Lord your God and serve, and only him shall you serve. Again, it's the ESV.
And interestingly, that's not actually written. Jesus is like slightly rewording the passage he's trying to. In the Old Testament, the passage is something like fear. I think it's fear God and serve him only, or something like that. It doesn't use the word worship, which is obviously it's Greek and Hebrew, but he's not actually quoting it quite correctly there, which is interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Side note, footnote.
Yeah, footnote.
Continue.
So this is pretty wild, considering the state of the current American church. Because there's a lot going on here theologically, of course, but the one opportunity that Jesus has to make a commentary about embracing political power over the kingdom or the kingdoms of this world, is presented as a temptation of Satan. This is presented as a temptation of Satan to fall for this. We've got to be in control of the kingdoms of the world. Does Jesus say, well, okay, maybe you're in charge right now, but you just wait until a few of my followers are in government, or you wait until we're in charge? Again, he says, it's not about that. We are operating on a different plane. And it just blows my mind that we've gotten to this place where this seems to be the way that the kingdom of God is going to be established, is by infiltrating and taking over the government. And I'm not just saying that it's not a good idea from a Christian perspective. I'm saying it is forbidden. I'm saying that it is explicitly called out as something that will take you away from actually doing.
Okay, this one is like triggering the fuck out of me. So I'm just gonna briefly. So if he's saying this is given as a temptation of Satan, and meaning that thing to do that would be bad, right? Well, Satan also says, if you're the Son of God, command this stone to become bread. Is there some, like, Jesus multiplied loaves in other cases, right? Like, so that I don't think we can look at each one of these things and say these things are all definitely. First of all, it's bad because Jesus is on a freaking mission here. It's bad because Satan is asking him to do it and asking him to prove that he's the Son of God to Satan.
Yeah,
but we wouldn't look at this and say it would be wrong for Jesus to make food out of non-food. Jesus
reading
does
this
that.
line, I think the
Jesus
temptation,
turned water into wine. Like,
I think the temptation is the bread. I don't know. I think bread's evil. I think we should avoid it.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's the thing. We'd have to be. This is just bordering on, like, it has to be bad faith, because, like, just that line he said about how, like, this is to do this, it's a temptation of Satan. It's like, yeah, then bread is a temptation of Satan. Like, it just doesn't. It's just like such a bad reading, even in this, like, even in the exact context that he's giving it. It just doesn't make sense.
The work of God. And I think it's interesting. I think it's worth noting that the more that Christians have embraced this pursuit of political power, the more they have embraced political leadership that looks a lot less like Jesus and a lot more like the devil himself.
Okay, he said the quiet part out loud. Quiet part out loud.
It's also maybe it's a bit easy to say, like, you know, that if you pursue political power, you begin sort of betray Christian principles. And some people will listen to this. And I think there are two things which people will say in response to this. One thing is they'll say, okay, but if you look at the Old Testament, you know, God is constantly installing literal political kings. There are at least some contexts in which
I thought Alex was just gonna dry agree with everything.
his rulers on earth. I think I know what I was saying in response to that. I wonder what you would say. And the second thing is then, okay, I'm a Christian. I'm sat at home. I'm listening to this. Don't clip that either. And I would like to know what to do then, because I care about what's happening in my country, and I want to vote for somebody who shares my values. But am I supposed to look at anybody who says I'm a Christian and I'm running on Christian motivations and say, no, I'm not going to vote for you because, you know, that can't be true. Whereas I feel like I want someone who's Christian to, you know, run my, like, what can they actually do?
Those are good questions. To answer the first, I think that the kingdom of Israel, of which was, you know, sort of preparing the way for the Messiah that he comes out of, that's a different thing. That's not America. That's, you know, that doesn't apply to these kingdoms. That's a different thing. I don't think there's a theological justification for applying principle.
So he could just flip it, and then no one else can apply that same. That's crazy.
It's just different. Just trust me, bro. It's just different, and I'm not gonna go into much details on why it's different, but it's just different.
Crazy.
What he's doing here is basically denying the history of Christendom, where he's saying that all of the countries that converted to Christianity through their kings and therefore their subjects were converted to Christianity through that process, basically creating like what was modern Europe Christendom. Like all of that was satanic according to him.
Yeah, literally.
I mean, he's
literally
because a fucking idiot.
Because he's mentioning America, like, oh, well, that's not America, but yeah, it's not just America. Well, first, it's not even like mainly America. Like, there was like nations, right? Yeah, throughout history that were like just actually Christian nations, like fully, right? And it's like, so yeah, this like how why would America be uniquely bad in this? First of all, obviously it's just that he doesn't like, the direction that, the right is going, which is fine, but then just say that. Don't try to use these out of context Bible verses to to try to convince. But who is, I mean, this is why I like this comment, because who is this supposed to psyop? Who, there's no way anyone that's first of all, if you already hate the right and stuff and are a leftist or are not Christian, then it's well, yeah, then you might take this and be oh yeah, Christians are doing something wrong. But if you're for most Christians listening to this, they're not going to be convinced by this. They're not going to be oh, okay, I guess Christians shouldn't, behave this way or want Christian leaders or vote for Christian politicians or run for office or any of these things. Just it's not
of the way that God was establishing and upholding his nation for his people, and then trying to apply that even to modern day Israel or definitely to any other kingdom. That just feels like that you can't, that dog won't hunt, as they say.
To the extent that we can make sense of God having a chosen people and a chosen nation, it seems like America, despite what they think, might not be that. But even so, there is this.
Maybe not.
Please don't revoke my visa. The problem, the other thing is that Jesus is presented as this fulfillment and sort of fulfillment of, but also in many ways, he sort of removes the need for certain kinds of Jewish practices. So there's this idea that Jesus is kind of like the new Jewish temple. It used to be that you worship in this particular place and this is where you meet God, and now it's Jesus, and Jesus is everywhere and anywhere. And a similar kind of thing is happening here with authority. I mean, the Jewish kingdom was waiting for the Messiah, who would be, their ultimate king. And when the ultimate king comes, he's not a political leader. He is the opposite of a political leader. So I think that the extent to which this is specifically a problem, if somebody's listening, in other words, and says, oh, okay, yeah, but, Rhett doesn't understand that, that in the Old Testament, political power was really important. This is just the problem of the relationship of the Old Testament to the New Testament.
Yeah.
Because I could say the same thing to a Christian, well, if your Jesus is doing this or that or that or that, then what about in the Old Testament where God's commanding this, that, or that, or this thing you're supposed to do that you're no longer supposed to do or whatever? It's just the same problem revisited. As long as a Christian is willing to say that, yeah, Jesus changed the nature of God's relationship with earth.
Exactly.
The same thing's here. But okay, that's sort of out of the way.
So what does a Christian do?
What does a Christian do?
So I think this is...
All right, tell us, Rhett.
I think it's a great question.
What do we do?
Because I would say the extreme application of this perspective is abstaining from political involvement at all. And there are denominations that do that. And you have to respect that.
Did he say that's just an option?
Abstaining from political. I would say the extreme application of this perspective is abstaining from political involvement at all. And there are denominations that do that. And you have to respect that. This is a bit of, again, there's so many layers of this. There's a bit of a conundrum considering that I don't think that any of the people who were reading this at the time thought that in the year 2025, the world would still be around.
That's right.
So I don't think that they envisioned 2,000 years of more kingdoms and what we have here. So we find ourselves in a situation that maybe some of this philosophy doesn't specifically apply because, they were selling all their stuff, not because they were communists, but because they thought that Jesus would come in. Yeah, right.
Yeah. It becomes a bit easier to say, who cares about the government, whatever. The world is about to end, which makes it a bit complicated because for a Christian, they kind of have to interpret this them not believing the world's about to end because it didn't end.
Again, so I'm going with that. I'm just saying I believe that they thought that Jesus was coming back.
Yeah.
And he didn't. But as a Christian, you believe that he wasn't intending that and that he knew that the world would still be around in 2025. What I'm saying is that it is a temptation because you start believing that the only way to get what God wants is for you to do it for him through human means. And I think that ultimately, when you feel like the people in power politically have to represent your worldview, it indicates that
we're the living embodiment of Christ on earth. I mean, that's kind of the whole point, right? We are the body of Christ. So I
don't know. I'm just
what he's
lost.
What he's done here is basically take y'all's theology and point out areas where it's inconsistent with obtaining power, and say that because your theology has areas that I say are inconsistent with obtaining power, that you should not obtain power. And I could do the same damn thing to him, where I take his worldview and say, hey, look, these sections are inconsistent with obtaining power. You should stay out of power and let the Christians be in power, right? Like this is it is an irrelevant argument style.
Yeah, yeah.
We're just in Rhett's world.
Yeah. Yeah, Rhett's the one who's actually like floating out into nowhere now. I mean, and not at least Anson's way was kind of cool, but
yeah. I mean, at least Anson, he'll go out and come back. I think Rhett's just
he's just gone. He's just gone.
You're fearful that if that wasn't the case, that God couldn't do what he needed to do. And so I think this is a higher calling to a level of spirituality and commitment to the kingdom that does, I think that if you follow this wholeheartedly, I think it means that, I'm not saying you don't vote, but I think that the idea that the answer is to install Christians into political office, and that's where your hope lies, and to work very tirelessly for that, it's not biblical. And I think ultimately,
it's not biblical.
I don't think you can hold on to political power and Jesus at the same time. I think that if you're going to hold on to Jesus and you're holding on to this world, you've kind of got to drop that pursuit in the same way.
Why?
And the crazy thing that happens as a result of this is you end up like I said, you end up aligning yourselves with people who do not represent, the fruit of the Spirit. You've got people who are living in fear. I think this is another aspect of this, is that so much of the current political pursuit,
like all that's saying, like if you again, I know he's not a Christian, but all that would do, is just to say like everyone else then decide everything else for society. So like if you're a true Christian, then you have to drop the political power. So then that means that we just allow the people in political power. I mean, I'm trying to even think about how to steel man what he's saying, because he's saying, I'm not saying not to vote, but then he's saying that it's incongruent for a Christian to also hold political power. So then who am I supposed to vote for? Someone who he's saying is being given over to the temptation of Satan to vie for political office. So then I can only vote for non-Christians? Like what's the end game here?
You're missing the point. He's making a Machiavellian power shaming argument.
No, I know he is. I know. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, this is you don't like the content of the argument is irrelevant except for the fact that there is a cross section of Christians who will hear it and believe it.
I hope that cross section is blessedly small. Okay, probably the liberal ones that aren't much help anyway. I'm thinking.
I don't know.
The pursuit of political power is based in fear. You've got people all across the United States mainlining Fox News and the like every single night. Like, give it to me. Give me that stuff that makes me fearful every single night. I got to be afraid of the brown people who are going to take my jobs, or, I got to be afraid of the people who are going to come take my guns. I got to be afraid of the trans woman who might come into my daughter's restroom, right? And so, frankly, that whole thing pisses me off because I feel like an entire
held all this
generation has been stolen from us, because you have what could be older, wiser people who have perspective, but yet they have been completely captivated by fear and they tap into it every single night. Like, that pisses me off that a generation has been stolen from us. But what if, this is a hypothetical, what if Christians in America were not mostly known for wanting to have political power and all of the things that come along with that, and all the fear that is based in, and instead they were cool, calm, and collected because they trusted that God was accomplishing his purpose, and they were busying themselves with the work of Jesus, being the hands and feet of Jesus, feeding the poor, caring for the orphan, caring for the elderly, caring for the widow.
That's Christian? That's where it stops. I was wanting him to define what that would mean, being the body of Christ.
Yeah.
Like, what does it mean to do the work?
Yeah, it means abrogate all power and ability, and just, I guess, just feed the poor, help the widow. Which is those are good things. But
I mean, they're good. They're good.
I don't know why it stops there.
That's not it. What he's saying is that Jesus wants you to let the leftists run America. Is what he's saying.
Yeah. Like, I don't know I don't think I'm being bad faith by interpreting him saying it. I think that is just what he's saying.
What he's saying. I think I'm blown away.
And then he still maintains that him moving to California had no play on this. Okay, I'm pressing X to doubt.
It seems to me that they don't believe that would actually do anything. That level of spiritual commitment to being like, I'm going to be about the kingdom.
Yeah, be a good boy, let the God will and stop winning.
Accomplish His will through me in that. I just think it's a lack of faith. I think it kind of goes back. We come full circle. Is that there's not a real faith that God can accomplish His purpose apart from you putting the 10 Commandments up in every courthouse? Really? Like you really think that that's what's going to do it?
That's a symbolic move, dumbass.
You could also say the same thing about anything. You could say, well, why would I feed the poor? Why don't I just trust that God will feed the poor?
Yeah.
So why would I be involved in politics? I'll just trust that, if the left wins, that everything goes totally fine.
Why do
we have Podesta, give me one of these.
Yeah,
Podesta, can you hear me?
But even his appeal saying that the Christians in government are creating fear. And the examples he gave are all of the crazy left-wing stuff that the left people do, right? So instead of pointing out, hey, wait, maybe the leftists created a lot of fear on the right by, I don't know, shutting down the government in 2020 and creating cancel culture and all of these woke witch hunts and believe all women, which turned into, put a whole bunch of men in jail and accuse them of things. Like there was a whole lot of stuff that the left did that deserved actual fear. Like fear is not always a bad thing. Fear can be a rational response if someone is doing something to you that is threatening. And I'd say deleting, the fetuses of millions of children is fear worthy. And it's something that the left pushed for a long time that we've started reversing in some ways, right? There's real reason to fear what the left is doing. It's not irrational to fear sometimes.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I agree with Anson.
I think this probably is a good steel man, Brent. I think he says, I think the steel man is that Christians / politicians who fear monger as part of a political campaign are slowly convincing believers that the future is in their hands rather than God's. That's probably the best one. But as Anson said, it makes sense to be afraid of certain things. But yes, if he's sitting here being like, okay, I think a lot of political right-wing politicians aren't actively living out what Christ said. It's okay, yeah, I don't think Trump is a good Christian or anything like that. So it's I'd be fine with that. The problem is, he's just, so if he was critiquing that thing, but he specifically said that if a Christian holds political power, they should drop that political power because it's literally a temptation from the devil because
you'll become the devil
the
if you
temptation.
Don't let it go.
It's just crazy. Podesta, if you can hear me now, give me one of these. Oh, there we go. Okay. Pulling you up, Podesta.
Probably got 10 more minutes. I gotta hop off here.
All right. Well, we got 11 minutes left in the video. So how's it going, Podesta?
Yeah, not bad.
Anything triggering you yet?
A few things, but I want to actually make sure I understand what the conversation is this time before I jump in.
We were talking about how much soy is in your diet, Podesta.
Oh, no soy at all, man. Actually, no, I do like soy and honey. Honey soy is
I can't remember where it was. I can't remember which. It might have been some state government legislature where they're sort of debating putting up the 10 Commandments, and there's this guy, some politician, where maybe we can play the clip. I don't know. We'll check the copyright or whatever.
What is the fourth commandment?
Keep the Sabbath.
Part of keeping the Sabbath holy is not working on the Sabbath.
That is, yeah.
What day is the Jewish Sabbath?
It is on Saturday.
And what day is it today?
It is Saturday. Here we are.
The Christian Sabbath is what day?
Sunday, in honor of the day that Jesus rose from the dead.
And we're scheduled to give this bill a final vote on what day of the week?
It's ironic, isn't it?
Would you be willing to postpone your bill so that we're not breaking the 10 Commandments by working on the Jewish or Christian Sabbath?
I love that you said that because
You're saying that you'd rather tell people to follow the 10 Commandments than follow it yourself?
The guy's like,
misunderstanding,
so,
misunderstanding. Fuck it, but I'm not. I don't think I'm saying something controversial by saying Trump is like probably not deeply religious. That's all I'm saying. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I don't think that's that controversial. You know, I don't think Trump thinks he's like deeply religious, right? Like, I'm not trying to like judge him on that. I just don't think he thinks that.
You know,
what are they?
What are the commandments? And one of them is thou shalt not, thou shalt keep the Sabbath and keep it holy. And he goes, can you just tell me which day do Christians typically sort of treat as the Sabbath? It's like Sunday. It's like, and what day is it today? Okay, it's Sunday. So, okay, and which day the Jews consider the Sabbath to be? Like Saturday. And it's like, and which day did this legislation get put into motion? It was on Saturday, right? And it's just like, it's one of the funniest clips I've seen because it's so easy. It was just such an easy move to make because it's so ridiculous and
it's
so
an easy,
antithetical.
It's an easy move to make, but that's only because the woman didn't like answer it in any like normal way. Like again, there's the New Testament passage that talks about like to one man each day, one day is holy, to another man every day is equally holy, right? Like this is like Christians are divided on if you're allowed to work, what is excluded from work, right? Like there's like other things she could have said. She just like waffled, and so it led to this like awkward situation happening. But it's like, and also as Anson said earlier, the 10 Commandments is like it's a symbolic thing to have them up, right? In the same way that you might have a copy of the Magna Carta somewhere in a courtroom.
I would, I would argue that having a vote in your government to put up like a holy document of the Christian faith on the Sabbath is keeping the Sabbath holy, like definitionally.
What? This is cope, right? Like the reason that you guys work on the Saturdays and the Sundays is you don't really follow your religion. That's the way atheists do it.
Well, no, it's. I mean, you can work on.
It says you're not supposed to work on the Sabbath, and whether or not you think that it's debatable, I've never heard that people debate that it's on a Tuesday or Wednesday. It's always been the weekend all my life. But nobody takes their religion that seriously. That's the problem with Muslims is they actually take their religion seriously.
That's an old.
First of all, it's an old. When atheists make this mistake a lot, right? And I understand if you think that the New Testament got it wrong, right? But it's like there were certain Old Testament things, right, that you weren't allowed to do, and then when Jesus works on the Sabbath, right? And they try to, Jesus says that it's actually fine, right? Of what he was doing, of whatever, lifting a lamb up. Or
my father is always working, so I'm always working.
Yeah.
So are you arguing that the Old Testament, you don't follow the Old Testament?
No, there's ceremonial, civil, and moral laws.
Yeah, there's like certain things, and this is explicitly talked about in the New Testament. So this isn't like this again. You might not like the New Testament and stuff, and you might think it contradicts. But this isn't coming out of nowhere.
I only like the New Testament. I don't like the Old Testament. I think the New Testament, for example, New Testament's got some good stuff in it.
Well, okay, I agree. But the New Testament, it says about like that the circumcision that matters, for example, is a circumcision of the heart. It's an internal thing. So the New Testament that's the reason that Christians don't feel the need to get circumcised, even though in the Old Testament, that's something that you're commanded to do. And so there's a lot of these instances that come up where it's like there's, as Christian was saying, there's stuff that's like a ceremonial law and then a moral law. And so that's kind of the usual explanation. So there are some Christians that believe
Pirate's defense and saying the Old Testament's more of guidelines than an actual set of rules.
I don't think it's just guidelines though. Like I think there is proper interpretation, and I think we can use how the New Testament interpret these things to realize what parts are cultural and what parts are moral. So I don't think it's just arbitrary. I'm not saying I don't use the Old Testament. I think when the New Testament talks about like not to be sexually immoral, I think we should look at the Old Testament to find out what that means, because the New Testament doesn't specify it too deeply. It just gives a couple of examples. But it doesn't tell you not to like have incest, for example. But yeah, so we see these things like of what is a bad behavior, and then we can kind of look back in the Old Testament and be like, okay, what was that moral law that they're saying is bad? And Christians, to your other point, Christians do debate. Like Seventh-day Adventists are the only Christians I know that treat the Sabbath as Saturday. A lot of Christians treat it as Sunday, and people are divided on if you're allowed to do any work on it, if you can treat every day as equally holy, what that means.
I know there's debate between Saturday and Sunday, but I've never heard anyone say it was a weekday. And they
Well,
just
no,
said
yeah, because
the both of the incidences he's talking about are Saturday and Sunday, so it wouldn't actually matter which one you disobeyed. You're disobeying one of them by what he was picking up.
So this is a problem that a lot of people make, like interpreting like the Bible as like making legalistic claims, and if you don't follow this legalistic cookbook, then you're not a real Christian, right? I mean, that's not how it works. And even as an atheist, I know that. Right. And so these what these atheists are doing is like selectively interpreting how someone else should follow their religion to meet their political and social goals. They're being Machiavellian, and it's disgusting. And I disavow those atheists as not representing what my people should represent.
I guess so. This is the verse that
they're not real Christians. I just say they're not strict Christians. It's a different thing.
Those aren't real.
Romans, it talks about if a Christian views something as a sin, that you know not to be a sin, to abstain from it, just so it doesn't cause your brother or sister to stumble.
Right. And so I guess the point is, Podesta, you're making it seem like, oh, the Christians aren't taking it seriously. But again, this passage is in Romans, right? Some people, I think, take this to mean, right? One person considers one day more sacred than another. Another considers every day alike. Each of them should be fully convinced in their own mind. So to me, this passage gives room for some Christians thinking that Sabbath you shouldn't work at all. But I think this passage also leaves room for people that don't take that stance. I don't think each one is like more or less serious, because of verses like this, and this is in the New Testament. So I think it's just a matter of like interpretation.
Does the Bible give room for everything?
No, I mean, this is a pretty clear statement that you could pull from,
But there's Christians who don't rest; they work 7 days a week.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, they can work.
There's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing. That's what I mean. In this verse, Paul is saying that like you don't, that my interpretation is right. That some Christians consider the Sabbath to be, special above every day, and some people consider every day equally holy. Obviously, Paul isn't saying that if you considered every day holy and then you also couldn't work, that you couldn't work on any day. I don't think Paul is like anti-work, So I don't know how else to read this passage. I don't think it's an issue of like cherry picking or like trying to just choose what you want to choose or not being serious. I think this is like, these are legitimate scriptural issues that where the New Testament and the Old Testament have to be like interpreted correctly.
So when that politician was asking that woman about the Sabbath, what do you think a short way of her arguing back would be? Like without going into paragraphs, what would be the answer that she should just say to him?
I think she should just say, well, there's a lot of things to say. If I don't blame her for waffling, because I think there's a lot of paths. I think like what Anson said is also true, that like, enacting this, first of all, probably isn't like work. We're enacting what we think is like a good Christian thing. But the other thing would be that
honestly,
Christian interpretation treats this. If she knew the scripture, she should have said that. If she didn't, she should just say that people, Christians.
Was to laugh because she thinks, we're not supposed to work on the Sabbath, but we don't really follow that rule. That's basically
right. Well, her response was that she just didn't know. She doesn't have a good understanding of like scripture. So it'd be like if you were up there and you were trying to get this passed, and they asked you, you'd be kind of like stun locked probably, because you don't want to admit that that's probably in the situation she was, but not everyone has, not everyone has every answer at their fingertips at every time. So yeah, I think for that one, she probably doesn't have a good answer, and that's why she waffled and then, couldn't really give a good response. But that doesn't mean just because she didn't give one, it doesn't mean there isn't a good response to give. And a good response would be something like the book of Romans, the one we just looked at, that people have different ideas of what the Sabbath is, and some people think that the Sabbath is equally every day, and that is rooted in the New Testament. So Christians can disagree on things, and you still want to have the commandment up, because keeping the Sabbath holy, it's still a worthwhile thing to think about. It's still a helpful thing, even if you're considering every day holy. Then what does that mean? Are you devoting time to God? Are you taking periods of rest? Are you
You're just
devoting.
not working at all for 7 days.
Yeah.
Not doing nothing at all. Nothing.
So I don't think that commandment is like, oh, it doesn't mean anything. At least when I think of the keeping the Sabbath, I think that there is merit to thinking about that and understanding if you want to pick a day for yourself, if you think it should be Saturday, Sunday, if you think every day should be holy, if you carve out time on weekends to like focus on God and your family and stuff, like I think there's value to that, is what I would say.
Do you Christians keep the Sabbath?
Hmm?
Do you guys observe the Sabbath?
No, I'm an atheist.
Do you have a day of the week you don't work, or do you do it in some way?
I kind of use the Paul passage. I think every day is kind of equally, so I don't take any specific one day.
I would say
to do it.
Yeah, I would say equally. I think like Sunday mornings, I tend to treat Sunday mornings more like the Sabbath than any other day.
Yeah, there is no God, James, so I don't celebrate the Sabbath.
Yeah, I was mainly just pointing that one at the Christians.
What?
I was mainly just targeting that one at the Christians.
Yeah, I know, but I disagree with your interpretation of the Sabbath as an atheist.
What's my interpretation?
Well,
Can you still man my interpretation?
It's whatever it is, it's wrong. I just steel manned it by straw manning it. I steel manned it. Hey, Confluence, I gotta go. I'm exhausted and
get tired too.
it's been too much. So you have a good night. I just wanted to leave you with one final thought.
A great thought.
What a man! What?
Okay, well, I want to kill this video. I don't know if you have time, Christian. We only have.
All right,
Christian, can I convince you if we put it on 1.5 times speed?
You'll have to. I'll thug it out. I'll thug it out.
Because we got like
Oklahoma's
7 minutes
probably
left.
the best example
Or
of this.
9 minutes, I guess.
Bible in every classroom.
Do math.
Yeah,
all this stuff. But the real travesty here isn't just that it's not biblical and it shows a lack of faith, but the people who are enticing Christians into this pursuit of political power, they don't care about the kingdom of God at all. They see Christians as a powerful political group.
Voting bloc.
It's a voting bloc, very powerful.
That's
and they
giving me
can
ideas.
cater to them. They can pander to them. And frankly, the Christians are eating it up. And I just think that they're falling to a temptation that it's worth aligning yourself with the types of people who are currently in charge of the Republican Party. That if you stopped and just thought about it a little bit, you would be like, is this worth it? Like, you don't even have to. If the Bible didn't address it at all, I think you could come to the conclusion that you could just decipher that this is not a good idea to align ourselves with the type of people and interests, the things that Christians are celebrating right now that just are not consistent with Jesus at all. But I'm just making the point that Jesus seems to be very clear that there's a temptation. I get it. There's a temptation. You're gonna want
non-believer.
You're gonna think that you have to take over
what
these
Jesus
institutions,
wants about
these
these
kingdoms of
modern
the world
issues.
in order to.
Well, I might have to
for my
throw
will to
out
be done.
all the
I'm
bread
telling
in
you
my
that
house,
that's a
right?
temptation, and you shouldn't go down that
I gotta
road.
get rid of all of it.
People are going to think. I mean, sometimes people vote for parties that they know maybe don't actually, in their heart of hearts, represent their interests. Well, but they do represent their interests, but they might not be doing so honestly. So everybody knows that.
But you're so focused on me saying that Trump is probably not,
really Christian. But
super serious Christian.
They're trying to essentially cater for Christians.
I
they are.
think it's just unlikely. Okay, I don't think he's that serious about it.
An important influence on you, and they might say to you, like, "Right, I hear what you're saying, but like, I care about unborn children. I want to vote for a politician that's going to protect that." And
see, Alex is at least
really a Christian. He's probably not really like a Jesus figure. Or whatever. What am I supposed to do if me sort of being like, well, I'm just going to be like Jesus, and I'm just going to walk around and give people money on the street and stuff. Meanwhile, like abortion becomes legal, and they really care about that. Like they'll still want to apply some Christian political pressure. It does feel as though fully taking your foot off the pedal there would be essentially like a removal of your interests from those who are governing you.
And Yeah, and I think that's why it's a temptation.
Yeah,
because
That's why it's a temptation. How is that an answer?
I do vote according to my political interests because I'm actually not like I love the character of Jesus and I love these stories, but I don't apply this stuff to my life in the way that Christians do.
Yeah,
and so what I'm doing is I am kind of calling them to the carpet a little bit and saying that, hey, this is just not consistent with, because you can reason your way and be like, well, yeah, but don't I need to like vote for things that are consistent with the Bible? It's like, well, I'm not really talking about who you vote for. I'm talking more about the fact that the entire right at this point is, and they're using Christian, and so many Christians, like if you go on Christian Facebook, if you can bear it, and see how they're celebrating what is happening and the things that are being won back, as if it's like, praise be
left-wing Facebook, go on atheist
praise
Facebook.
God that this person won an election.
They're all shitty
And
communities.
I'm saying that specifically of thinking that that's where your hope lies, that's not biblical.
I think it's also worth pointing out that you might say, yeah, but like, if Jesus were around, he'd be pro-life and he'd care. It's like, you don't think that the Roman government were doing things too that Jesus probably thought weren't that great? I mean, in the ancient world, people would like take live newborn babies and like throw them in the dumpster because they're disabled, right? And it's Christians who had like a really, really strong role to play in the undoing it. They called it exposure in the ancient world, Yeah. And Aristotle says quite plainly, like, if a child is deformed, just, leave them out to die.
By the abortion issue.
It was Christians who played a huge role.
I agree.
Turning that into something that we were.
It's just for Christians, it is such a big issue. I understand that it's like, it sounds like a single issue voter thing, but
like this is so much in running a country and a society, but it just comes down to like this one issue just gets, and it's a weird little issue.
I wouldn't say it's a weird. The thing is, like, I understand if you have a
because
if
it's
you
not
have
your
that
baby,
stance,
it's your.
I don't. It doesn't matter if it's my baby. Like from even what he was saying about how the Romans would like throw out disabled babies and stuff. If that was happening, that would be a big issue, right?
So much
It's like
evil
melting
happening in
babies.
the world because you can be manipulated by the abortion issue.
I understand.
They
like,
can do anything
I
they
agree.
want as long as they give you, as long as they cancel abortion. That just becomes the number one, and all the other evils that they do, they just get a pass because elections only let you vote. Don't let you vote on the issue. They only let you vote on the party.
Podesta, you must know that that's not actually even what happens. Like they do exit polling. Abortion is not like the top issue, and like it's not even like the top 5 issues that of why people are voting. So it's an issue that's important, but when you actually look at why people are voting Republican, abortion isn't even like registering, right? People are voting on the economy, on immigration, right? They're voting on a lot of stuff, right? It's not just like
It's just the way it dominates the conversation around election time.
I don't even know
When
if
there's
that
so much other conversation that should be happening.
I don't know.
Because
Like if
it's
you
not,
look at
like you
the
say, if it's not the
stage-
main issue, it shouldn't be the main conversation.
I feel like you're just like looking at it and see, like if you look at the debate stage, it got brought up with like third trimester abortions. They talked about it for a bit with like Kamala and Trump, and then that was it. They talked about the economy way more. They talked about immigration way more. They talked about
The debate.
policies
Debates are
way
good.
more.
Debates are good because they don't. The debates move through all the issues. So a debate's
So if it's
good.
not, so if it's not debates,
It's
and it's
all
not how
the-
people are
it's all the
actually
media
voting, it's an
conversations.
exit polls, and it's not all the media conversation. I don't know what you're focusing on because I think it's a big issue, but it's like it's not dominating all of these talks. Like I went through all like so much content, right, as we probably all did leading up to the election, and it's like abortion was like one part. Like people probably talked more about trans than abortion, and Donald Trump what has Donald Trump done with abortion since he's been in office? So it's like, I don't think that's like actually what's happening.
Trans and abortion got a good proportional amount of conversation to their
No,
importance.
I think trans was probably talked about a lot more because it's more of kind of a cultural touchstone for a lot of things. And I think there's a lot of people that are like worried about stuff. Some of it I think is a bit fear mongering sometimes.
Yeah, I
right?
would say, I would say trans was talked a little bit more than abortion.
Yeah, and I think that is a
I'm not thinking
misplaced. I
about
think
it.
the thing
Just with
that's more
children
important is
and
probably abortion.
bathrooms and just all of it. Pronouns.
Yeah,
there's just a
and
lot.
it's like, and yeah,
on
those are
trans.
like issues that they don't. But people are very protective about kids. I mean, that's just people in
So I'd
general, I
crash
think
out
especially,
especially went to a school where that stuff was happening.
Yeah, like when as soon as it comes to kid stuff, right? Then people get
Abortion's
really.
not kids, though. Abortion's fetuses.
I know, and that's what I mean. But you have to at least, Podesta, you have to at least understand that I think it's a human life, right? And Christians
It is a
do. So I
human
understand,
life, but it's not a kid. It's not
right?
a little
But
person
okay,
running around that you can have empathy
I
with.
think it's a person. I think it's a person, right? So I understand. I think a human fetus is a person, and so you have to. And most Christians believe that. So even if you don't believe that, that's fine. But that might explain why people like care about that issue, because it's like I think that they're killing a human person that against that person's will. I don't see a difference between in the womb and out of the womb. So I think and I hope you don't either at a certain point, like if it's like a third trimester baby or fetus, right? And it comes out of the womb, if you kill it then as infanticide, if you kill it in the womb, is that fine? I'm hoping you don't think that's fine. I'm hoping you probably draw some what I would consider arbitrary line, but at least you put it earlier back.
I don't think killing at any time is fine. It's whether or not it's a damaging part to society.
Is it damaging to kill it once it leaves the womb?
Once it leaves the womb, it's part of society. So it's definitely, that's an easy argument because now it's exposed. The entire society is exposed to that fetus and becomes a part of the society to protect it. Once it's inside the mother, it's just a tragedy. It's not a societal issue yet.
That's a weird definition. I don't know. I don't know. Like if you're using that to then say that there's a moral distinction, that to me strikes me as very wild. Like,
I don't think I brought up morals, John.
Well,
I said there's a legal distinction. There's a utilitarian
smuggled
distinction
in there when you're talking about something like that.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard not to, I guess, bring up the moral thing. But I guess the society thing feels like hope to me because, like, it's in the sense that
laws are only about society. They're not about morals.
No, laws are absolutely about morals. Where do you think laws come from? Laws stem from morality.
Society, and people say this is not good for society, so you build a law to make society work better.
And what we think is immoral. And what we think is immoral. I mean, look throughout history, right? Like that's.
Yeah, well, when it was religious, it was moral because the religious ideas, they just make everything immoral illegal. But when you get through the Enlightenment, it becomes more utilitarian.
Yeah, like I'm not.
Is it good for society? Is it bad? And a lot of immoral stuff is bad for society, so they do line up.
K2 with the $2. Moloch is, there were people used to sacrifice babies to the god Moloch, and so
the babies.
It's kind of a stand-in
I'm more of
for
a Spartan, where you take the bad ones and you chuck them all in a big pile. We are Spartans.
I guess all I'm trying to say, the society thing seems a bit hand-wavy to me because, okay, like it wouldn't actually harm society, you could argue, in the hospital room before anyone even knows that baby exists and it's born and they just like quietly kill it. Well, that really does nothing. It's not really part of society.
The parent, like this human, there's a fine line where you can step in to help people.
Wait, say that last bit again.
What did I say exactly? All my words. I was just kind of making words and they were coming out of my mouth. Can you tell me exactly what I said?
You said something about harming the parent.
I was trying to get over the point that say a woman is hurt by the process of abortion, then society can come in and protect her from that damage. So you can say, okay, it does affect society if a woman is traumatized by how abortion plays out.
Does that just
killing the baby in his stomach doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt the society because the baby isn't part of the society.
Does that stop at the mother?
The mother is.
It sounds like you're just defining it that way.
And also all the relatives, all the people who are invested in that baby at that point, like when they say, "Isn't it terrible how father has no rights in the abortion?" So that's a side effect in society that flows into society. That's why you get so many angry fathers at the moment, and that's a society issue now that we have to deal with.
So that's harming society.
It can't be ignored. But that's not because the baby is hurt. It's because the father and all the people who have empathic
Wait,
connections
you think
to the
the
baby are hurt.
you think the father is upset not at the abortion of his baby?
No, I'm saying the father can be upset at the abortion of the baby if he wasn't complicit in the choice.
Do you think that harms society?
Well, anybody who's harmed and carries psychological trauma carries that into society, and then society has to deal with that person's psychological trauma.
So that's a
Okay,
yes.
well, I
feel
like
that creates friction, and that means as soon as you got friction, you have the chance that you may have laws or rules or ways that society.
I don't see how that doesn't apply to like all like Christians. Like I would say this. I think most Christians would say this, that they are disturbed that abortion is like a fundamental part of our society, and that the laws on it
draw a
aren't
line where
good.
you just choose to be disturbed versus actually have a valid reason to be disturbed. I can choose to be
Okay.
disturbed that you killed an animal to eat it. Does that mean that doesn't mean that we make carnivorous eating meat illegal? Just because
Well,
there's a
agree.
lot of vegetarians are very disturbed by the cruelty that is done to animals.
But I'm
We don't make that illegal.
using your standard. You're saying that like if it
Yeah, my
has
standard is there's an issue with vegetarians and what their viewers of the world
Yes,
and how we should handle it, but we don't necessarily make laws. It just
mental
means that
turmoil in there.
I'm just saying that there's now friction that needs to be dealt with, but it may not become a law. Like if you've got vegans who want to stop animal cruelty, there might be a balance when say, well, we're not going to stop eating animals, but we're not going to allow people to be cruel to animals. And at some point, the fact that they're really, really, really upset that people are killing animals, we just ignore that. We say, look, that's unreasonable to us that you're upset that we're killing animals. So we ignore it. If Christians are upset that we killed a 2-week-old fetus, we go, look, I'm sorry you are upset that somebody killing their 2-year-old fetus, but it's not really up to you. That's an unreasonable amount of
That's
upset.
a wild statement.
I think that is a wild
Kill a
statement. And then I don't even think it's I don't even think it's consistent. I don't even see how it's consistent, because with the father, then wouldn't you also say like it's not the baby lives in the mom, right? The baby's not in the father. So why do you care about his mental disturbedness, right? Like
I don't care about his mental disturbance, but I'm saying it's a
you said
artifact
it
on
causes-
society that needs to be dealt with.
Okay. And
I
in
don't
the
personally
same
care.
And in the same way, you just started this by, I think, overestimating how many people vote based on abortion. And so
that was
obviously
completely
that's
mistake.
affecting
That was my
society.
impression of how much media and everything goes through, and it seems that it'd be a big decision. And whenever they interview them, it seems to be a million debates about abortion. Perhaps I'm in a bubble. I'm just seeing too many abortion debates. I'll acknowledge that. Maybe it's not as big as issue if you can. I think maybe the economy is a bigger issue than abortion and trans put together, but I just get pummeled by abortion debates all year, and I think, why is this? Why is this?
That could
when
be
it
an
comes to
algorithm
election,
thing.
all the people are saying, are they pro or against abortion? And people seem to be choosing which politician to vote on based on their stance on abortion. It seems to be a big thing to declare that you're pro against abortion, or you're not going to get elected.
I think that's
maybe I'm misreading it. Maybe I'm over exaggerating it.
I think you're right about that. Like I think if Trump came out and said I'm actually fully pro-choice, I think that would hurt him. I'm just saying if you actually look at exit polling, it's not even like one of the top reasons that people are voting for Trump.
I'm not arguing for that. I'm saying you could be right. I thought it was over the top. That's not a hill I'm going to die on.
But I guess
my
the thing,
it seemed to be crazy amount of priority done to even 2-week abortions. It's not like they're all saying, okay, as long as you're pro any abortion over 24 weeks, then we're happy for you. It's more like it just seemed to be a bit over the top, but I may have been in a bubble. I admit that.
No, that's fine.
That's not that doesn't count anything else I was talking about. I just view things a little bit differently. I think that makes it hard to explain my point of view because people assume that I'm going to believe the lines that other people follow. Whereas I just frame things in a way that I frame complicated problems in a way that I can simplify them down to actually pick a side.
I think my main contention, I think, is you're kind of just like following like your definition of like what is a part of society, what isn't, and then saying what laws should be or what we should care about based on that. So I understand that the baby doesn't have a birth certificate and isn't, but the baby, I don't know why we wouldn't see. Like the baby is literally in the womb, right? A fetus is in the womb. It's still in the world. It's still in our country, and we even have laws that reflect that in some cases, right? We can get charged with like a double homicide if you kill a pregnant woman.
Yeah,
right?
so
So
don't
it's
think
like
of it as a waiting
reacting-
system.
it's also
Think of it-
reacting
don't think of it as
to
what
the
is
world
what is
from
the
inside
part of
the
society.
womb.
Think of it as a waiting system, and we're trying to evaluate weights on how big a deal everything is. And the sliders, what slider values people pick is what differentiates everybody. That's why we see, even if we see the same facts, we're going to come to different conclusions because we assign different sliders to all those facts.
Right. And I think that's fair. I'm just saying that I think the reason that Christians do care a lot about this is because, again, they see it as a human person, right? That's how they see it. Right.
But
and
why don't they get so upset about war? Like,
I mean,
one thing that drives me nuts is when somebody drops a bomb and some girl is killed by collateral damage. That drives me absolutely ballistic, and it just seems to not be a big deal to people.
I don't know if it. I don't know. I mean, maybe you're going to think I'm that same.
Just shrug and go, well, that's part of war. You get collateral damage, and go, are you kidding me? You just dropped a bomb and you murdered that child.
But you didn't
have the right to kill that child because you wanted somebody else dead.
But there is truth in that. Like, you have to acknowledge that. You can't, unless you're a full pacifist. Like if we go back to World War II, there's no way to win World War II at all and have no collateral damage. That's never happened in any war.
These aren't even wars. These are like drone strikes on people because you just have a political gain that you want to do. There were drone strikes where if they hadn't been made, the world would carry on like normal.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I guess as long as you acknowledge that in every war, in every war, you're going to have collateral damage. It doesn't mean it's not a tragedy, but it's always going to happen.
You're going to have abortion. It's just going to happen.
No, yeah, but I would say that the abortion
collateral damage of parents who don't want kids.
I understand that, but the difference is you and me would both agree that some wars are necessary, some drone strikes are necessary, and then we'd probably disagree on which ones are exactly necessary if we got into the weeds, in which conflict or in which situation. On some of them, we'd probably agree that it's an unnecessary one, right?
But both are tragedies. Acts that I put off the table that you can't drop a bomb if you know you're going to kill an innocent.
Then World War II could not have been won. That's what I'm saying. So under your standard, World War II could never have been won.
World War II. And you're being attacked, and maybe you change your moral standards in that point to stay alive because you're in a war. But when you're just choosing, when you're in a position of not being attacked, and you're just droning people overseas, or people who can't hurt you.
The U.S. the only attack was like Pearl Harbor by Japan, right? Like, so when the U.S. intervenes, or Canada intervened before Pearl Harbor, right? So Canada wasn't attacked. So was it wrong for Canada to intervene on behalf of other people? Because they definitely ended up killing some civilians, right? Wasn't their intention in most cases, but it happened.
Intervened. If Canada just sent off some B-52 bombers and nuked a bunch of countries because someone attacked them in one spot, but it's attacked a friend of theirs, then yeah, that might be wrong. I mean, the people are still debating whether or not dropping nukes on Japan was right or wrong. I mean, I would just think it was wrong because I would intelligently say that's off the table. And Jesus would think it was wrong, but
I don't think you have any.
I don't probably had a better outcome at the end of the day. You could argue it resulted in a good outcome. So therefore, it was right. You're utilitarian and said it doesn't really matter if the action is right or wrong. Was the result right or wrong?
Yeah, we probably will have to table this for now because we're probably going to get into the weeds, and I know Christian needs to go. So yeah, okay, we'll table this, but I want to continue this conversation at some point in Podesta. But yeah, we got 4 minutes left, and we're keeping young Christian up.
Political pressure in the traditional sort of like the
bedtime.
Yeah, like if at the time, it's worth remembering, in other words, that there were like political issues like of the Roman world in Jesus's time, and even in the which were probably much worse and more extreme than basically anything that's happening in our.
But the only thing he seemed to care about when it came to authority even was the religious authority.
Yeah,
they were hypocrites.
Yeah, that's where his anger like he wasn't sort of shouting at the political authorities in the same way, which shows us at the very least where Jesus' interest lies, and I think gives us an indication as to maybe what he might be
I am
more like
reading
if you saw him
chat.
today.
I pulled up your message about Japan.
I think you'd be
Also
more
checked
likely
it out of
to find
Alaska.
him like
I didn't know that.
you know,
they're gonna start rioting
under the underpass, like talking to a homeless guy, than like in a voting caucus, trying to rally votes for.
And I think the real danger, again, to like bring it back to kind of in closing of like why this causes people to leave. If you want people who are coming in,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of people are coming in because of this, because they're identifying politically with the right, and they are like, well, where's a place where that's sort of celebrated? Well, that's celebrated in the Christian church.
My mom was
when
in
you bring
Holly.
people in based on that promise.
Thank you for the $2.
It's kind of like somebody going to a restaurant because of trivia night.
I feel bad for that guy. Okay, I feel
it's
bad.
like, oh, they had a great
I think
trivia
his
night.
mom might have been
Well,
in
how's
the
the
Holly.
food? The food sucks. Eventually, trivia night's going to get old, and you're going to realize that you're at a restaurant where the food sucks. So, a church that isn't about Jesus is like a restaurant that's not about the food.
I wonder if,
and I just think that you cannot point to anything in this
the reasoning that Rhett uses for the whole political thing. I wonder if he applies that to like other scriptures too. I don't know. I'm like lagging. I don't know if y'all heard me.
Yeah, no, I heard you. I think he is applying it willy-nilly. I think Anson is right on. I think this is like a very W. Anson day. I think he is just, just picking the scripture he wants, applying it in a specific way. And I think even the temptation shows that about how, it's like obviously all those things weren't necessarily wrong because Jesus literally, multiplied bread and turned water into wine and all this stuff. And so obviously we can't look at that. So he's obviously being inconsistent, and I think he knows better because he grew up in a church, and he was not just grew up in it, but was very involved in Christianity and spreading the gospel, all this stuff. So I think he's just, picking passages, applying them in a certain way to suit his needs in the moment, and which would almost be understandable if he was still a Christian, because to some extent, everyone's guilty of doing that. But when it's coming from a non-Christian, willy-nilly choosing passages and applying them in inconsistent ways, then it's like, okay, you're just playing a game here.
The confidence that he speaks with, he's either have had to like rehearse it, or it's how he thought about scripture the entire time.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely the weakest. The other two sections of this, I think, were at least steel manable, and there was like some points that I actually agreed with, but this last one just seems like it's just trying to just say it's just bad in general for well, I mean, he directly said this. I don't know why I'm saying it seems like he directly said that. That it's a temptation of it's Satan to vie for political power, and if you are a Christian who has political power, you should drop the political power. I mean, that's that's a direct quote from him, which I just think is like insane
movement. That is like, yes, that is really representing the heart of Jesus. I think you can point to a lot that seems to be going directly against the things that he said and taught. And so when, this political movement that's happening right now, who knows how far it's going to go, eventually it's going to pass away. Jesus and the church are not going to pass away. Like, they are going to still be there. They will evolve in some way. But those people who are there because of some sense of patriotism, or they're like, I'm fearful about what's the transformation of our country, and that's why I'm at church. It's just like those people, when the political movement dies,
I'm going to have to hit you with the
there
Maryland.
won't be anything there for them. And
Just to
do you
counter
want them
your
to fall in
vow.
love with Jesus, or do you want them to fall in love with making sure that the Ten Commandments are in every classroom?
Make it about Jesus, not about the politics.
Yeah.
Embrace faith, embrace truth, and embrace Jesus. The roadmap.
Well, I mean, what is truth?
Keeping
He
Christians
just
in the church from
obliterated that scripture.
Rhett whatever you are.
I
Welcome
like
back
that,
to the
Mick,
show.
whatever you are. That's good.
Thank you very much for coming back on. You do have a new YouTube channel. You're an up and comer.
Yeah, it's just.
I'm sorry, Rhett. We're gonna cut out your plug from the end.
Seek him out. Alex studies the scripture pretty well. He didn't do a lot of pushback.
No, and it's frustrating. He asked a few questions. It's a very polite conversation, because Alex has said the exact opposite in a lot of cases. Like, he said, I don't know if you were here when I said this. I don't think you were, unless you were listening. But Alex has said the opposite when people say, like, oh, this is how Jesus would act in a in our modern society, and he'd be against this and he'd be against that. Alex has said that that it's folly for us to think that, you know, when Jesus is writing in that time, that he would have the exact perspective of a globalized society with all these unique wheels turning and all this whole system and everything. Like it's such a different world that Alex says we just really can't know exactly how Jesus would have been acting politically or in any of these ways. So that's his actual perspective.
I do wonder that, especially because they're always pushing how Jesus was pro-immigration, which is pro, neighbors coming in or whatever. But then you think, I don't think he's ever seen a border with 100,000 people crossing over it, and you're going, wonder how. It's just such a different world to what he was living in.
Right, exactly.
What would he do now? Would he just give up hope and say, oh, fuck this, I'm going to take on hedonism? Because there's no solution anymore. Like,
exactly. And I
would
think
would he have an answer? Would he have something he could just say that everybody go, oh, that's the answer? Because it feels like there's no answers to some of the problems we've got now. Like, no perfect answers. It's just chaos, and we work out how to manage it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true.
Jesus is supposed to just have the perfect answers to everything he gave. If he was in this world now, would he be able to come up with one? Because nobody else can.
It's a weird thought experiment to think, if Jesus was born in the year like 2000 instead of 4 BC, right? Like, what would he say? What would his message be? I don't know. It's like
what does he think face so many different social media and all the shit, all the technological changes with the whole. Even 100 years ago, everything just completely changed.
Oh,
that's why I don't like when people assume, like this would definitely look this way in our modern times, and so that's what in some ways frustrates me with I think people like Rhett, where it's like there's a lot of stuff where it's just more sane to say that like we just don't know, like what is Jesus's answer to immigration and all this stuff. It's like we really don't know at this scale in this way. We don't know.
And things that I don't think they were in the scale that he was in.
I think you can.
All the world wars and World War II and things. Does he still say turn the other cheek to Hitler?
And come to some kind of conclusion?
You can try, but I guess
I don't think you necessarily need Jesus to see 100 people crossing a border and him tell you exactly what to do for that.
What would he say? Turn the other cheek to Hitler?
Would he say turn the other cheek to Hitler?
Right, it's like
like the Jewish.
Yeah, I mean it's we're kind of we have like sayings of Jesus and we have his actions and then we try to extrapolate right from that, and it's right like he also says live by the sword, die by the sword, and right and all this stuff, and how does that apply to a global conflict and all this stuff?
I assume when he says live by the sword, die by the sword, it's sort of like saying don't live by the sword.
Yeah.
Stop Hitler because
we're made
in
I mean that's what he says when
mass.
I don't think he means eye for an eye. That's very specifically different.
Okay, it's not dip, it's a nicotine pouch. Okay, so I think Jesus would be cool with that. Okay, it's not carcinogen at all. Am I a bit addicted? A little bit. Okay, a little bit.
I think you do. Yeah. But as Christians, and if Jesus being the Son of God, he must have an answer if he came back, right?
I would think so, but at the same time, I will say, like what Alex said, I think is relevant as well, right? There was still Roman society, and Jesus didn't really offer a ton of critiques, right? Obviously, his main message was one of salvation and of spirituality and of religious stuff. And there was still it's not as big on a global scale, not as many problems, but he doesn't spend time, spending a bunch of time saying about how their system should work.
About the tyranny of the Romans or anything. He doesn't teach them how to overcome the tyranny of the Romans. He just says, just be nice, turn the other cheek, and things will work out.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like there's we're left with like certain passages that we're supposed to interpret.
Then there's the main argument these days is if you do that, someone will just genocide you. If you're not strong.
Yeah, and I mean,
people will just come over and they'll go, good, this is a Christian people, we'll just wipe them out and then we'll take their land and then they can get their comeuppance in heaven, so they're happy and we're happy because we've got their land and their resources.
See, and I don't like that interpretation. But I guess that's probably a good point to end things on. Final thoughts, anyone? And also
I'm
tomorrow is
dozing.
going to be Anna Cramling against Pearl. Okay, which I have to thank Brandon for making me aware of this. So that will be an exciting one.
You don't know. Pearl,
do you know who Anna Kasparian is?
Oh, the Anna versus Pearl debate. I was just watching that.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah. So
I didn't watch all of it, but yeah, I was watching the start of it.
I've heard it's spicy, so I'm going to be going over that tomorrow. So, because Pearl is crazy, so and I like Anna Kasparian a lot, so it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah,
but final thoughts from either of you.
Read your Bible.
Yeah, read his Bible. Read his Bible and read Confluence's Bible. Compare the two.
That's true. Yeah.
Choose the best one. Live long and prosper.
Good to see you both, and good to see you, Fucking Button, K2, Brant, everyone else who's in the chat that I haven't seen, and thank you both for being here, and take care. God bless. Have a good night.
Catch you later.
Peace.